Welcome to the Sew Inspired podcast, where we unravel the stories behind the stitches. My name is Trisha.
And my name is Alex.
Each week we'll be sharing our own sewing tales and inviting special guests to join us on the show.
From favorite sewing techniques to must-have products and even some hilarious sewing mishaps.
We'll be covering it all.
Whether you're a seasoned sewing pro, a beginner, or just curious about the world of sewing, this podcast is for you.
So grab your needles, your thread, and maybe a glass of wine, and plan on leaving here Sew Inspired. Want to sew but find it intimidating? Let us help you with that. Join us live every Wednesday at 11:30 a.m. Central Standard Time for the Social Circle. During the Social Circle, we focus on completing a beginner to intermediate sewing project. Best part, we share the material list on our Facebook group so you can grab your supplies and be ready to sew along with us. See you there. Welcome to Sewing Parts Online, the family-owned business that has been providing quality sewing machines since 2008. Our mission is to help you bring your creative visions to life, and we believe that starts with having the right sewing machine. Quilting, embroidery, serging, crafting, Sewing Parts Online has got you covered. You supply the creativity, we supply the sewing machines. Welcome everybody. It is day 5 of SewCreative Live, Christmas in July. Can you believe it? 5 days. I can't believe it's the last day already. So I will tell you about SewCreative Live here in just a moment if you are just joining us for the first time. But we started doing an early giveaway. We want to start out the day fun, so we are going to give away a prize here. For anybody that popped in a little early and were in the comments, that got you into this giveaway. So this morning we are going to start off by giving away a Schmetz ABC pocket guide. This is a fabulous reference, has a bunch of information on needles, what type of fabric to use with certain needles, the anatomy of a needle, all sorts of good information. Also, a luggage tag. It has a color-coded chart that's going to explain all of those colors on your Schmetz needles. And of course, some Aurifil thread. This has our Sewing Parts Online colors in the red, white, and black with our SewCreative Live logo. So we want to get you some great thread from Aurifil. There's 40 weight and 50 weight in here. So why don't we start off the day, Brian, with giving away this fun prize.
Trish.
Yes.
Did you know that there is a second benefit to the luggage tag?
What's that?
You should know this because Rhonda's the one that told us. She said it's more than just a tool.
Oh.
It's also a little bit of a calling card because if you have that on your luggage, other quilters will find you.
They know who you are.
They will see you in the airport with that thing on your luggage and they will come up to you and they'll be like, "Are you a quilter?"
Maybe somebody will spot me when I go up to Minnesota.
I hope so. We got to start putting it on our stuff too.
Yeah. You can write your name on there. See who that winner is. Who's it going to be starting off the day?
Maria! Yay.
Congratulations. Awesome. So I told you I would tell you what SewCreative Live is. So it is a virtual sewing event. We have invited numerous people on here. I think we've had about 30 people. And we are doing machine demonstrations, product demos, sewing tutorials, so many great segments. And in addition to all this free information, we are doing a bunch of giveaways. So what we do throughout this event is at the beginning of every segment, we will tell you what the giveaway is going to be. And then during their segment, there's going to be a surprise summer word that pops up on the screen. So Brian, if you want to show what that looks like, it'll be a fun word. Once you see that pop up on the screen, go ahead and put it in the comments. And then we have a tool that gathers all those comments and we will select a winner at the end. And again, we do this on every single segment. So we've been giving away so many great prizes. We had advertised initially that it was over $25,000 worth of prizes, but we've had even more sponsors like really, wow, step it up. My goodness. We are close to, I think, $30,000 on prizes this time around. So thank you to all of our sponsors. Arrow was a big one. Grace Company was a big one, but we had so many wonderful, wonderful giveaways. Speaking of giveaways, we did a side giveaway this time. Brian, do you want to pop up and explain a little bit about the side giveaway that we did?
I would love to. Okay. So we did a separate giveaway this time around for anybody that placed an order over the phone during SewCreative Live. So if you placed one order, we basically wrote your name old school style on a raffle ticket and threw it into a bowl, and pulled one name towards the end of the day around 3 o'clock every day, for a specific prize. So we gave away a 10-foot luminous light station. We gave away 2 Aero hydraulic sewing chairs. We gave away a cutie tabletop quilting frame. And today, the prize is the most exciting one of that side giveaway thing. It is the Juki TL 2000QI, which is one of the best quilting machines on the market. So if you want to enter to win, all you have to do is call customer service, place an order over the phone. They have specific coupons that you will use with your order that every order that uses that coupon gets filtered into a report. So we have it directly back here in the marketing department to just pull that report whenever we're ready. But those of you who have been following, we kind of have been saying one thing, but we decided to change it up just a tiny, tiny bit. So we did have, the phones were busier than we were expecting yesterday. And so there were some concerns about, well, if somebody calls in towards the cutoff time, are they going to be able to make it to place their order? So we decided we were originally going to cut it off at noon and then do the giveaway shortly after. But in fairness to everybody who's trying to get entered into that giveaway, we've decided to extend the cutoff to 4:30, which is after the event. So you will call and place your order before 4:30 today, and then we are going to pop on at 4:45 p.m. today to announce the winner. So we're still doing it today.
Mm-hmm.
We just, like we said, we just want to make it as fair as possible for everybody who wants to get entered to win. Everybody deserves a shot to win that Juki. It's an amazing machine. So that was the solution that we came up with. We hope those of you who are excited to see it this afternoon are understanding and still excited to see it this evening at 4:45 Central.
Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
Yeah, lots and lots of fun. So the other thing that I wanted to ask you guys, number one, is anybody else surprised that I still have my voice? If you've tuned into SewCreative Live before, I usually start at losing my voice towards the end. Now, we'll be recapping today, so you never know, it might start going. But I, for one, was really surprised this morning when I still had a voice. Also, Alex is going to be in our Instagram stories today asking you questions. So we really want to know which segment was your favorite, what you're looking for in the future. You know, we want to provide you the education and information that you're looking for. So if you don't follow us on Instagram, hit us up over there and vote in the stories. Also, I want to talk a little bit about what we are going to be doing today. So Brian, do we want to go ahead and take a look at the schedule?
Yes.
And then I want to say good morning to some of our friends. I was seeing those comments come through. We'll get. Oh, it's all right.
I'm lagging.
Day 5, we're lagging a little bit. All right. So this morning we are going to have Kate Brennan on with Aurifil. She's wonderful. She's going to do some thread education is what she calls it. She's going to fill us in on all the beautiful Aurifil thread. Also, Sam Fung is going to be back from Janome. He's going to show us that Janome 1600 PQC straight stitch machine. And then you guys know the MemoryCraft 8200 QC PSE. That demo, that's my machine. So I always love seeing all the beautiful perks on it. So you'll have to check that one out as well. We have Linda Pacini back, that is koala. So she's going to be showing us some amazing koala furniture. There is a really fabulous deal going on with the koala furniture, so you're not going to want to miss that. We're going to do something a little bit different today after that segment. We're going to go over some fabric that we offer. Now, we have some pre-cuts available. And as you guys all know, fabric, like designs, when they're sold out, right? So some of them we have very limited quantity. We have some are only one, so they're going to sell fast. So when we do show those, don't hesitate. If you want that, make sure you give customer service a call and they can help you out. We are going to have some great special event pricing on the fabric as well. After that, Trevor Conkergood is going to be joining us from Quilter Select, and he's going to be showing us those amazing tools that they offer, different rulers and notions. A lot of fun there. Then we're going to have the Grace Company back, and Mark is going to be showing us the 21X Elite along with some automation. But if you were tuning in yesterday, you guys, you got a little sneak peek of the little Rebel, their brand new machine. Well, Mark is going to have it in-house. So he's going to be able to show off that machine, and you can ask all of those questions that we were doing yesterday. It's new to us, it's new to you, so we're going to have those questions ready so the experts can answer everything about their brand new little Rebel. And then following that, we are going to do our wrap up and giveaway. So let's talk about what the grand prize is today, you guys. We are going to be giving away the Baby Lock Triumph. Yes, we love the Triumph so very much. It is a serger and cover stitch machine. It has a knee lift. What? It has a knee lift. It has a speed control, and it has a large throat space. So it allows you versatility when you're using it as a serger. So super, super awesome giveaway. I'm very excited about that. The other thing, I wanted to say hi. So Brian, do you mind popping up some little comments from people? We just want to see how everybody's liking this. Can't believe it's the last day, bummer, but it'll be fun. Norma, we're glad to see you here. Karen, good morning. You've enjoyed the week. That's awesome. Marcia, good morning from Tennessee. Welcome. Lori, been a great week. Oh, that's awesome feedback. Thank you, guys. Eunice, oh, thunderstorms, huh? Count me in as another one who's hasn't gotten much done this week. I get that. Paula, tuning in from the dentist. Way to go. That's awesome. Bridget, if I were Trisha and Brian, I'd be exhausted after this event. I'm not going to lie. A lot goes into it, and we are very tired. We're lagging a little bit, but Brian, what's your plans for this weekend to recoup?
Oh man, I'm just going to relax. Hold on. Let me take this overlay off really quickly. I'm just going to relax. I'm going to sleep a lot. Let me check to make sure my mic is on too. Sorry, guys. I am riding the struggle bus today. Legitimately. I am like 2 Red Bulls deep and still about to fall asleep. So my plans this weekend are to relax, but also I have kind of a little fun. Everybody thinks I'm crazy for this, and you might think I'm a cuckoo bird too for it, but I'm setting up my new phone, and I'm going to show you guys my phone. You ready for this, T?
I'm ready for it.
This is my new phone. Hello, 2007 is calling. It wants its flip phone back. No, I have decided that after work, I have absolutely no interest in being on social media. I need to get myself off of it. And so I want to start doing more actual reality things with my time, like cooking and sewing and, going outside and having fun and living my life. And I just feel like I'm not doing that because I'm glued to my iPhone all the time. So I got a flip phone, but also this is my favorite part. And I've been doing this to everybody at work all week.
This is the best.
Okay, so if I'm angry with somebody on the phone, like they're giving me attitude or whatever, and I want to hang up on them, the best part of a flip phone is you just get to do this. Whatever, I'm done. Just like that. So I'm super excited, and I just wanted to share that with you guys.
That's awesome, Brian. Well, talking about living life. So this weekend, I actually would love to relax, but I'm going to be doing something fun. I don't know if anybody has heard of this gentleman, but Puddle's Pity Party. Anybody watch America's Got Talent? He was on years ago. I don't even know how many years ago, but he's a clown and he's a singer. He's like a crooner. And my husband absolutely loves his music. Well, he's in Nashville. So we're going to go with a friend tomorrow and see Puddle's Pity Party. So I'm excited about that. But I think on Sunday after church, I'm going to be going to my sewing machine and then sleeping. But I'm so glad that everybody is enjoying this, and we are excited about bringing up our new guest here in just a moment. But before we do, first off, so I don't forget to tell you, the giveaway at the end of the Aurafill segment is going to be this lovely, lovely thread. So we've got color builders, and there are so many different color options on our website. You can get the Tuscany orange, you've got the purple, and you've got yellow on the giveaway, but again, there's so many different options. And I'm not going to open this just because I don't want to ruin the pretty boxes, and it's a giveaway, right? And in addition to these, you get a nice storage case that says Aurifil. Also, Aurifil is currently on sale, so you can get 10% off on all Aurifil thread. Just put in SPO10 and you'll get that discount. So it looks like we're still waiting on our next guest. So I'm going to go ahead and do a little recap on some of the stuff that we've already discussed. Is that okay with you, Brian?
It is. And thank you guys for rolling with us. If our guest doesn't come up, I have a few videos that I can play.
Sweet.
So I'll be ready with them whenever you are, Trisha.
Sounds good. And I don't know about you guys, but I enjoyed watching the videos yesterday because some of those presser feet videos that I made, I haven't watched in a while. So I was like, oh yeah, I can do that technique, can I? All right. So why don't we just back up? I'm going to go to day one. Let's just check on some of the stuff that we had talked about. So if you haven't been able to tune in the whole time, this is a great way to kind of see what we have been looking at and make sure you have your notebook ready, get some notes on what you're going to be placing your order for because the event ends today. So let's go back to day one and we will start with the Janome Memory Craft 400E embroidery machine. Earlier in the week, Sam had joined us and showed us a lot about the Memory Craft 400E. This is an embroidery only, so you have a nice designated area where you can be embroidering where maybe you're off sewing on the other side of the room, right? You've got an MSRP of $2,499. It has a sale price of $1,399. For those of you that are just joining, we do have special event pricing. So there's certain things that we can't display online, and that is the special event price. So you do have to call in to get an even better deal than what's displayed on the screen. So we do have financing available if that's an option that you want to take advantage of as well. But this is a great home sewing machine, or excuse me, embroidery machine that will get you started. It has 160 embroidery designs, 6 monogramming fonts, has a great embroidery field of 7.9 by 7.9, so you can do those larger designs. So wonderful, wonderful option. It also has a free accessory bundle that's worth $144 in addition to the fabulous sale price. So great option. Let's take a look at the other machine that Sam had shown us. It's the MB4S. We have a 4-needle embroidery machine. This is perfect if you are maybe a hobbyist or if you're looking to sell something. It can do hats and socks and has different hoops available for it. So you can just really go to town on this particular embroidery machine. As you see, it does have the 4 needles. So you can thread up the machine and not have to change them as frequently as you would with the single embroidery machine. Now, the other one obviously is great as well, but you're going to have to change each color as you're going through the design, where with this, you can have 4 colors. Super, super cool. It also has the extra large M bobbin, excuse me, so you're not going to have to change that bobbin as frequently. It also has 10 monogramming fonts, a bunch of built-in designs. It's just really great for business and craft fairs and personalized gifts. It has an MSRP of $7,999 on sale for $4,999. Okay, this one was great. So the next one that I'm going to talk about, her name is Jessica. She had her mom, Amy, on with her. You might be familiar with her already. She is from SewTights. Her and her sister created SewTights. And SewTights is a magnet it works for so many things. You're going to have to go back and watch her replay because she explained it so very well. But you can use it for English paper piecing. You can use them for just holding down your material if you don't want pin marks in your fabric. Also, you can use them as weights. So all sorts of different things. We actually did sell out of the fold tight folio that she showed the demonstration on, but we can get them pretty quickly. So if you're still interested in doing that little project, you are more than welcome to place that order and we'll get it sent to you just as soon as we can. But I'm going to show you what that hold tight folio is. It has a hardware kit that has a metal plate on the inside. So when you store your magnets, they don't go anywhere. It has an MSRP of $23.99 and it's on sale for $19.99. The nice thing about that too is it comes with the free pattern. So you get the hardware kit and then you also get their pattern. But the exciting thing that happened during their segment was they just launched a brand new product, and it is super cool. It's called the Sew Magnetic Cutting System. It has an MSRP of $438.99, but it's on sale for $374.99. But what it is a magnetic cutting mat. So let's think about that a little bit. They did a magnetic cutting mat and a magnetic ruler, so it's going to hold down more easily, so you're not pushing as hard. There's less strain. Works great. But it also comes, if you can see those little teal boosters is what they call them, they're additional magnets. So if you're using, say, cork or leather or something heavier that shifts around really easily on you, that's going to assist with holding it down while you're doing your cutting. But I think the most thoughtful thing that they did with that cutting system is the fact that their mat is large enough to accommodate a fat quarter. Who gets one of those mats and gets frustrated when your fabric's falling over the edge? I just thought that was so thoughtful. And that magnetic cutting mat is 20 by 24. And also it is dual-sided. So you've got the dark side. If you're working with light fabric, it's easier to see. If you're working with the light fabric, you can put the dark fabric on. And like Jessica says, with all the social media there is now, you can get some really pretty pictures on there as well. So after that, we had Richard pop on with us. He is a baby lock educator, and he showed us the beautiful straight stitch machine, the Accomplish. It has an MSRP of $1,899, and that is on sale for $999. That is also a great straight stitch machine. It has a 7mm stitch length. I love that it has the 4 different options for your feed dogs. So depending on what type of fabric you're working with, you can adjust the feed dogs accordingly. It also has the thread cutter. So it is a mechanical machine. However, it does have a couple of those higher end features like the thread cutter. So it also has the pressure foot pressure adjustment. So if you're working with, say, like a lighter fabric, you can increase that pressure foot pressure to put more pressure on your fabric. And then if you're working with a heavy fabric, you're able to loosen it up or lighten it up so that it will flow through nicely. So another wonderful option when it comes to a straight stitch machine. If you notice in the front, there's a little hole too. You're able to attach the knee lifter. So you can use your knee in order to lift the presser foot for you. Next, he had shown us the Baby Lock Meridian embroidery machine. Oh my goodness, what's the first thing that you notice about that machine? I love that big touch screen. Baby Lock does such a great job with their interface and their LCD screens. It's so easy to follow through on all of those features in the machine that walks you through. It has great help in there, like almost like a tutorial for different things. It'll explain what the machine is all about. So I love that about Baby Lock. Also, it has a 9.5 by 14 inch embroidery field, so you can do some really big designs. Love that. It has 494 embroidery designs, so you can create endless amounts of possibilities. Also, it will embroider at 1,050 stitches per minute. It has wireless capability. And it also has what's called the IQ Intuition Positioning app. So you're able to use your phone to help align your design and make sure that you have perfect placement. My favorite though, I mean, that's all fantastic, but I sound really funny when I say this is my favorite, but it has 21 fonts available. Who doesn't love having the option of doing different fonts? So that particular machine has an MSRP of $7,999 on sale for $6,599. And again, just give us a call and we will do some special event pricing. We had a few more things that we touched on that day. However, Brian is going to play a couple of videos for us while we wait on our next guest. And if for some reason they are unable to join us, then guess what? We're still going to give away some beautiful Aurifil thread. But I hope you guys are keeping notes, and we'll be ready to show you the next thing here soon.
Well, they say make lemonade out of lemons, right?
Yeah.
So we didn't get Arrow here for this event, right?
Right.
Which is a big bummer because Harley and everybody at Arrow, they're a huge part of every event that we do. And so we were really sad when they couldn't show up. So with the openness of this segment, we can kind of bring Harley here a little bit. What do you think about playing the So Inspired podcast?
Oh, that would be wonderful. So Brian is talking about the So Inspired podcast. Alex and I have been doing that here, and we've been recording with some wonderful people. And it just so happened that Harley from Arrow was visiting here, and we were talking about our brand new podcast. And he's like, I will join you. And we're like, will you really? So it was so much fun. We were brand new to it. I was a little nervous. So you'll see that in the video. But we had such a great time, and he explains why it's so awesome to get sewing furniture. So hopefully you enjoy this, and you're in our hearts, Harley. I love
Hey,
Joanna
Brian,
Gaines.
can you Google Agreeable Gray and Joanna Gaines, please? I have a feeling we're going to find out that is her name for it.
That would be hilarious.
I'm not quite sure the Sherwin-Williams chip number, but if you look up Sherwin-Williams Agreeable Gray, let me know the number. It's true.
Joanna's favorite paint.
Joanna
Okay,
Gaines' favorite
that's
paint color is
pretty
Agreeable
awesome.
Gray. Boom. Who knew? I knew so much.
Okay, I work with Brian, who knows all these random facts, and now we have Harley joining the team of random facts.
So it is her favorite color. That's awesome.
That's what it's marketed as on Sherwin-Williams.
Of course. What's the paint color number? SW something. Yeah.
You know that.
How do I know that? I know all sorts of random facts.
Welcome to the So Inspired podcast, where we unravel the stories behind the stitches. My name is Trisha.
And my name is Alex.
Each week, we'll be sharing our own sewing tales and inviting special guests to join us on the show.
From favorite sewing techniques to must-have products and even some hilarious sewing mishaps.
We'll be covering it all.
Whether you're a seasoned sewing pro, a beginner, or just curious about the world of sewing, this podcast is for you.
So grab your needles, your thread, and maybe a glass of wine, and plan on leaving here so inspired. We have a really fun surprise. Well, I'll
Okay,
let you
there.
fix your glasses.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good now, Trisha. I'm good.
Take two.
Take two.
That's what I said. This is our first day of doing it, so you're bearing with me too, right? We have a really fun surprise today. We have our guest Harley from Arrow. Hello.
Well, hi, Trisha. It's good to be here.
Well, it's great to have you. I am so excited that you could be in our studio today.
Well, I decided since you're kicking off the podcast, I wanted to come and say hi.
Oh,
Check out your studio, which is gorgeous.
Yeah.
I love sitting here in the corner with you. It's like we're at home.
I know it's comfy, right?
It is
It's
comfy.
going to be even more comfy when we have it furnished with some Arrow furniture, right?
Oh, there's Arrow furniture coming.
I'm so excited.
Your studio is going to be gorgeous.
Is it going to be more gorgeous than my studio at home?
No. No. Is it your sewing studio or is it your dining room?
It is my sewing studio
It
now.
is your
It's
sewing
converted.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I
Converted you.
love my Aussie. It is so great.
And you get to sew whenever you want.
I do.
You have 2 minutes. Well, maybe not 2. You have 10 minutes before a hot date, right? That was your
I do.
TikTok. That was your TikTok that went awesome.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was pretty funny asking questions. I'm like, I can show you, but I'm going on a date, so gotta make it snappy.
I thought that was great. I loved it.
Well, thank you.
I loved it. Everyone at the office watched it and they're like, do you know this Trisha lady? I'm like, no, Trisha. I'm going to go see Trisha is what I tell them. And then they're like, you get to meet Trisha?
Oh.
They think you're a superstar, by the way.
Oh my goodness gracious! I think you're a superstar.
I
It's
need
like
your
we get to
autograph
meet you
before I
in
go.
person.
I need your headshot and take some autographs back. That's what I need.
It's so funny how we all feel that way when you meet people that are on social media. So.
And those other live stream people
Yeah.
that you have, like Brian, I need his headshot and his signature.
Yeah, we should have Brian peek in here.
He's awfully busy, though.
We got to get him.
He's awfully busy
sneaking
off
over here.
camera.
I'll take a break from listening to Selena for a second. Hi, y'all.
There's Brian.
Fist bump. There you go. Good one.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
So earlier we were talking about the why we love sewing furniture. So I was thinking about that over lunch, and I have afternoon brain. I already joked about that. Like, spit out my words here.
It's a real
but
thing.
It is definitely a real
It's a real
thing.
thing.
It is such a real thing. But was thinking about why I love my Aussie cabinet so much is the convenience. It's just, like you said, if you have a few minutes or you have how long, it's like, it's so easy to set up and be sewing within a couple of minutes.
And that's the real question of why do you need a sewing cabinet, right? And you've introduced the Aussie into your now sewing studio. And while it does many things, it sets aside a specific space for you to sew. It's got some storage for you. It's got a nice work surface. And you can get that machine in your flatbed position so it's nice and straight stitching, right?
Yes. And actually, quick story about that. We were sewing, we're doing projects here yesterday, and Brian is making a project. Can I say what it is? Brian is making a quilt, and he was using a smaller table, and it was pulling on him because it was going over the edge. And he's like, you don't really realize how important it is to have that space so your blanket or your quilt doesn't fall off the edge. And when you have your cabinet and you have that extra space, everything goes through so nicely. You don't have pulling of the stitches, and you just get better quality projects.
And that's the whole goal of having a sewing space and sewing furniture dedicated for that. Plus the storage position, be able to put it down into storage, because when you're done with your Aussie, you put the machine down in storage, you close it up, and now you have room. You could move your cutting table around. You could use the room if it was a multi-purpose room, which yours is a sewing room. But if you were in a multi-purpose room, you could close it up and lock the door, and it could be a second bedroom or a third bedroom, guest room, right?
And actually, I just put mine away because I was having guests over. And so I put my whole Aussie away and had everything set aside and had room for my guests. So. And
then your guests leave, and then you're like, oh, I have an hour, I can sew. So you open it up. It takes you, I've timed myself on
I was going to say, it doesn't take
up.
2 minutes. I said 2 minutes
It does
before.
not take 2 minutes.
No, it doesn't.
A minute, maybe. You pop your machine up. It might take you gotta get your insert back on there, so you've got a nice super flat surface, and then you're able to get back to your project, grab your project box, and you're off to the races.
The other thing that I absolutely love about the Aussie that I have is the removable caddy, because I just set it up how it was pictured on our website. I didn't really play around with it initially, but then after I was playing with it, I'm like, this is so cool. You can detach it, put it over here, or you can put it over to the...
So do you like it closer to you, or do you like it further out?
I like it close to me. So the way I set it up is I have my machine right in front of me, and then I have it close to me on the left-hand side, and I turn and I use my serger.
Got it.
So it works perfect. I just pivot.
Because if it was further out, you'd have to roll your arrow chair over.
Oh, that's so hard.
I know.
It's so
Those casters
easy.
They work on carpet and everything else.
Yeah, no, it works
If there was only an arrow chair nearby.
I know, I need to get one.
We could sit in one. Oh boy. Oh look, it's an arrow chair. Wow.
That was planned.
that was totally planned. It's blatant product placement.
There it is.
And that's okay. Product placement's fine.
Yes, it is. It's so comfortable though. It really is. It's a wonderful chair. We have lots of perks that we could say about it too. So
chocolate in that chair?
No, but there is thread.
Oh.
There's thread.
Thread actually does stand up in there.
Yes. Hey, yeah, you did an example of that too.
I did do an example live. I was a little terrified. I wasn't quite sure it was going to work. I'll be honest with you, but it did work.
It did work. It was Orfil too.
It was and I told Kate from Orfil that I did that.
We love Kate.
She just laughed and said, "Oh, Harley."
It worked. Yeah.
No, it worked wonderfully. And with the sewing cabinet, besides having a space and better projects, it really gives your machine a home, sort of like a garage if we were a car. But a lot of machines, no matter what the price point, you've invested in your machine.
Yes.
And your machine is primary to whether you're a quilter or sewist. It's the primary thing you have. And a cabinet is like jewelry. It's an accessory.
I love that.
It is an accessory.
Yeah.
And you may not even know you need it.
That's
the big question.
Perfect point, because the convenience of it is awesome, but the sewing experience is totally different. Like, you don't even realize you need it until you're sitting there and you're sewing. All of a sudden you are just loving what you're doing. Everything's flowing nicely.
And that's the why. Why on earth do I need sewing furniture? And then when you have it, you can't stop talking about it.
I love it.
You've made TikToks about it. I mean, you love it.
I do.
And it has made your experience more enjoyable.
Yeah, I share it with non-sewers too.
I'm sure they love that.
My poor family. I've got a lot of family, so they all get to hear about it.
Over and over again.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I keep telling them, one of these cabinets could work for you for crafting. You don't have to be a sewer.
It absolutely can work for crafting.
Yeah.
And crafting, then when you get into cutting tables or just storage units, different storage cabinets.
Yeah.
But the sewing cabinet itself, like you may not have known about sewing furniture.
I didn't.
And now that you have it, I'm not quite sure how to tell everyone that there is sewing furniture other than to show it in use, which we do during your live streams. If they go to Sewing Parts Online, which is one of your sponsors of the podcast, that'd be a great place to see the sewing furniture in use. And there are many brands of sewing furniture, from a couple $100s for a table, which, as you mentioned, larger projects might pull up. But if that's where you start, and try it, it's a good place to start. If you're into larger projects, you want a larger work surface, and you move into that. There are many options, a lot of it based on size of your machine. The furniture has different size openings for different machines, up to a certain size, and then when you get too big, then you go up to the different cabinet. And there are lots of places to go to find out what cabinet will hold you just measure your machine. It's pretty easy, and then you find the right cabinet, and then you move on from there. And then once you have that, what cabinet fits in your space?
Yes.
Most important, machine fit, does it fit? And then does the cabinet fit and work in my workspace? Those are the two biggest things.
Well, and our sponsor, sewingpartsonline.com, they are more than happy to help you figure that out too. If you're just not quite sure if it'll work with your machine,
just call them up.
Call them up. Yep.
I mean, yeah, it's and I'm of course with Arrow Sewing, so you could also go to the website. There are all sorts of pictures and things. I think your sponsor actually has some of the imagery on their own website. So, but you're right. Go there. You'll see everything, lots of new pictures and images of furniture.
That's awesome. Yeah, currently I have the Aussie, and I'm wanting to add some more. Like, I've got multiple machines. Can I have multiple cabinets then?
You could have multiple cabinets, or you could just buy a new insert for each of your machines.
I've got one for my MemoryCraft 8200 QCP, and then I've got one for my Juki in the TL2010Q.
There you go.
I've got two different inserts, and they work great, but I also want to keep my Juki in a separate station, and then have, they're easily swapped out. But for me, my workflow, I like having my regular machine that I use all the time, and then my straight stitch machine, I can go on like heavier projects or something like that. So
right.
But it's a personal preference, but they're super convenient either way.
Well, and I think you need a cabinet for that second machine also, because you don't want to put it on a plastic folding table.
No, especially if it's my Juki TL2010Q. That's a semi-industrial machine, and that'll make my table shake. So I don't want my table shaking.
And shake a lot.
Yeah.
And your hands have to go up and over as it's bouncing around. And you're like, oh boy, this is no fun.
And then we'll go back to that sewing experience where it's like, this is no fun. That doesn't sound good.
And you want it to be fun.
Yes.
And
that's what it's about.
That's why we do it. Right?
Yeah.
That's the whole idea.
Why else would we, right?
That's why Brian's making a quilt.
Yep. Why are we making a quilt, Brian?
For my mom for Mother's Day.
It's a secret.
Because he's an awesome son. That's what I said. I was going to give it away yesterday during our live, and I was like, oh no, I almost gave away the surprise.
I'm glad you did.
It, so
Mother's Day is coming up, and this won't be released till after Mother's Day, so we're safe.
We are not ruining the surprise.
Oh. You're welcome, Brian.
No, it's pretty cool.
So, and I'm so happy to see that your dining room, former dining room, now I can't wait to see what you do to the walls.
I
and
know.
Decoration.
So I'm going to tell you, we've been in our house for 6 years, and we have about 4 pictures on the wall.
In the entire house?
Yeah, we're really bad.
Okay.
We're really bad. So the other day I told my husband, I'm like, I think it's time that I hang up some like thread racks and put some stuff on the walls. And he's like, we're actually going to put something on the walls.
If only somebody in your house could take photographs to put in frames. I wonder who that could be.
I don't know.
You are sort of a photographer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could do that, couldn't I?
You probably could do it very easily.
Yeah.
I'm just calling you out. Just calling you out a little bit.
Get me on my game, right?
But hanging pictures is kind of a drag.
Yeah, it's not too bad. But I do want to make my space even more enjoyable. I already have my perfect cabinet. I could put up some pretty pictures. Maybe add some flowers, make it all pretty in there.
You
Wanna
should.
stay.
It's your space.
Yeah.
I mean,
No longer dining room.
unless the dogs want to get in there.
They come and join me all the time.
They like to hang out,
They do.
lay at your feet. I saw them.
Yep.
I've seen them on.
I know.
I've seen them in videos.
I had to
It's
share.
it's like I know them
Because they're
already.
my babies.
And they're everywhere,
They are.
as they should be.
Yeah.
No,
my
I think
babies.
sewing is. It's one of those things where if you make your space into what you want, you're going to enjoy it even more.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why people craft and people sew, and it's why people do all sorts of things, right?
Mhm.
Whether they go hunting or draw or some people race motorcycles. It's all about just things to kind of get your mind off and reset yourself. People do yoga.
Yeah,
It's all about re-energizing yourself to go about your day.
that is very true.
It kind of gets you in your zone, right? And you kind of forget about your problems and you process things
Yeah.
in your subconscious.
It's my
probably.
quiet. That is it. That's
Yeah.
actually very interesting. It is my quiet. I love it. We joke because I can't close the door because it's a dining room, so it doesn't have the door to walk through. I'm like, it's closing off my space, but no, it's fine.
No, you're right. You get to process things, and then you come out of it, and you're like, "Look at what I did. I did this."
Mhm.
That's the cool part about what I get to help people do is I get to help people realize their internal passion and their internal flame, and let them, as weird as it sounds, right? It's sewing furniture, but it helps elevate what they can do and allows them to do it and have more fun and time at it.
That makes sense to me because, like you said, I am excited about this furniture. Like I truly love it.
You know, Tricia, while we took a short break, we're talking with Brian about his 600 square foot studio apartment. I don't know if it's really a studio.
It's not a studio.
It's a one bedroom. It's a smaller city apartment, right?
Yes. So
He's got a struggle.
yeah.
What's
big
his struggle?
He's just wondering which cabinet would work best for his small space. Do you have any suggestions?
I have two suggestions,
Okay.
probably. So in the Arrow sewing furniture line, there's a Judy cabinet, comes in white and teak. It's a smaller cabinet, and it has a door that swings open and the top swings open on it. Gives you some space. There's a little bit of storage in the door. So the Judy would be one option.
Okay.
Another option would be the Bandicoot.
I like the
And
Bandicoot.
the Bandicoot's really popular, has two doors that open up and they flip over on each side. So you have the equal amount of space on the right and left, which depending on what projects and knowing what Brian looks like, that might be a better option for him. I know we talked about his machine, I think at lunch. So I'm pretty sure it'll fit in the Bandicoot, which that's the number one question.
Mhm.
Will my machine fit in the cabinet? And it should. So I think the Bandicoot might be a really good option for him.
I know he was looking at that one a while back. So
It's because he doesn't really have room to pull it away from the wall and put up a quilt leaf from what we were discussing earlier. So I think he might love a quilt leaf, and maybe he gets that at the next place he moves into.
there you go. Next apartment.
Next apartment, he gets a quilt leaf.
We just keep going up with cabinet, right? Up with cabinet, up with space.
Well, and he'll be able to then gift the Bandicoot to some other needy person that might want it.
There you go.
Right?
I think that sounds like a lovely plan.
I'm sure he can find someone that wants to sew. I mean, he works with other crafty people.
Yeah.
Which is kind of an important part.
That's true. Maybe he can give it to Alex.
Wouldn't that be nice?
So we had an Instagram comment. They were actually asking, what makes your furniture different from my grandmother's furniture? It's been around forever. So how would you respond to that?
I'd respond that Arrow's been around not quite forever, but 80 years this year.
Wow.
So strong company, has been in the business a very long time selling wood products. And we were the primary supplier for Sears Roebuck and Company for their sewing cabinets for a very, very long time. And then started to diversify into other channels. So that's when we started adding independent dealers to sell sewing machines, online retailers to sell sewing machines. So now you can find Kangaroo sewing furniture and Arrow classic sewing furniture many places. But depending on where you are and what you're looking for, you want to talk to sales representatives that can help you find the right product for you. And in the old days, I'll call it old days, the cabinet, you'd sit down at it, you'd flip up your machine, and you might flip the top out a little bit. but that's it. That's all the room you would have.
Mhm.
Today's cabinets allow you, we have small cabinets that do that, but you also then have a quilt leaf that can pop up on the back, side pieces that come up. You can put quilt blocks on it to keep your
Thank you, Harley. So we are actually going to show you another video featuring the Aussie, the kangaroo and Joey, and also the wallaby, because we have a special going on with those. But if you want to check out the rest of that video, hit us up on the So Inspired podcast. You can find us on YouTube. You can also find the audio on Spotify or Google Music or Apple. You've got all different platforms that you can find it on. So we are going to watch that video here in just a moment. But I want to tell you about the special. So if you go ahead and get an Aussie, a kangaroo and Joey, or a wallaby, you get the free Daylight Slimline 3 lamp. It's really awesome. It attaches to the side of your table, comes up and over and gives you beautiful lighting. It's a $245 value, and you get that free with the purchase of one of these cabinets. So let us show you those cabinets.
Everybody, how's everybody doing today? I want to know who's sewing on their dining room table, because my research tells me many people are sewing on their dining room table. What can be better than a dining room table? How about something that's ergonomic, something comfortable, something that lets you sew longer and be more comfortable? That is my number one competitor, the dining room table. It works, right? You own it, it's free, it's there. Why do I need a sewing cabinet, a sewing table? I'm going to show you why. And hopefully you'll be able to say, I really need one of those. I deserve one of those. This is the kangaroo and Joey cabinet. A little bit about Arrow. Arrow's been around almost 80 years. We are a leader in the category for sewing furniture. Our products ship to your home, normally ship out of our warehouse within 48 hours. The cabinets I'm showing you today are from our kangaroo sewing furniture line. Lifetime warranty, so you don't have to worry about anything. Great instructions to put it together. Customer service, bar none. When you're buying a sewing cabinet, you're buying it for about 4 different reasons. So your sewing machine, the idea of a sewing cabinet and a sewing table is that there's this well that the machine can go down, and you can see that we're flat right here. There's a flat surface, which allows you to not have to take your wrists and go up and over, right? Like you normally would if it's on the dining room table. It's smooth and flat. This table drops down and adjusts so your machine can be the same height as the table. And then I have an optional acrylic insert in here, which makes it really nice and smooth, right? Everything's smooth. My seams are straighter. I don't pull. I've got great ergonomics because my wrists aren't going up and over. That's the key benefit. The number one thing to know about a sewing cabinet, will my machine fit? That's what we have to know. Will my machine fit? So this kangaroo and Joey has something we call A for Arrow, A7. We are 23 3/4 inches from side to side, and we are 12.5 inches from front to back. Now, what does that mean? Normally, front to back is not an issue. You take the accessory tray off your machine, and if it fits from the side over here, and you include your knobs, you want it to be 23 3/4 inches. Leave some room for your plugs. So if your machine's 23 3/4 inches to 1 inch, probably for your, because most of the plugs come straight out and then need to turn, right? They stick out a little bit. So if everything fits, your machine's going to fit in the cabinet. Now, this cabinet, all the way open, is 6 feet wide and 3.5 feet deep. With the quilt leaf, it goes another 1.5 feet. So it's a big cabinet. Closed, it's basically 2 by 4.5. So it's 4 feet wide. Now this cabinet comes with a quilt leaf on the side, a right side quilt leaf, which is great. You can put your project here, your pattern, your iPad, your cup of coffee, anything you want, right? Because if your quilt falls off the back, it's going to pull your seams. So the way to do that, if you're not up against a wall, have these. It's great. They're excellent. They just clamp on. It's an excellent, excellent add-on. Here's the piece de resistance of this cabinet. This is Joey. Joey rolls around on us. So we've got a drawer for some storage, soft close. And this Joey can move around. We can put it here. We can put another machine here. We also have this added accessory that it's a cover for the drawer. Goes in a few pinholes, and we push it right in, and then grab a handle and push it in. There we go. So now you've got extra work surface here on the side, which is great. So you've got extra room. And then you can put stuff here. The other interesting thing, and I'll go around to the other side and show you a little bit more. With this quilt leaf on the back side, you could put a little one back here on the side, and they could sew with you. You could teach a grandchild, son or daughter, how to sew. They could sit here with you and actually learn. It's kind of neat. We have the Joey cabinet. It locks. We have drawers, soft close drawers. How nice. Do we have any candy in here? Oh, no candy today, Ethan. So we've got this great work surface now, and we can sew to our heart's content. The other nice thing about the Kangaroo Joey cabinet, if you use a knee lift, it's one of our unique cabinets that has this front. It actually pops right off. It's secure, but it's designed to pop off. And then you can use your knee lift attachment. I'm going to unfold it a little bit and start showing you a little bit about the size of it. So we put that down. So it's got a lifetime warranty. It has the quilt leaf here on the back side, this giant work surface. So it's got 2 support brackets, so it's really strong. That's why you can put somebody else back there and have them sew. Can't do that on competitor tables. And we've got our nice work surface here on the top. Lots of storage with this unit. Lots of storage. Set that right there. Soft close drawer. Got the Joey, and I can move the Joey all around wherever I want it to go. Some people use it here. Now, sewing cabinet. Why a sewing cabinet? Let me really show you why. Here's my custom insert. We are in what we call a flatbed sewing position. Many of you sew like this at the dining room table. Here you are. You're up, right? Your wrists are having to go up and over, up and over. End of the day, you're done sewing. You put it down there. Now it's in a storage position. So we've got this position right here, which is a storage position. This cabinet doesn't have doors. Don't always need doors. So what you can do, tuck that back in. We have just made a cabinet that's 2 feet by 4 feet. It has heavy-duty locking casters. They roll on carpet, they roll on hardwood, they roll on luxury vinyl tile. They roll really, really well. They also lock so they stay in place for you. The Joey cabinet allows lots of great storage. This right quilt leaf, lots of great work surface. So it is hard to believe that 2 by 4 turns into 6 by 3.5. So this is really designed for someone that's wanting to be organized. It comes in this color. We call this color teak. It comes in a white, ash white, which is a wood grain white. And it also comes in a very nice gray color. So the gray, it's a little darker gray. It's very nice, very modern gray color. Here it is back in flatbed position. Let's say I've got time to tell a story, don't I, Ethan? Sure I do. So you get home, or you've got a few minutes, and you want to sew. What's the first thing you do? You go to your closet, you get your machine out, put it on the dining room table, plug it in, you made an extension cord, you go get your project box, you drag everything out. Okay, time has passed. Now you're going to sew, then you've got to clean up because it's time to use the dining room table. With this, you literally can come up to it. Your machine comes up. You can put your insert in. Ta-da! Never have to lift your machine. You could open this up, depending on what you want to do, get your project out, and you're sewing. For those people that have, they have enough space for a cabinet, but they don't have space for a cabinet and a cutting table. The nice part about this, it comes with a well cover, solid wood. Put that in there. Now you've got a great flat surface that you can cut, you can piece, you can do all sorts of things with on this surface. Everybody likes this cabinet because it fits such a broad audience. Lifetime warranty, great customer service, fast shipping, great instructions. So this is the Kangaroo Joey. I think we're going to move on to the next one. If you don't quite have the space for this cabinet, we're going to talk about the Wallaby. Ethan, how's my spot? Perfect. Perfect. Good to hear. Thank you, sir. So, Wallaby. This is a little bit more of a space saver for folks. And by space saver, it's really when it's open. Because when it's closed, it's still, it's 3.5 feet by 1.5 feet. So a little bit smaller. This cabinet relies on the door. It's got a locking door. So unlock, flip it open. Move that over. It's got a handy dandy spot there. And this one actually comes forward. Open the door just a little bit. Oh, look, we got a basket. Got a drawer down on the bottom, which is great. We just went from a 1.5 feet and 3.5 feet, or 5 feet, to 3.5 feet. Sorry, 3.5 feet by 1.5 feet. We are now 6 feet by 5 feet. So lots of work surface. Oh my, so much work surface in a tiny, tiny footprint. Again, we got a well cover. With this cabinet, we've got some storage in the door. There's thread spools to put on there. A soft closing drawer at the bottom for storing your little odds and ends. But it's really a space saver and a giant work surface here on the back. So it's key, right? So the machine, again, free arm position. You can go sew up and over, right? Bad for your hands. Let's sew in comfort so you can sew longer. If you do this with the optional insert piece, move it over just a little bit. There we go. This cabinet, same size opening as the last one, 23.75 inches by 12.5. If you measure your machine, these two cabinets fit 95% of the machines on the market. It won't fit the really large machines. 95% is pretty good. So it's one of the reasons we have such an attractive price on these cabinets is they're great value. So you get a lot of workhorse from this cabinet. Again, heavy duty casters. That is the size of the opening. Easy to assemble, great assembly instructions. Make sure your machine fits. If your machine fits, you've got a winner. Comes in white ash white, so this color, and the teak color. And it folds up just as easily. Here's the drawer. Again, soft close. Heavy duty casters down on the bottom. Storage in the drawer. Thread spool. This is the Wallaby cabinet, lifetime warranty from our Kangaroo sewing furniture line. Let me grab you. The size is on the website, which you'll see. So it was a 6 feet by 5 feet when it was open. When it's closed up, we're going to go down to 3.5 by 1.5 feet. The machine opening is 23.75 by 12.5. And we close this up. This door goes first. This door goes second. Ta-da! And we can lock it. We're good. This is the Wallaby cabinet. So a little bit more of a space saver. This is the Aussie cabinet. Okay, you look at it and you're like, it kind of looks like the other ones. Maybe a little bit bigger. Well, I'm not done opening it up yet. So the nice thing about the Aussie cabinet is it is really designed when you need a work surface. I'm going to call it a paradise. It's a paradise. It is a full-size cabinet. So this opening, again, 23.75 by 12.5. We have a little bit larger machine in here. Still, no issue going down. No issue coming up. So got to be careful of your knob. So this is about as big of a machine that fits in this cabinet. This is where we want to be all the time. This cabinet, what's unique about it, there are a couple things unique. The giant work surface. We have an aerial shot of this bad boy. Will it all fit? I'm not even sure it'll fit. Okay. So lots and lots and lots and lots of room on this cabinet. I'm going to sit down for a minute. What we have is storage in the door. These clasp in. There's a little locking clasp that holds these so they stay in place really, really well. This cabinet, of course, is heavy-duty casters because it's ginormous, right? And then we have this. So we have this nice work surface, right? We can sew here. We can go over here. We can put a pressing mat over here. I've got something to show you in a minute about pressing. You've got this little cubby. It can attach here. You can also take it and put it way out here to the side. Now it's over there. I've got a lot of room. Now I can really center needle sew very well right here. I've got room here. This little caddy has a couple drawers. Ooh, there's chocolate in this one. I have to slam the drawer. There you go. Soft close. We actually have a serger down here in the bottom. So there's storage space for the serger. I could bring that up and put that there. So you can set that up as a serging station. We've got the ergonomic part here of the Kangaroo cabinet. Nice flat surface. So we've got a flat sewing surface. This is the Aussie cabinet, A-U-S-S-I-E. Comes with the same well cover when this is down in the storage position. Has the hydraulic lift, which is what makes a sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet. Again, the machine fitting, 23 3/4 from side to side, 12 1/2 from front to back. Opened up, 8 1/2 feet by 4 feet, not including the little caddy. 4 feet deep, 8 1/2 feet wide. When it's closed, it's about 4 feet by 2 feet. It's incredible. It like doubles in size. Lifetime warranty on this. Great customer service. Awesome manual. Shows up in your house in 5 boxes. FedEx will bring it to your door. On this one, I might put 4 quilt blocks on this one because it's got such a big work surface. What you do, you don't want the quilt falling off, so it keeps it from pulling. So it's kind of like a backstop if you put a backstop here. Because if your quilt falls off the back, it's going to pull your seams. They just clamp on. It's an excellent, excellent add-on. Award-winning quilter Krista Watson helped us develop that. Got the heavy-duty casters, manuals, machine fit. We talked about why you want a cabinet for those. If anyone's joined us in the last few minutes, this is Arrow sewing furniture. This is the Kangaroo sewing furniture line. This is the Aussie cabinet, available in white and teak, ash white and teak. So this has a wood grain surface. This is the biggest work surface that we're going to talk about today. If you go to Sewing Parts Online, they've got all the cabinets online. Beautiful imagery. When you're done at the end of the day, and you want to be done, you can push that down. It's got a well cover that goes on top. Put your well cover in. Go over here. We unlatch. Fold this over. Now remember, when it's open, it's 8 1/2 feet by 4 feet. It's really big. Put that there. We're going to unhook this. Slide this back over. Get it in the grooves. I'm going to try to do it upside down. See how it goes. Look at it roll right in there. Turn that in and down. The Aussie sewing cabinet. If you've got big projects and you do a lot of big project sewing, this cabinet is for you. Ash white and teak. The cabinet was designed for the ultimate sewing experience. And with that extra space on the left-hand side, it delivers. The next one's really more of a bundle that we're going to talk about. So we talked about a little bit of space. We're going to talk about a smaller space yet in your home. So this is a mid-size sewing cabinet. Not this. This is called the Kiwi. People love the Kiwi. Let me get the Bandicoot. See how nicely these roll with these heavy-duty casters? They make a low rumble on the luxury vinyl floor. There we go. This cabinet, when it's closed, 2 1/2 feet by 1.5 feet. 2 1/2 feet by 1.5 feet. That's great, right? It's awesome. Not a lot of space. This is great also because it has the doors. I didn't mention it with the Aussie. Because they have doors, you can put it in a multi-use room. It could be in a family room, living room, a spare bedroom, if you've got folks that come over and visit. You take that tiny little footprint, open this guy up, ta-da, and then we flip open. There you go. Easy. Again, filler plate on top, so you can do all sorts of extra pressing and cutting. Push the lift, up it comes. Ta-da, I'm ready to sew. But I don't want to sew like this, Ethan. I don't want my wrists getting tired. I want to sew in comfort and sew longer. And to do that, I really need it in flatbed position. Dining room table can't do that. Sewing cabinet can. So this cabinet, it's a little bit smaller. The cabinet itself is small. So I said 2.5 by 1.5 feet closed. Open is 5 feet by 1.5 feet. It does not have a quilt leaf on the back. But if you don't need it, it's fine, right? So 1.5 feet by 5. Nice, nice premier mid-size cabinet with an ultra compact footprint. Comes in this beautiful gray color. Comes in the ash white and teak. So the Kiwi here has 4 drawers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Big drawer on the bottom. The top 2 drawers come with these thread spools. So you can actually remove them, put more thread on your workstation, put them in there, reach in and get them. Soft closed drawers. Has an ironing pad here on top, but also, if we go out here, lift that, I can lift this off, do it without moving it, fold that over. I now have a pressing station. #1 sewing chair in America. I could put this right here. I could sew right here. Sorry to have my back to the camera. Hi, everybody. I can sew right here. I could press and sew. Everything my heart wants. I've got items here in my drawer that I need, and I can just get right to work and have some fun. The Kiwi itself, 17 by 11, about. Folds out, folds up. And this is really like the sewing assistant. It's a jack of all trades. And it's a signature storage cabinet. It's great. Pair it with a kangaroo, pair it with an Aussie, pair it with a wallaby. Any of those can be paired together. What you can do with this is you can press here, and I could actually cut here, right? I could just use it and cut. And oh my, there's my cutting mat that comes with it. Small space cutting mat. I can cut it, I can press it, I can sew it. And when I'm done with this cabinet, I can fold it up. So we've got the machine. Again, 3-position lift. We can put it down into storage if we want. We talked about the opening size of the Bandicoot. So it's 20 3/4 by 11. Doesn't fit quite as big machines, but fits a lot of machines. Oh my. So, I mean, at 20 3/4, it fits lots and lots of machines. Lifetime warranty on the Bandicoot. Comes in 3 colors. This beautiful gray, white, and teak. Look at this thing. Bam. Closed. 2.5 feet. I suppose it gets twice as big, right? 5 feet. So this is the Bandicoot cabinet, which is amazing. Lifetime warranty, part of the Kangaroo sewing furniture line. Heavy duty casters, rolls great. The Kiwi, we're going to put the Kiwi on over here because the hardest decision to make now is what chair do I get with it? The button chair? The So Now, So Wow chair? I have a Black Notions chair. I have a navy chair. We'll get a closer look in a sec. I have Princess Hazel, part of the Royals collection. Princess Hazel. Then there is a beautiful gray color. Someone low was sitting in that one. I've got this guy. If you look closely, it's got skulls. It's really cool. If you're into animals and you like cats, I have a cat chair. Kind of abstract, artsy cats. Great seller. If you like cats, that's a chair for you. We have purple. Now, if you notice the colors of the chairs, and there's one machine manufacturer we're missing. You notice the colors are kind of like the machine manufacturers, so you can get one that matches your machine. It's the best part about it. Ruby red. So we have the Royals collection. We've got a beautiful ruby red. We've got Princess Hazel over here. Purple, gray, navy blue. And the navy blue is kind of like a tweed color to it. The hazel has kind of some greens and blues images to it. Which chair has a prize in it? Okay, here. This chair, 360 swivel, 5-star base. It has great lumbar support. I'll sit in a second, show you. Has storage underneath. In here, somebody ate my Reese's peanut butter cup, but that's okay. It's no harm, no foul. We've got some Hershey's chocolate, and we've got some sewing and quilting booklets, but very nice. When I sit in it, the lumbar support hits you just right. That's what you want. It's height adjustable from 18 to 22 inches, 1-year warranty, heavy duty rolling casters. If you're rolling and you drop something, you're not going to fall over. It's great. The chair's not going to go whoop. What else can I tell you? It's the #1 selling sewing chair in America. 360 swivel casters. The storage has a 300-pound weight capacity. Super easy to put together. Comes in 2 boxes. You just basically put the bottom together, put the casters on, screw the bottom piece together, and then you've got an awesome sewing chair.
Harley does such a wonderful job showing how amazing the Aero furniture is. I just want to have a quick note here to let you know that that was a playback. So there were some things featured in there that we haven't shown on overlays. But once again, if there's something on our website that you've been interested in that we are not featuring during this event, give our customer service a call and we will offer special event pricing on that. We have that Bandicoot bundle with the Kiwi and the chair on our website. So it's all shown there. You would be able to still get that awesome bundle. The other thing that I did notice, it mentioned the Skulls chair. That one is no longer available. So you do have 9 other options for the choice of your Aero hydraulic chair. But I had told you that those cabinets do have a special going on. So with the Wallaby, the Kangaroo and Joey, and the Aussie, you do get a free Slimline 3 daylight clamp light, which is a value of the $245. So the Wallaby sewing cabinet has an awesome price right now, the $15.99, but you can get that special event pricing for the Wallaby. Again, this one is great for space saving. It's awesome if you have a serger, you have a designated place to store that, in addition to having your awesome place for your machine. And then you've got your Kangaroo and Joey, ideal if you like to be nice and organized. All those drawers, those soft close drawers that can lock up, perfect. I love that removable plate in front of your machine that if you do wish to remove it, you're able to use your knee lifter. That opens up possibilities. So you've got the Kangaroo and Joey sewing cabinet that has an MSRP of $2,499, on sale for $1,799, but you can get the special event pricing. Also, I gotta show you the Aussie because that is mine. I love the Aussie. It is so great, you guys. I cannot stress enough how much this is just so convenient because you can truly set it up to what works best for you. In the picture, it is showing that caddy over to the far left, but you can remove it and have it over to the right just a little bit more. And that way, when you're sitting at your machine, you can easily just swivel. But you also have the leaf on the back. I'll tell you, I had a girls' night and we had 3 machines set up on it and we could have put a 4th one on easily. So you could either have people over, all doing a little sewing group, or you could have your cutting mat on the back and your ironing board. Like, it just has so many options. And then you also have those 3-position hydraulic lifts, so you can be doing the free arm sewing. If you maybe need to do sleeves or anything like that, you can expose your free arm on your machine. You could have it down in the flatbed position if you pair it with one of the optional acrylic inserts, and then you have that nice flat sewing surface. I know that is often like geared towards the quilter, but I'll tell you, like, I'm just a beginner quilter, but I do a lot of bag making and I do that all the time. Same with garment sewing. I find that it works really, really well, that I'm not snagging my fabric on anything, and it just makes the experience so enjoyable. And then of course you're able to put it into the machine and store it and then close everything up. So the Aussie, I just have a lot of love for this particular cabinet, so I just needed to share that. There is financing available if that's an option that you want to go with, but remember that with the purchase of an Aussie cabinet, you do get a free Slimline 3 daylight clamp light, and that is, we have a better price than even what's displayed on the screen. So give us a call and we can help you out. We also have the hydraulic chairs. As I had mentioned, the skulls is no longer available, but we have so many options. The Sew Now, Sew Wow is always one that catches everybody's eye. That is on my list for sure. But you give us a call and we can help you place an order for your beautiful Aero furniture. So before we bring up our next guest, we want to do our giveaway, right? So sadly, Orphil was not able to join us, but we're going to give away some amazing thread. So why don't we do that? And then we'll tell you what the next giveaway is going to be. Brian's going to pull up that tool. All right, let's see who the winner is of this awesome thread. These are the color builders if you are interested in peeking at some Orphil thread. And also, Orphil thread is on sale right now, 10% off with the SPO10 coupon code. Karen, congratulations. You are the winner of this case and the 3 packs of thread. Awesome. So the next giveaway at the end of Sam's segment, Janome so graciously donated the 1522 PG mechanical machine. Great machine. This has 22 different stitches on it. It has a 1-step buttonhole. It has an option of a free arm. So you are able to get some really great features with this mechanical machine. And it's an anniversary edition, so it has a fun pop of color too. So I see Brian's making a face at me here. I think he's trying to tell me something.
I have a favor to ask of Sam, actually. And I want you to ask him when he comes on. So when we had Miriam Coffee on, she told us a little story about the name Janome and where it comes from. Will you ask Sam to tell us that story when he comes up?
Awesome. I hope Sam can hear that. Let's get him pulled up and we'll ask him the question. Good morning, Sam.
Good morning, Tricia. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Can you believe it's Friday?
I cannot believe it. This week has flown by. It is crazy. We're so glad to have you back. Did you hear Brian's question?
Something about where the name of Janome come from?
Yeah.
It means the eye of the snake.
So what's the reasoning that they picked Janome for Eye of the Snake?
The eye of the snake is like the eye is like the eye of the sewing thread, how the needle goes through the shuttle and all that.
Mm-hmm. That's so cool. Well, I know you have a couple of amazing machines, and I've said it before, but I'm super excited because one that you're showing is my machine, the Memorycraft 8200, and I know there's lots of cool features. And of course, the straight stitch machine as well. So I am going to let you take it away and show some amazing Janome machines. Okay, Sam?
Okay. First, we're going to start off with the 1600P. This is a straight stitch only industrial style machine. This machine right here, it's a flatbed, the steel body coated, powder coated steel body frame machine. You have 9 inches of space on the throat. It's a high speed. It has 1600 stitches per minute. Industrial pre-tension threading, a built-in needle threader, which you don't usually get with commercial machines, has a built-in needle threader, a memorized needle up and down, a speed control slider bar right here. It comes with a knee lift. Also, it has a separate motor for bobbin winding, so you have an independent bobbin winding motor there is 2 spindles on the spool stand in the back. I have one set up for sewing. The other spool pin right here, you would thread it for bobbin winding. So to wind a bobbin, all I have to do is touch the winding bobbin button right here, and I can be sewing and winding a bobbin at the same time. The machine has a maximum stitch length of 6 millimeter. Also, you have a manual dial on the top to adjust the foot pressure. The foot pressure can go up to, let's see here, 11 pounds of foot pressure. So, and then this is your foot that comes with it. You have your straight stitch foot, which is a industrial foot right here. It also threads the industrial way. So instead of threading from the front, it actually threads from the side. You open it out, pull the bobbin case out from the side, close the lid, put the plate back on, and you are ready to go. This machine also has an extra high lift that you can get up a little bit. The machine also comes with this little guide right here. This is what we call the cloth guide. The cloth guide actually has a screw mount right here, where if I tighten this down, this becomes my cloth guide, so I can adjust it. So when I'm doing my high-speed straight stitch sewing, my fabric can go right up against it, and I don't have to worry about how straight or sideways or anything. Let's just move this a little bit closer, like so. And I'll show you this machine at the slow speed and at a full speed so you guys can see how wonderful this machine is. And we'll lower it. Okay. Now, this does come with a large foot controller right here. You have a scissors function right here to cut the thread at the end. This is my reverse lever. I push down on it to sew in reverse. I have my stitch length, as the dial is right here in the front. So it's a very easy machine to use. I have my speed right now at a medium speed. So I'm going to step on the foot control, and it's slowing at medium speed. And let me move it up faster. This is the max speed, as you can see. Okay, I'm going to cut it. As you can see, it's hard to control the fabric with one hand and try to push the foot control. I'm using my hands instead of that. And again, let me show it to you again how fast this machine sews. And I have it all the way up at the highest speed. And I guess I better put the foot down. That's 1,600 stitches per minute. And there's my stitches. Aren't they nice? That's front and back. And what else I want to show you is this. I can adjust my stitch length to different lengths. What I have it on right now is 3 millimeter. And if you're making bags or anything like that, you probably want to put it at a longer stitch length. So I folded the denim in half. And I'm going to set my stitch length. There's a dial right here. And if I turn it, there's my 5, and that's my 6 millimeter stitch length. So I'm going to do a 6 millimeter stitch length so you can see. There is number 3 right here. That's number 6. And that's about what you would want if you're making like those leather handbags and things like that. Anything heavy, you probably want a longer stitch length. Now on the top right here, this is my needle up, needle down, my bobbin winding right here, and I have a upper tension manual beef height disc right here that goes from 1 to 8. So I can adjust my tension if I need to. More so, this is my pressure foot pressure. I can go anywhere from light, but by turning the dial, to a heavier foot pressure if I was sewing something thinner. Okay. Now, let me show you this. This is actually duck canvas. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers of duck canvas. And we'll add this one right here, we just got through sewing. It's folded in half. So that's 7 layers of duck canvas. And I'm going to put it underneath my foot. And this is probably as thick as I can get underneath the foot. As you can see, I can't get any thicker in here. See, my foot is up. I can't get any more fabric. If I have any higher than that, the machine will think that my foot is not up. I've lowered the pressure foot, and we'll start sewing just like that. Look how easy to stitch through all that fabric. Right here, this stitch I just got through sewing. All the layers, look at that. Nice, thick fabric. And this is a good 1/4 inch thick. The other thing I want to show you is if I'm sewing on something heavy like this, I can go from that onto something a lighter weight fabric. For example, 2 layers of quilting cotton to a piece of sheer, all without adjusting my attention. I can also go and sew through, this is webbing. This is your nylon webbing, polyester webbing. Let's go raise this just a little bit. And I just want you to see this. I've sewn through heavy fabric to a lightweight cotton to a sheer to a webbing, all without having to adjust my tension. That's what you're looking at is the front. Here's the back. It didn't skip a beat. And so this is a nice, heavy industrial machine for those of you who likes to do bag making, or if you're a quilter and all you need is a straight stitch a piece with. This is a great machine to have. Just think how much faster your quilting will be. Now this machine does come with one other foot, or if you're a garment sewer too, we don't want to forget garment sewers. All you really need is a straight stitch, anyways. It comes with a rolled hem foot, for you can do rolled hem. Not only that, there is other optional accessories you can get for this machine. You can get a free motion quilting foot. It does come with a plate that goes on here because of this being an industrial machine. The feed dogs does not drop, so you don't ever have to worry about your feed dogs or anything like that. Okay, so you can get a free motion quilting foot. There's also a ruler work foot for those of you who wants to do ruler work. There's a ruler work foot available for it. It also comes with a couple of metal bobbins. And yes, this machine does use metal bobbins. This is one of the few machines in the Janome line that actually uses a metal bobbin versus a plastic bobbins that we use for the other machines. Right here, you see there's an opening in the front. This little hole is for the adjustable knee lift that would go into right here, and you can raise and lower the pressure foot from using the knee lift. So that's just a little bit about this machine. So coming over here, let's look at our next machine. This one, it's our 8200 QCP. Okay, this is the 8200 QCP, has 11-inch throat space. It is a 9 millimeter width. So that means we have nice Y stitches. On the straight stitch mode, like what it's on right now, we have 91 needle position. So right here on the top on the screen, it shows 0, meaning the little 0 is basically my oval throat plate. This is where my needle's coming down. Next to that, on my straight stitch, where I see this little zigzag, this is my stitch width. But on a straight stitch, that would be my needle position. So 4.5 is my center needle position. This was the dashed line is my stitch length. So my stitch length default is 2.4. So if I need to move my needle over, I simply can touch the plus. And you see right here on the top, the screen is changing. And also you can see the needle moving one increment at a time. See that? It's moving one little increment at a time. You also hear the beep. Now it's showing 9.0. That means I'm all the way over to the right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have her hold it right in front of the needle, and I'm going to move it the other direction so you guys can see it. You see that moving? You hear that little beeping sound? That sound is the needle moving one increment at a time going over to the left. Like I said, this is 91 needle position. Isn't that great? Now, now that I have moved my needle over, let's say I need to go back to the center needle position. In the front of my screen right here, in the touchpad, I simply touch this button right here. It automatically moves the needle back to the center needle position. And also right here, I'm back to 4.5. So it makes it quick and easy. This machine has 170 built-in stitches and three letters, four different fonts available. Also, it has 11 buttonhole stitches up here. As you can see, these are all my decorative stitches up here under mode 1. Mode 2, mode 3 is my letterings and number function. Mode 4 is my alphabet, and these are pretty much like Russian alphabet, so you do have 2 of those, and you have some block letters on mode 6. And why I'm telling you the mode is because the mode on the machine right here, it's very easy to use. If I touch mode, right now I'm on mode 1. Mode 1 is basically all these stitches up here you're seeing on the screen. So if I want to move, let's say I want to do some quilting, I was going to do some applique, and I want stitch number 38. Okay, 38, it's a blanket stitch. Most of us knows this because when we're doing applique work, we use this blanket stitch. The M next to it means the needle's coming down in the center needle position or the middle position. So if I want stitch number 38, I come down here to my screen and I touch 3, 8. And it already, right here, it shows me a picture of my blanket stitch. The default width is 2.5. My stitch length is 1.0. So let me show you what the blanket stitch looks like. So I'll put this piece of fabric in here. I'm going to lower my foot. And with this machine having a start-stop button, I don't have to use my foot control. It does come with one, but it's so much easier with the start-stop button. I have my speed down right here. I actually slowed it down, and I hit start. And you can see my machine is making a blanket stitch. I can move it up faster. Okay, when I get to the end, I just stop. And I can hit the scissor key and cut my thread for it and pull it out. And that's my blanket stitch right here. And there's the front, there's the back. Okay, so that's a blanket stitch. It's just real small blanket stitch. Now the blanket stitch, I can also adjust the bite by touching the plus sign. So I can get it much bigger than that. So let's say I'm going to, I don't think most people would go more than 5.0 for a bite. And I probably want to lengthen this a little bit. So let's go to 2.0 stitch length. And let me stitch this out. You can see what the difference is in the applique. Whoop. Now watch. And stop. Cut it. Raise it up. And there's my 5.0 bite. So this is 2.0 and this is a 5.0 bite for my blanket stitch. Okay. Now, this machine also comes with a straight stitch needle plate right here. I have a single hole in the center, in the left, and also in the right. So I can use whichever positioning I want. It also have what we call an easy set bobbin plate. So what happens on an easy set bobbin plate is this. If you look, my bobbin is a drop-in bobbin. I simply take my bobbin, and when I load it, I load it like the letter P. The thread comes off like the letter P. I drop in, and we call this an easy set because all I do is pull my bobbin thread underneath the thread guy here, hold the bobbin, bring it up to 1, then over to 2, put my finger on the bobbin to keep it from spinning, and I can just cut my thread, and my machine is threaded. What's so nice about this is I don't have to worry about the thread getting caught on my bobbin cover, and it won't come up. Now, the other thing I want to point out to you, if you look at this plate right here, there is no screws on here. And that's because this machine, if I pull out my extension table for the machine, right here in the front of the free arm, I have a lever. I simply press down on the lever, and I am able to put this table down, able to raise the foot up to the highest position and lift my plate out, take my other plate and put it in here, just like that. It's just that simple. And I'm ready to sew. Okay? So now as you can see, the foot is on the extra high lift. And the extra high lift also stays up, so it makes it easy for changing the plate out. Okay? So I can drop it down once for the normal height right here and bring it all the way down for regular sewing. So I have 3 levels of adjustment on this foot. So I'm going to put the regular plate back in. Again, here it is. Take it out. Put this other plate back in so that I don't forget. And I'm done. Now, you have a free arm right here on this machine. For those of you who do need your free arm for sewing, not only your tray right here acts as an optional storage unit. In the back, you can store accessories. In the front, there's a little tray right here for your feet and things. I got my screwdriver in here. Also, on the bottom portion, there's more storage right here for anything that you can fit on top of the machine or on the little tray. So there's actually 3 different compartments. In here, this machine has what we call an AccuFeed system, which is a dual feed. As you can see, these are little fingers. I'll put it on the machine in a minute to show you. It helps feed your fabric from the top and bottom at the same time. Now, this other extra plate, for me to store it, I can simply put it right here on the bottom of the tray. I'll put on the extension table tray. Also, you can see I have bobbins right here, slots for my bobbin. So if I need to take this to class or something, all my accessories that comes with this machine is all on here. So I'm gonna close this back up, slide this back on, so I have a flat grip. I'm working on tight quarters here. So, got my plate back on. Like I was saying, I'm going to put this on just to show you guys our dual feed foot. Now, this machine does come with a needle threader. That is my needle threader right here. It's called one-handed needle threader. And how that works is I thread my machine all the way to the top, bring the thread down to the bottom, pull my needle threader down. It stays down, pull my thread from the left over to the right. There's a little hook right in front of it to hold my thread. I can let go and pull it, and there's my loop right here to pull my thread through. It's just that simple. Okay. There's a thread cutter on the side to cut off the excess thread. So let me change this foot out. I've got the standard foot. This is our standard foot that comes with the machine. Okay, I took the ankle off, and I'm going to attach my dual feed foot. And I've got it attached. And it's on. Okay. Now, once I have this foot attached, this is my regular foot. This is like your standard foot right here that you would sew with, but this has dual feed. And what we mean by dual feed is this. The foot right here itself actually comes off the ankle. You see these 2 fingers right here? These 2 fingers right here? If you notice, when I lower my foot, they ride directly on top of my feed dogs right here. So that's why we call it dual feed, because you have your feed dogs in the bottom pulling your fabric. You also have the 2 fingers on the 2 sides, and in the back right here, you have 3 little feed dogs that rise against the 3 feed dogs in the back to pull your fabric through. Okay, so I'm going to put my foot back on, and your foot, this is your standard foot. You can get a 1/4 inch, a single hole, an open toe, and a stitch in a ditch foot. The stitch in the ditch is probably your most popular foot, because if you're doing stitch in the ditch, more than likely you're going through several layers of fabric, and you will want to use the feed dogs to help to pull the fabric through. Now I'm going to put this on here and simply push forward, and the foot interchange by snapping on like so. Now, to help pull it through, I'm going to put it on this way. I'm on a regular straight stitch. I'll lower the foot. Start. At the end, cut my thread. And there I have my straight stitch on this foot. Isn't that nice? This is a dual, what we call a dual feed. We call this a dual feed instead of a walking foot. That's because on the back of the machine, on the back of the foot, it actually hooks up to the main shaft of the machine instead of working off the needle bar like your walking foot. So it is motor driven versus the most regular walking foot, which works off your needle bar. Okay. The other thing I want to point out what's wonderful about this machine is the side opens up. And what I love about this, the side being able to open up, is I can see into the machine, because sometimes when I have a thread break, I can't access over here. And lots of times the thread breaks is somewhere in here that gets jammed up. By being able to open it up, I can see into my machine and get my thread untangled. Don't we just love that? Another thing I have on top here, I have a dial. This dial is my foot pressure adjustment dial. And I know it's hard to see on camera, but on the dial, there are numbers on here. Like right now, you see a square next to it, and that's the default setting, which is number 5. And it goes up to number 6. So your default, so you can lighten the foot pressure by putting on a lower number or make the pressure heavier, depends on what you're sewing. Also, my thread tension, it's an auto tension right here. I have a dial on the top for auto tension. If I need to move, let's say I'm doing something like a 12 weight thread, which at that time I will need to adjust my tension. So what I simply do is take it off auto right here, 0, 2, 7, 8, 9. 9 is my tightest. 0 is my loosest, or no tension at all. So I can play with my tension if I need to. But most of the time when I'm using standard sewing thread for sewing or quilting, I never have to adjust this dial. While we're on the top, if you look, I have a thread threaded in here. The spool pin tilts up for me for easy inserting and removing the thread spool. I have a holder right here for the stylist. Also on top right here, there are diagrams showing you how to thread this machine. So this is a very easy threading machine. This right here, your thread comes through here and has a solid line comes to the front with an arrow going straight down. So I will bring my thread straight down to the right channel, bring it back up. You have a number 3 right here in the front. To bring it up, pull it back behind the take-up lever. I'm going to open it up so you can see what I'm talking about. The take-up lever right here. And then go straight back down behind this bar, in front of this smaller bar that's right here in the back, and then to my needle. Okay? So it's very easy threading. Everything is encoded. Even here, it talks about 5, meaning it goes through this bar right here. So this machine is, the diagram, everything's all laid out for you. Also on the top, you notice there's a bobbin right here. So my thread, if I was threading my bobbin, it would go through here, come over here, come in front of this silver bar. And if you see, there's a broken line right here. right here shows the broken line. There's broken line this way with the arrow going to the right. So when I would thread the bobbin, I'll show you right now. We're going to use two hands. Always use two hands. When you're threading your machine, we're going to pull the thread down in front, go over behind the silver bar, pull it to the back, all the way over. And then you would put a bobbin in here and wind it around and cut your thread tail. So that's how you would thread the machine for bobbin winding. If you look on top, the machine also right here have storage compartment for some of your feet. And you can, and these feet is like some of the stuff depends on what you do. You might use this quite a bit. This is your overcast foot right here. If you don't have a serger and you want to finish those raw edges up, you would use your overcast foot is right here. You have a zipper foot, which is stored here. You have your decorative stitch foot right here. You get two of them, a closed toe and an open toe one. And you also have a blind Tim foot, all stored up here. Okay, there's a slot for the ankle, and then there's also a slot for your free motion quilting foot. Here's your echo quilting foot, your open toe, and the closed toe is right here on my holder. This free motion quilting foot doesn't hop up and down. It is stationary. And how you would adjust it is this little thumb screw right here on the side. You would turn it to have the feet go up or down once you lower the pressure foot so you can adjust the foot height. This doesn't hop up and down like your traditional foot. So I want to show you all the feet that comes with this machine. Let's look at them. On this board right here, you'll see everything that comes with your machine. You have a rolled hem foot, your zipper foot, your satin stitch foot. This is your open toe satin stitch foot. I know a lot of you who do applique like to use this foot because people say they can see where they're going. So there's your F2 foot where your open toe foot is. There's your blind hem foot. This is a blind hem foot and not a stitch and a ditch foot because you see how it has a little bar that goes around the eye of the needle. That's how you can tell this is a blind hem foot and not a stitch and a ditch foot. Because some people think this is a stitch and a ditch foot. It's not. This is your blind hem foot. This is your overcast foot. It has two little wires on it. So that way when it does the overcasting, it mimics a serger. It keeps your raw edge from getting pulled down into the throat plate. Okay. This is your 1/4 inch foot with the flange. And you notice on our 1/4 inch foot, we have 1/4 inch marking on the left of the foot right here. The 1/4 inch marking, this back one right here, is my needle drop. And then there's one right in front. So this is a 1/4 inch for my needle drop. So if I need to start a 1/4 inch from the needle, if I need to start a 1/4 inch from the back, I can easily look at my marking and see where it is or stop a 1/4 inch from the stopping point and do my corners if I need to. So they have that all marked on the foot itself. Also on this back, I know it's hard to see right here on camera. I know it's not picking up on the camera, but there is a marking a 1/4 inch behind the center needle position too, where the needle is on the side. There is a marking there. Okay. Going over next, this is the holder for the free motion quilting foot I showed you earlier. You have your 3 feet that comes with it, your open toe, closed toe, and your echo quilting. And as you can see, there's only one way you can put it on the holder, so you can't put it on backwards. Okay, you have a foot for sewing on buttons. You have a quilting bar guide, a stylist, what we call now a mending foot, and some people refer to this as a hopping foot. This is like the old-fashioned spring-loaded free motion quilting foot. If you had done free motion in the past, this is probably the foot you use because back then that's all that was available to you. You didn't have the option to use a non-hopping foot. Depends on what you like it. Some people like this foot. Some people say that this foot is in the way. It distracts them while they're doing free motion because this foot is hopping. This is your buttonhole foot. This machine has automatic buttonhole maker. This buttonhole maker also comes with a stabilizer plate. The stabilizer plate, you would sandwich your thin or thick fabric between the plate. The fabric will go into the middle right here like so. So that way when you're stitching, there's no slippage to it. Okay, there's your dual feed foot, your single hole plate. It comes with screwdrivers, some spool caps, an extra spool cap, and also there's your auxiliary spool pin for if you need to do twin needle work. And it comes with a package of needles. Now, like I said, this machine has 170 built-in stitches, and I want you to show you these stitches. These stitches are from the machine. Okay, if you look on the, I'll bring it this way from here. These stitches are stitched directly from the machine. I just want to show you how beautiful they are. I didn't stitch all of them. I started like up here, number 47, which is this stitch right here. If you look at number 47 right there, look at the stitch on the sample. It makes a world of difference. When you look at this on the stitch chart, it doesn't look all that great, but look how beautiful these stitches are. The Y stitches that you're looking at is 9 millimeter. All these are 9 millimeter width. This is the serpentine stitch. You have some stars. You have some Greek keys, okay, like up here. And you also have, let me show this other board. You can do, I can combine decorative stitches with letters. Okay, I'm showing you combination. And then these are my letters right here. There's my uppercase, small letterings right here, uppercase small, lowercase and small. It just stitched it all the way across. This is my large letter. So you have large and small fonts available on the machine. This is my large uppercase font. This is my small uppercase font. And the rest of these, as you can see, are some more to decorative stitches. They're very fun to stitch out. You can see there's cars, there's leaves, there's hearts. There's some of everything. And these are my 9 millimeter stitches. And also look at the buttonholes. I have some stretch buttonholes right here. Here's my stretch buttonholes. These are my standard buttonholes. There's some decorative buttonholes right here. This is, I know this is kind of hard to see, but this is a rounded edge on one side on the buttonholes. I stitched 2 of the same ones. Okay? So I just want you to see how nice everything stitches out on this machine. And there they are up here. Those are my buttonhole stitches right here. And you have several of them out here. Those are the 2 I stitched out up here. There's your stretch buttonhole stitch right here. And there's some decorative buttonhole right here. They even have one for making bound buttonholes or a welt buttonhole right here. Okay? And then you have a thing for sewing on buttons. And here's the fonts that I was talking about. These are my font. You can get uppercase and lowercase. There's right here. And then there's numbers back here if you need numbers. There are numbers right there. So let me show you how to get to the letters and how easy it is to get to the different mode. So let's say I need to get to my serpentine stitch, which is right here. It's in mode 2, stitch 1. So I go to my machine right here. I put mode. Right now we're on mode 1. I hit mode. We're in mode 2. So it automatically defaults to the first stitch. So this is my serpentine stitch right here. The machine default width is 5.0, but if I want to, I can make it bigger by just holding down and making it to 9.0, and I can make my serpentine stitch longer by hitting the plus up to 5.0. And that's how I stitch my serpentine stitch out. And this is a sample of it right here. That's the serpentine stitch right here. Okay? As you can see, that's 5.0 stitch length and 9.0 stitch width. if I wanted to see any of these other stitches, for example, this leaf, which is number 82. So all I have to do is come in here. I'm already on mode 2, put 82, and there's my leaf. It's kind of hard to tell. It's already telling me that it's already a 9.0 stitch width, and it's giving me a 3.0 stitch length. Okay. On these stitches, all the stitches up here can be mirror image left to right. And on my machine, I have what looks like a hamburger here on the side. This is my mirror imaging key. When I touch this, I know we can't see it on the screen, but it tells me that this leaf has been mirror imaged. Okay. So what I can do also is, let me see if I can, let's try 86. Maybe that would be a better one to show you guys. Right, 86. There's my car, and I just mirror imaged it. And there's my icon up here. The machine also tells me what foot to use for this particular stitch, because I am doing a decorative stitch, and you will need your decorative stitch foot here, the satin stitch foot. And the reason being is because on this foot, on the center, is hollowed out to allow your decorative stitch to travel through. Because if I just used a standard foot, like my A foot here, you can see this is flat and there's no space for my stitches to travel through. So if I'm doing something with heavy satin stitches or something like that, it would just jam up right here. It wouldn't look nice. So it tells you to use the F foot to allow my stitches to travel through. Okay, so that's the idea of the, and the machine's not going to give you a stitch that you're not going to use. Other than that, to get to your letterings, okay, it's in mode 3. So in mode 3 letterings, I simply touch mode, and I'm in number 3. So again, default's 1 it's number 1. There's the beginning of my numbers. So let's say I want to spell my name. Okay, so my name is Sam. To start off with this S. So I want the uppercase S is number 29. So what I would do is come here and hit 29 and be S and S, and then I put M for memory. And then it's now I'm programming the machine for my name. As you can see, here's my uppercase S. I have a flashing bar here. I don't want that. My flashing bar here showing me my second letter would be. So I want it lowercase a. In this case, it's number 37. So I hit 37. And that's a lowercase a put into memory. And I put my third letter, which is M. And if I look on here, it's number 49. And put it in memory. And I just spelled my name. So if I want to put something after that, I'm over here. After the letters, if you notice, I got some symbols, some question marks, and things like that right here. After that, I have 3 funny looking squares. These are my spaces. So if I want to put something between a space between my last letter and something else or another word, I can choose from 3 different space sizes. So I'm going to choose 99 and put 99 and put memory. And what happens when you stitch out, it just be a run stitch. And there's another cursor right here. So I can come in here and see what I want to do next. So I can continue on and I can spell Janome, whatever, and I just keep on doing like that. Now, since I already spelled that out, I can show you what it looks like. I have to thread the machine and change the foot out. We have the wrong foot on here. So bear with me. It's just going to take but just a second to thread this machine. It's fast and easy. And you see me use the needle threader. Again. And again, my needle is threaded. I have a side cutter on the side. And I need to change my foot back to the regular foot because you don't want to use a walking foot, a dual feed foot for your decorative stitches because it could obscure your design. So
Sam,
that easy. Yes.
If you have time, could you also show the magic of that little black button on that foot you're putting on that machine?
Sure.
I love the little black button.
A lot of people don't know about this black button. What this little button she's talking about is this one right here. What this does is right now, our foot is flopping up and down. When I push this button in, like so, the foot is stationary. So what happens is this. If I'm sewing a seam, like so, okay, I want the foot to ride up over the seam. This was a very thick seam, like this. So drop this, and what you would do is push the foot in to steady it. Okay, I forgot I had my letters up there, so I was trying to stitch the letter. Let me cut this and put it back to 0. I'll take it back to mode. Well, so right here, I'm back to the straight stitch. It's that simple. And again, I'm going to push the foot in, lower the pressure foot. And so what happens is when it's sewing, it jumps over the hump of the seam easily. And what it does is once it jumps over the foot, you see now how the little black button is now back out. What that does is it steadies the foot so you can go over your hump easily when you're doing a seam. Okay. A lot of people don't know about this button. It's on all our machines. Some machines is red, some of them is black, but they all do the same thing. It steadies your foot. See how it's now stationary? Now it will flop up and down. Okay, so yes, this foot does flop up and down like this. We've had customer relations that people call say, something's wrong with my foot. When I put it in, it's flapping up and down. It's supposed to be like that. Okay, you notice there's no buttons on this foot. This foot is made to be stationary. Okay, talking about this foot right here. You see this lever in the back? This is what hooks up to the shaft of the machine in the back. So as you're sewing, the fingers right here, I show you in the back. Take this off. The fingers in the back, as I was showing you right here, now you can see how the grooves match up against the feed dogs to help pull the fabric through. And because this is actually hooked up to the shaft of the machine, it is motor driven. Okay, so that's why we call it an AccuFeed, or some people call it a dual feed foot, is because it's actually accurately feeding your fabric through. And it's wonderful for quilting. Also, if you're doing garment sewing or anything that has to do with plaids or anything you need to match a stripe to, you put this on. As long as you match it up, you can just sew without having to put a pin in every single one of those stripes for them to match up. Because you have fabric being pulled from the top and the bottom, it works that way. Okay. The other thing I want to show you, yes.
I'm so sorry to keep interrupting you, but would you mind showing how easy it is to pop that sole off and how to place it back on? I know we've had those questions before.
Okay.
On that dual feed foot.
Yeah. Oh, the foot? Yeah. The foot itself right here. Okay. You can do it two ways. While it's on the machine, you just pull it forward, it comes out. Or if you're holding the foot, if you look at the foot itself, okay, in front, you have a guide right here. See this little guide right here? And there's a little notch right here. On the foot itself, you notice there is two little pegs right here. Okay? These two pegs, sorry, when you put it in, The foot goes into here like so. And you see how this, I know it's hard to see on the screen, but can they see it? See how this, the pegs kind of go into that little white part, and you just push it forward and it snaps into position. I try to have it so you guys can see it. See right here is where it slides into.
That looks
Maybe.
great. Thank you. I appreciate you showing that.
Sure, no problem. And if you're using the quilting bar guy, it goes into right here on this one or onto the ankle. Another thing is the first time you use that quilting bar guy, put this on your machine before you try to push the quilting bar guy in, because it is very difficult to get in. Because the first time I used it, I thought it's not fitting. It's not fitting. And I thought I was going to break it. But no, it has to be tight, because if it's loose, then after you use it a couple of times, it'll come off. So just be aware that the quilting bar guy does fit into this hole, and it is very tight. Okay. Now, what I want to show you, I know time's almost up, is this canvas. Okay. I know it's hard to see from the camera to tell how thick this canvas is, but I have what with me here. This is one of those 14-in-1 seam gauge. All these layers of canvas is about 1/4 inch thick. So if I take this and put it this way, you guys can see this fabric is about 1/4 inch thick. And this is duck canvas, which is like a real heavy duty canvas, your canvas bag made out of. There's 4 layers of it here. I'm using a standard foot. I'm on a straight stitch. Okay, I'm gonna lower my foot, slow this down a little bit, and I'm gonna start sewing. See how easily the machine sews through all the layers of fabric? Not only that, I'm going from there to a piece of sheer. From that, this is just 2 pieces of normal cotton fabric, to 2 pieces of quilting cotton, back to another piece of sheer. And I'm coming to the end. I'm going to hit stop and cut the thread. And I want you to see, you saw me doing this live. I didn't stop the thread. I have no issues with it. I have no puckering. Look at this. This on one piece of sheer organza. I'm using an oval hole plate, the standard plate. I'm not even using my single hole plate. It didn't pull down into the plate like, you know, everybody, when we do shows and stuff, everybody wants a single hole plate because they have problems sewing sheer fabric. I have sewing sheer right here, no issue. This is your regular denim, 2 layers of this into a piece of cotton, back to another piece of sheer. And if you look on the back, my tensions are perfect. I did not have to adjust any tensions or anything on this machine. And I even sewed on the air. And the machine didn't get caught up, jammed up, or anything like that. You know, that's one thing I love about our Janome machines. However thick of a fabric you can get underneath this foot, you're able to sew through it. I think I could probably add one more thing to here to show you guys. This is a piece of webbing, whoops, that we used earlier. I'm just going to add this webbing right in front of it. Okay, all right, start. I am able to sew through that webbing, no problems at all. See that? Now, for those of you who make bags and stuff, I hear this all the time. My machine can't go through, you know, all these layers and stuff like that. I don't know what you're doing because you can see me doing it right here live, and I have no issues. When you're doing bag, yes, they can go up to 1/4 inch thick. And like I said, this seam gauge right here, don't lie, you know, this, you can purchase this anywhere. If I put this on here, that's what you guys see. This is like up to 1/4 inch with the, see right there was the 1/4 inch guy right there. This is how thick it is. I mean, although you have extra high lift, but the machine won't sew with this all the way up like this. But if you have it up too high, then the machine won't sew because it's going to think your pressure foot is up and it's not down. So it won't let you sew. So any questions about this machine that I need to address, Tricia?
There are a couple of questions here. On the first machine, on the 1600,
Yes,
they're asking, is it an industrial or a semi-industrial?
it's semi-industrial. They call it semi-industrial because for true industrial, it has to sew faster than 1600 stitches a minute.
Okay. Now on the MemoryCraft 8200, as I said, I love that machine because that one's mine. You showed me so many great features that I wasn't even aware of on my own machine. But when you were doing the demonstration from the different fabrics, how is it that you were able to continue to sew without any fabric underneath the foot and it not cause any issues?
I would just, I mean, as you can see, I didn't do anything. I just left it alone.
I guess I'm really paranoid about sewing on no fabric. So I was like, oh no, is it going to do something?
As long as you have a piece of fabric that you're attaching to something to hold that top thread to keep it from pulling down. If you were starting in the very beginning with nothing, then yes, you're going to, the thread's going to get pulled to the bottom, or you're going to get a message saying thread is broken or something like that. As long as you have some kind of tension on your thread, as long as when you first start that your needle hit a piece of fabric, you're fine. Just don't try to sew like this without anything in front of it, like this, for long periods.
Yep.
This one, it did fine, but this one, as you can see, it did fine. Like some of our machines, some of your like entry level and some of those, you might have some issue with it because this is a higher end machine. It's you don't usually have a problem with it.
That's amazing. Well, it was a wonderful demonstration. We really, really appreciate you, Sam. So do you want to stick around while we go ahead and pick the winner of that 1522?
I'd love to.
All right, let's do it. All right, Brian. Brian's got the drum roll going for me. Let's see here. All right, Margaret. Congratulations. Awesome.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much again for joining us. We appreciate you coming on a couple times to talk about the wonderful Janome machines. And I'll go over some pricing, and we will see you next time for our SewCreative Live.
Okay.
See ya.
Thank you, Sam. See you.
Thank you. Awesome. We love those demonstrations. So cool. So before we get started on the next demonstration, I do want to mention what the next giveaway is going to be. It is going to be a $50 Sewing Parts Online gift card. So just keep an eye out for that surprise summer word to pop up on the top of the screen. Let's go over some quick pricing on those Janome machines. We've got the 1600P QC. That is a straight stitch sewing and quilting machine. It has an MSRP of $1,599, and it is on sale for $1,349. But you've heard me say it before, you guys. You can call us in, get some special event pricing, and we can get you an even better price than what's displayed. Then we've got the Janome MemoryCraft 8200 QCP. That is a computerized sewing machine. Has an MSRP of $3,499, but has a great sale price of $2,199. And you have affordable financing available if that is an option that you wish to choose. But give us a call and we can help you out with that as well. We are very excited about our next guest. We have met Linda in person. She is an amazing lady and she has so much wonderful information. Brian and I both are got the opportunity, I should say, to visit Baby Lock in Missouri and learn from Linda. So we just want to invite her up and see what she has to offer today. Hello, Linda.
Hey, Tricia.
How are you doing today?
I'm fabulous, and don't oversell it. You did have a good time, though, right?
No. We appreciate you so much. But I know Brian wanted to share a little story. So he said he had to pop on and talk to you for a moment.
I do. Okay, so Linda, at the end of our training, I had an issue with my koala table. I accidentally popped the quilt leaf off and I was panicking. And I was like, can I get somebody to come help me put this back together? And you ran over, you came to help me. And you were like, you got it? You just have to push it into this thing. And I was like, yeah, I got it. I think this lady is so cool. I got this. I don't need to worry about it. I'm going to pop this right in. And I couldn't figure it out. And I was sitting there like panicking. And I was like, oh my gosh, Linda Pacini from Baby Lock is judging me right now because I can't figure this koala cabinet out. And I thought about it for like 4 days afterward.
He did. And the best part is we knew it was so incredibly easy to do, but because he was so nervous to be around you, he's like, I totally freaked out.
I nerded out. I'm sorry.
This is a no judgment zone.
Yeah.
Good.
So anyway, we're happy to have you on, Linda. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and tell everybody a little bit about what you're going to be showing us, that would be amazing.
I'd be happy to. So thank you, first of all. This is the second time I've been able to have an opportunity to talk to all of your customers about our fabulous koala studios. And what I really like about showing off koalas is that it really is going to make your life so much better with sewing. So I'm the Director of Training and Education for the Baby Lock brand, and my role is to help customers get the most out of their machines and also help our retailers know and understand our product and help teach them how to put their koala studio backflaps back on. So in addition to other things as well.
There we go. I'm sorry. It sounds like we have just a little bit of an audio issue. Brian, do you want me to?
Do you want to have him pop off and pop back on?
Yeah, let's just go ahead. Linda, do you mind if you just pop off and pop right back in? It usually fixes any issues with audio.
Yeah, for sure. We'll do that. We'll be right back.
Perfect. We'll see you in a bit. Awesome. So we're going to wait for them to pop back on. But in the meantime, I'm just going to go back over some claiming your prize information. So anybody that has won a prize so far, number one, congratulations. Number two, in order to claim that prize, just go to our link tree, which is linktree/sewing parts online. There will be a little giveaway button. It'll say claim your prize, and you can click on that, fill out the form, and then we will get you taken care of. It's going to take about 2 weeks or so to get all of the giveaways shipped, but you do have 7 days to claim, but we do recommend filling out that form right away and claiming your prize as soon as possible, just because the sooner you have it claimed, sooner we can get that shipped out for you. Another thing that I wanted to mention is, if you would be so inclined, if you could like or share or just continue to comment, it really helps the engagement on these lives. So we really appreciate you doing that. And yeah, we just would love it if you could just share this with all of your sewing friends. So we're going to go ahead and see if we are ready to pull Linda back up. I'm waiting for a thumbs up. And as soon as that is the case,
go ahead and
we
check.
will try.
I'm going to bring them up and we're going to check. Okay?
All right, let's give it a try and see if we have some audio.
Test.
Yeah.
Do we have some audio?
Can you guys
All right, I think
hear me okay?
it's still cutting a little bit. We can go ahead and give it a try, but I'll pop back on if necessary, okay?
Okay. All right. So, okay, so we're going to just try this for a second, and hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Are we muted over here? Test.
All right, we're just going to give them a couple more minutes to get that figured out. We all know how it goes, right, with our audio and video. So we'll take care of that in just a second. But I do want to mention that we are going to have some amazing sales on the cabinets that they're going to be showing us today. Linda does an awesome job showing how cool the koala is. When Brian and I were in Missouri, we got the opportunity to sew on the, I believe it's the artistry one, but I'm going to have to double check when she's on. But it is so nice. And you can pair it with an acrylic table as well and have that nice flat sewing surface. So it's really comfortable to sew at. Also, it has a leaf on the end too, so you're able to get some more space. But we don't want to forget to say that today we are going to be offering a really, really cool special where with the purchase of one of these sets that she shows us, we're going to give you the opportunity of getting a free caddy. So there's different ones that you can choose from. There's different color options, so it suits with your room. And there's just really, really awesome options. So we are also going to show some of the So Comfort Koala chairs, which are really pretty. You've got 4 different options available. You've got a sapphire, a jade, a wine, and a mocha. The other thing that I really love about these chairs, if you look down below the bottom part of it, you can actually choose the color. So there's a white, and then there's different colors for a wood grain too. So it allows you the opportunity to customize your chair. Looks like we were waiting just a little bit longer, but also I just want to go back and talk about Aurifil thread. So we had mentioned before that the Aurifil thread is currently on sale, but I just want to pop up some examples of the beautiful Aurifil thread. Front and center, you do have our wonderful thread kit that we designed with Aurifil. That is the SewCreative Live, one with the Sewing Parts Online colors. So you got the black, the red, and the white, and you have 40 weight and 50 weight in that little thread kit, and that is available on our website. Also, you've got those color builders that were in the one giveaway. Look at the big sets. You've got the best selection and the full selection, and doesn't matter if you're doing one spool of Aurifil thread or one of the large kits, you have the opportunity to get that extra 10% off. Okay, and so it looks like we're going to test some other stuff. So we're going to do another video. If you guys were tuning in yesterday, you got a little taste of a brand new item that we had shown you, right? Do you know what I'm talking about? So it is the Grace Little Rebel. So let's go ahead and show you a little bit of information about that.
Stall for a second, please.
He's saying, I'm getting the video. 1 second. No, so we're going to be talking about the Little Rebel, which is a brand new sewing and quilting machine from the Grace Company. And there's so much awesome stuff to talk about. But we're going to show you a little video because later in the day, Grace is going to be joining us and they're going to have the machine on hand so they can answer all of your questions that we had yesterday. And we're going to see what that machine is all about. So looks like am I getting a thumbs up now, Brian? Okay.
Ready to go.
We're going to give it a go.
I'm Justice Daniels, the Director of Marketing here at Grace Company. I'm very excited to present to you the Little Rebel. As you saw in the trailer, we believe this machine is going to change the world. We can't wait to get it into your hands and see what you create with it. Pre-orders for the Little Rebel will begin on August 1st and they'll go through September 30th. We have 3 tiers of bundles designed specifically for you. For those of you who are going to want just a little rebellion, our first tier option is going to be perfect for you. It includes the Little Rebel and an exclusive limited edition comfort cutter. You can get all of that for only $24.99. For those of you really about shaking up the system, our second tier is going to be amazing. It's going to have the Little Rebel, our exclusive limited edition My Comfort Cutter, a merch bundle exclusive to the Little Rebel launch that has a home-based Quilter fabric bag, a Change the World Little Rebel mug, a 4-pack of finesse thread, a 9.5-inch square ruler and true grips, HBQ stickers, and on top of all that, free shipping to get it to your door. You can get all that for only $27.50. Our final tier is full-on anarchy. It includes the Little Rebel, an exclusive limited edition My Comfort Cutter, our merch bundle, which has the home-based Quilter fabric bag, a Change the World Little Rebel mug, a 4-pack of finesse thread, a 9.5-inch square ruler and true grips, HBQ stickers, and our new cutie frame, the Cutie Breeze. On top of all that, we'll deliver it to your door with free shipping. You can get all of that for only $31.89. Now, if full-on anarchy is not enough for you, you can add our new QCT quilting automation to the bundle and make the full bundle price only $49.99. So whichever bundle you get, we just can't wait to see how you will be fearlessly creative with the Little Rebel. See you soon.
I hope you're as excited as I am for this afternoon segment to see the Little Rebel in person. So very, very cool. Also, we're going to go ahead and pull up Linda and give that another go.
We're going to give it one more shot.
One more shot. All right. Let's take a peek.
All right. Say something, Linda.
3rd time's a charm. How's that?
I think maybe.
Oh, it's still scratchy,
Is it
unfortunately.
still scratching?
That is so strange. So I'm just going to keep talking. I'm getting a little feedback from my team here, and they're just going to test a couple things. If it's scratchy or not, let us know. We sounding better?
I think it's really good. Yeah, it's getting better.
Yeah, it's getting better.
All
so
right,
go ahead and go.
fantastic.
And Linda,
All
I
right,
do want to
well, I
let
hope
you know that.
so. Well, thank you very much for
Sorry,
hanging in
Linda.
with me. I'm super excited about talking about baby lock and koalas. Yeah. Joan, are you saying something to me?
Trisha, you good?
Yeah, Trisha, are we good? Joan, I can't
Yes,
hear anything
what I
because
was
you
going to say is that we are the segment after you, so go ahead and go over if needed because we want to be able to see all this awesome furniture.
Okay, good feedback. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. So let's just talk about Koala Studios. When we first started, I was giving a little bit of background about myself. One of the things that we do here with Baby Lock is that our parent company, Tacony Corporation, also owns Koala Studios. And that's where the marriage of machines and furniture really come to shine. And I think that for people who are really interested in sewing and really upping their game in their sewing studio and having an experience that's just a luxury experience, but it doesn't have to be a luxury price. I know that you guys have some great packages that they'll be talking about at the end of the broadcast. But what I want to do is welcome you into the world of Koala Studios. First and foremost, I love the fact that all of our studios are designed and assembled in the Midwest, actually in our West Chicago facility. So you know that we have a lot of input with the way that they're manufactured. And so everything about a Koala studio has been designed to make the art of sewing something that you can do all day and not get weary with sewing. And the very first thing I want to talk about is another one of our design advantages, of which there's 7. The first is that we are designed and assembled in the Midwest. And the second one is that we have round beveled edges on all of our studios. The reason
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Unfortunately, the sound is crackling too much to understand what you're saying. We're going to have to cut it off, but we would absolutely love to have you back in September for SewCreative Live and get to see this beautiful furniture.
We'll get it all worked out by then. Thank you, Trisha. Sorry.
Not a problem at all. We'll go over some awesome pricing on this furniture. Thank you so much, Linda.
You're welcome.
You guys have a great day. And I'll pull up some overlays so we can look at that. But Brian, in the meantime, do you want to pull them up on the website and we'll talk about each center? Now, I might not do as well as Linda was going to do, but I want to make sure that you see this beautiful furniture. I can tell you which one we can go to first. So you guys have been so patient with us. So I'm going to pull up the Maker Center first. And we have our product specialists in the background as well, guys. If you can pull up any details, share those in the comments on these particular cabinets, I would greatly appreciate it. So the Koala Maker Center, we have an MSRP of $4,999, has a sale price of $3,999, but it has made of some fabulous material. It is well constructed. It's got the 3 little shelves on the left-hand side. The right-hand side, you're able to pull out the thread, so it's really convenient having right at your fingertips. It also has the ability to pair it with an acrylic insert, so you are able to have the flatbed sewing as well. Right now, we are offering the free caddy with the purchase of one of the Koala centers. So you can do the embroidery center, the artistry center, or the maker center. So the one that I had just shown you is the maker center, and I'll show you the other 2 here in just a moment. But just keep in mind that with the purchase of any one of those 3, you are able to get a free caddy. Now, the value of the caddy is going to range in price. It could be anywhere from $1,199 up to a $1,799 value. So you've got the 3-drawer caddy, which is that darker one on the left-hand side. That's in the beautiful Brazilian cherry. And then you've got the middle one, which is the slim caddy. And that is in, I believe, the Asian golden teak. And then you've got the on the right, you've got the Bernina caddy, and that is in the Northern American oak. So you can choose any one of those 3 caddies if you choose to buy one of the Koala centers. And looking over on the left-hand side, we've got the 4 different color options. You've got a North American oak, the English white ash. Unfortunately, I don't have a picture of that one, but you can see the little example at the top left-hand side. And then you've got the Asian golden teak and the Brazilian cherry. Now, what if you have enough storage already and you're like, I don't need a caddy? Well, you can substitute the free caddy for the free room of choice delivery, which is a $399 value or $399 value. So you just need to call our customer service and they're more than happy to get that all set up for you. So those are just a quick peek at the caddies. Let's go ahead and look at the next center, unless we're ready to pull up the Maker Center on the website. Are we able to do?
I've got a video preloaded.
Oh, you preloaded? Okay, so we'll just do that a little bit later. Then I'll show you the next one. So let's say you are ready to embroider, right? You want that space for your embroidery unit. On the left-hand side, you have a plenty large space to hold a huge embroidery unit. You also have some storage underneath. I can't point to it, but it's by your feet. You are able to keep your embroidery hoops stored there as well. And this also has the option of having the inset machine with a paired optional insert. So beautiful, beautiful option. It is an MSRP of $4,999 on sale for $3,999. And again, you get that free caddy of choice. We also have the Artistry Drawer Center. This is the one that Brian and I got the opportunity to use, and it was such a wonderful experience. We spent several days there for training, and we both fell in love with these cabinets. And you have the 3 soft close drawers. They have a ton of space in there. So you have all of your necessary goodies right at your fingertips. It made it very convenient to do your projects. This also has the option of pairing it with an acrylic insert. And if I am correct, I'll have to double check, you guys, if you don't mind just double checking for me. I believe these centers will hold the really large machines like the Baby Lock Solaris, or I know a question the other day was on the Janome M7, those larger machines. So that is a wonderful option as well if you're looking for something to pair with your model. So you can't have one of these beautiful koala centers without getting the SewComfort sewing chair. These are so very comfortable. And as I'd mentioned before, the base, you can actually change out the colors and customize those to what you're looking for. So you've got the white, and I believe there's also the option of doing the Brazilian cherry and all of those as well. So you can change the color of the top part into the sapphire. You've got the beautiful jade color, the mocha, or the wine. And we have a great sale price on those of the $399, but they are eligible for the special event pricing. So you know the drill. Give us a call and we can help you out. If you have any questions about those cabinets, we have wonderful details on our website that will show all the specs and the size of the opening for your machine and anything else that you need to know about that beautiful furniture. But again, don't forget that you can get that free caddy with the purchase of one of those centers, and then make sure that you pair it with a beautiful SewComfort chair. So Brian told me that we have a video in line, so we're going to go ahead and play a video and we'll get ready for the next segment. Hey, Tricia here with Sewing Parts Online. Are you looking for a fun, unique project? Well, I've got just the thing for you. This is such a cool concept. There's no quilting, no binding, no handwork. And at the end, there's this fancy twist that hides the center seam. It's like magic. So let's do some magic. For our project today, I'm going to be making a table runner. It's out of this braided twist book. This is made by Cheryl Phillips with Phillips Fiber Arts. Cheryl was kind enough to give us permission to make a video for you. Out of respect for Cheryl, I won't be sharing every single page. However, you'll be able to walk through the process with me if you have this book and tool set. Go ahead and get everything cut out. On page 4 of your book, you'll see a diagram with the necessary cuts. Now, Cheryl does specify that the way that you cut out your fabric doesn't allow for any errors. So if you find that you're a person that, maybe has a cutting oopsie once in a while, you might want to get just a little bit more than what's called for. Grab your A fabric square, ensure that it's right side up, and then take your tool and line the left side with the A line and the bottom with the A line. I will try my best to keep my head out of the shot, but I do like to look from directly above just to make sure that I do have it lined up properly. Once you're certain that you have it lined up, You can take your rotary cutter and cut along the outside. If you've never used ruler grips, I suggest getting some. As you hold it down, those grips are going to keep it in place versus the tool sliding all over the place. We need 2 of those, so just repeat that process. Next, grab your rectangle B piece and place it right side up. This time align the B lines of the tool with the edges of the fabric. Isn't that neat? Cut along the inside edge of the tool. I started with a 45mm rotary cutter, but I found it easier, especially on these inside cuts, to use my 28mm. Cut 2 of these as well. Grab one of your A pieces and one of your B pieces that you just cut, and we're going to find the center of the curves. To do that, you just simply fold this in half and then bring it over and pinch that. I just have to point out something that I absolutely loved about this book. If I was doing this on any other project, I would fold that and think I cut something incorrectly because it's not lining up. She specifically notes to pinch it and that the sides are not the same length. I just love that reassurance. Now we'll find the center on this one. If it makes it easier for you to see after you've creased it, you can just make a little line with a marking tool. She's got this down first, and then it specifies that it's the wrong side. Oh, and then I did it wrong. There we go. Just like that. We're going to match up those centers. This end and put it to this end and make it straight. I know it looks a little weird, but it will work perfect. Just have to bring it over there. And I'm trying my best to keep my hands away so you can see what I'm doing. But that's one thing that's wonderful about the book. She's got a perfect diagram showing you this. And now we're going to do the same thing with this other side, taking that end, bringing it down, and matching it up with this end. With this one, I don't want it to start to turn, so just gonna put a couple of pins in there. Work your way around. I like to put another one in the middle. Just make sure everything's even. Looks good. If you want to put a few more pins in, you can. On my practice one, I went a little pin happy and that seemed to help. So I'm just gonna put a couple more pins in there. And after I'm done pinning, we'll take it to the sewing machine and we'll sew a 1/4" seam allowance around the curve. Curves can be a little bit tricky. Take your time. If you need to lift up your foot, that's fine. Readjust the fabric. It's better to go slow and make sure you do it right. Normally, I prefer using my 1/4" foot with guide. However, when I did my practice runner, I really liked using the 1/4" patchwork foot. That one worked great. It was easy to see. Everything lined up perfectly. And if you use the clear one, that would even be better. Now let's clip all our thread. Make sure you do that as you go. And then we're going to press towards A. And then repeat that process and make another one of these. Next, cut out your fusible fleece as indicated in the instructions. You want to fold the fleece rectangle in half. Make sure all the edges line up. I'll do this on one and then you can repeat the process for the other ones. The folded edge should be on the top. Place your template on the fusible fleece, this time using the marks on the tool that say fleece. Cut along the inside of the template. Do this with all your fleece pieces. Grab your 2 pieces that you just made with your A and B fabric. We're going to use them to make our end capped sides. This time, place the fabric wrong side up. Place your tool on the fabric and align the tool ends with the edge of the fabric. Notice that this tool has little dashed lines that match up perfectly with your curved stitches. Once everything is lined up perfectly, carefully cut along the outside. Repeat this process to make 2. Now I'm going to continue cutting half circles for the remaining A, B, and K fabric as indicated by the pattern. To make the first side of one end cap, you'll need an AB half circle and one of your A half circles. Find the center. On the AB half circle, your seam is the center, so that makes it nice and easy. However, on the A half circle, fold it in half and mark that midpoint. Then with right sides together, match those up and pin. Next, sew from the center mark to the bottom half circle. This needs to be an exact 1/4 inch. When you have to get directly on the seam line, I find it easier to put your needle down first and then put your foot down. You want to start and make sure that you backstitch at the beginning and at the end. This part is really important because it ensures that the fun twist part works well and nothing comes apart. Clip in 1/4 inch. Make sure you do the clipping before you press. Now you can press open the seam. Here's an example of a little note that I love. She specifies that the center unsewn edges of the AB end cap will overlap. That's great information to have just to make sure everything's in place. Repeat this process to make one more AB end cap. Next, you'll need to repeat the process and make more using your K fabric. Because it doesn't have the seam to show you your center, you can simply fold them in half to find the center the way that you did before. And you'll also need 2 of those. Now we can put these together. Place your AB end cap and the K end cap right sides together. Make sure you line up your seams and pin everything. Sew around the outer edge, making sure to backstitch at the beginning and at the end. So the pattern states that we want to place the fusible fleece on the AB side, not on the K side. So just keep that in mind. You want it up to your stitch line, but not over. So this is going to give it that structure, make it look really nice. So you don't want to tack that down. You want to lift up your seam allowance, get that tucked under. And then depending on the fusible fleece that you're using, your instructions may be slightly different. You just want to go ahead and do those according to the manufacturer's instructions. I found it easiest to do one side and then place this on and do the next side. So I'm going to get that attached and then we'll move forward. Now that I've fused it, we'll turn this right side out. And then you just need to make sure everything's nice and straight. Once everything is straightened out, you just press it from both sides. Now that everything is pressed, I'm going to stitch along each end at 1/8 of an inch, closing those sides. Begin stitching from the center, going to the outside, and make sure that you don't get the other piece stitched in. You want each side individually. You may find that because of the fusible fleece, your foot kind of shifts over, or your fabric, I should say, kind of shifts over. Just take your time, make sure that you get your 1/8 inch seam allowance. And then we'll repeat that process and do that for the other end cap. If there's a hard part of the project, that was it. It's all downhill from here. Now it's time to make our half circles. Place your K piece right side up and then place your A piece right side down. Sew along the curved edge with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Make sure to backstitch at the beginning and at the end. Now you can fuse your fleece to the wrong side of the A fabric. Just as before, you want to get the fleece up to the stitching line but not covering it. And then flip it right side out. Press it on both sides, bring it to the sewing machine, and then edge stitch 1/8 inch from the edge. So just fold it in half and mark it at the center. Then you want to snip in exactly 1/4 inch. You will snip past that 1/8 inch edge stitch that you just did. Now make several more half circles as the pattern indicates. At this point, you can label everything. This is going to make it much easier on the next step. We're going to do the left side first. It has a great little picture that shows you the top end cap. Fold this side out of the way, which we'll do in just a moment. And then KB just means K over B. So you're going to be showing the backing and then the B is underneath. And then you're going to swap it and do B on top and K underneath. And then lastly, you're going to have the end cap. Because I have limited space, instead of doing this vertically, I'm going to put the book horizontally, and hopefully that will help you visualize what I'm doing. I'm just going to lift that up a little bit so you can still see. We'll get this completely out of the way. Now we've got our top end cap. Here's where the labels come in handy. Next, we're going to do K over B. So I've got my half circle. K's on top, B's on the bottom. Now you want to bring the tip of this all the way to the center. So you want to get that lined up, make sure that it's snug in there and the edges are aligned. And it should be all the way to that tip to the bottom, and it should be right at that slit. Make sure that it's pinned really well so it's not shifting on you. And when we go to sew, we don't want to catch this other part. It needs to be free. We're going to do right at a 1/4 inch in, and then we're going to do a 1/4 inch seam allowance. But we want to make sure everything is pinned well. So now that we're done with that one, I can set that aside. The next one we'll be doing is B over K. And that's our half circle B over K. And the tip of this one starts at the cut. So we put that right in the center, and then this slit should meet the bottom of this half circle. See, isn't that cool? Okay, lastly, we just need to attach our bottom end cap. So we'll pull this over here. And you've got the gist now, right? Gonna fold this out of the way as it indicates, so we don't have to worry about that at all. It lines up perfectly. Looks good. Now we can double check ourselves. We've got our picture. So normally you would do it vertically here. However, I found it doing it the second time, it was more convenient for me to do it horizontally anyway because I could see better where it lines up. So depending on how you want to, but still always double check that you've got your top end cap, then you've got the KB, so K up, B down, B up, K down, and then your bottom end cap with K up. So everything looks good. And now at this point, we're going to start 1/4 inch in right there, and then do a 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way down and stopping right here. And we're going to back stitch at the beginning and at the end. And that is very important because when we twist it, there's going to be some strain there. So you need to make sure that you do go and do back stitch at the beginning and back stitch at the end. Double check and make sure that that fabric is out of the way. You don't want to catch it, but you should be starting right at the top there. And then I'm going to do a 1/4 inch. Remember, start and then back stitch. And because of the bulk with the fusible fleece, I found that my fabric wanted to shift a little bit, so just take your time. If you need to, you can stop, keep your needle in, adjust your fabric a little bit, make sure you're on the right track. As you get close to the end, just make sure once again that the fabric is out of the way. You need to bring it just about to the end and then stop. Fabric's out of the way. You want to go right to the tip. One more. There we go. There's the left side. Now we're looking at it this way, so we're going to do the right side. So I'm going to turn it to the side again. I know this looks a little funny right now, but stick with me. It'll come together really soon. This time, we're going to tuck it under. So it's going to be the KA. So K on top, A on bottom. Flip this under here. And this time we're connecting it to this one. Try to keep my hands out of the way. But you get the idea. Once again, we're going to bring it all the way to the tip here. And then the bottom of this end cap matches up to the slit. Just take your time to match it up correctly. I know you're getting excited. When you're doing it by yourself and not trying to stay out of the camera shot, it's much easier. It's just I'm trying to stay out of the way. Currently it looks like it's wrong, but this is correct. So now we've got our KA. The next piece is going to be the AK. So that's our last one, AK. Once again, it's tucked underneath. We're going to bring it to that slit. And then the bottom of this one is going to match up to that slit. Nothing is connected to the left side. You're just working on the right now. And then it shows the bottom end cap. This part is tucked under. So we want to bring this one right there, right at the center. Gonna throw a few extra pins in there just to make sure everything is secure. The end cap on top, then K, A underneath, A, K underneath, and then the end cap is tucked under. Everything lines up just right. Looks good. Okay, so now I'm going to move my book again. And it does state in the book to bring it to the sewing machine and put the bottom on top because it just makes it easier for you to get your presser foot next to that area. So we're going to do the same thing now, and we're going to sew the right side. Are you thinking to yourself, this doesn't look right? What did I do wrong? Absolutely nothing. This is exactly how it's supposed to look. This is where the magic happens. Think of it as 3 layers. Grab the first layer and twist, then grab 1 and 2 and twist, and then grab 1, 2, 3 and twist. Shoot me a comment if this messes with your brain because it just made mine go poof. Amazing, right? Now the last thing that needs to be done, you just need to press it from both sides, make sure that you straighten and smooth all the center seams, and then you can work on the intersections here and interlock them. See, look how nice that looks. And then when you're all done, the directions will tell you how to take your heat and bond and get everything situated. I have to do just one more shout out to Miss Phillips. Thank you again for such a cool design, as well as allowing me to do a video on it. It was a ton of fun. And thank you for joining me for the whole video, and I hope you enjoyed making your table runner. Until next time, happy sewing, everybody. I would highly recommend trying that table runner. It was so much fun. And as I'd mentioned in the video, the whole like messing with my brain when you're doing the little twist, it seriously did. I was just like, whoa. But I love that pattern. It's actually on my living room table. So anyway, I do not want to forget the giveaway. So our segment was kind of wonky this last time around, but we're not forgetting about the giveaway. Let's go ahead and pull up the tool, Brian, and we will pick the winner of, I believe that was the $50, correct? The $50 Sewing Parts Online gift card. Get some goodies. Maybe you can get that pattern, right? See who the winner is. Ginger, congratulations. That's awesome. So for the next segment, we are going to do a $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card. So just keep an eye out for the surprise summer word to pop up on the screen. For those of you that are just joining our SewCreative Live and you're wondering what in the world I'm talking about, we do giveaways every segment, and today's been a little bit different than what we normally have. So we're just kind of going along with the day, but we don't want to forget any of the giveaways, even though it's not a designated segment. So this next one, we are going to be doing the $100 gift card. And what you do is you just watch out for a surprise summer word. It just pops up on the screen. You will definitely see it. And also you'll start seeing comments of a word coming up in the comments. So just run over there, let everybody know what it is. And then at the end of the segment, we pick the winner. The other way that you can win a prize is called our side giveaway. And Brian, do you want to pop up and explain our side giveaway?
Yes.
All right, Brian's going to pop on and explain what we are doing with the side giveaway.
My mic is off.
Oh, it's okay. I can talk about it. So with the side giveaway, we good?
No, go ahead.
With the side giveaway, we are doing an extra little thank you for anybody that is placing an order with us. If you call to place an order, you automatically get entered into a giveaway. Now, we were initially going to be stopping on this last day, day 5 at noon. However, we did have some people concerned that if they were still in the queue, because they would have to call in to place the order, if they were still in the queue, that they wouldn't get in for the prize. And so what we decided to do, although SewCreative Live does end today at 2:30, we're going to extend the time frame for you to place your order, because you can still call, place your order. As long as you do so before 4:30, you will be entered in for the prize today. We are going to pop back on at 4:45, and that is Central Standard Time, and we will announce the winner for that side giveaway. So let's pop up what the prize is for today and why everybody's wanting to make sure that they get in on that side giveaway. Do you have a picture of the prize, Brian?
Right here.
There we go. It is the Juki TL2000 QI straight stitch machine. This is a wonderful semi-industrial machine. It has the thread cutter, it has the stitch, long stitch length, and it's just a heavy duty workhorse. We love it. You can actually see it right back here. We use that all the time in the studio. So you are able to get entered into that giveaway by calling to place an order. Now, the grand finale, this you do not have to place an order. You just give us a call, or excuse me, just watch SewCreative Live. There we go. And then at the end of the day, we're going to be doing a recap of everything that we have talked about over the last 5 days. And then we will pick the winner of the Baby Lock Triumph. And the Baby Lock Triumph is worth $7,500. It is a beautiful cover stitch and serger combination machine. So we are very excited to give that.
I know that people are going to be wondering about how to enter this one. So tune in. When's our recap start? At 2:00?
Usually, yeah, we probably will start around 2:15 or so on recapping the event. Yeah.
And that's when we'll give out the last summer word.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, summer, spring.
I know.
It's almost over.
It's almost over, you guys. I can't believe it. It's like 5 days. This has been our longest event, but yet at the same time, it's flown by. So that will be a lot of fun. And normally it's a surprise word that you have to keep an eye out, but we will let you know at 2:00 what it is. So then you can also look down in the ticker. That way you can start commenting, get yourself in on that giveaway. And then at the end of the recap, we will share the little tool and give that triumph away. Also, I just want to say that we're really having a great time listening to our viewers over in Instagram and on our YouTube community. We've asked a couple of questions, and one was, what segment would you be interested in seeing? We've had some great answers, you guys. One being stabilizer. I love that suggestion. So if you guys have any ideas, please let us know, because we want to get you what you want to see. So also, just a little note on stabilizers, we do have a beginner's guide to embroidery on our YouTube, and we do go over a stabilizer section on there. So I've got a little video that will help you determine in the meantime, until we get another educator, right? Also, if you guys would do us the favor of liking, commenting, sharing, we would greatly appreciate it. It definitely helps us out when we're preparing for these lives and getting the word out. And last but not least, we want to show you another little video. I know we did just a little bit ago, but in case you missed it, we want to show you a video on the new unique Little Rebel. We are going to have that in-house here with a Mark from Grace later in the afternoon, and he is going to show the brand new machine that is available for pre-order. I know we got to see a little sneak peek of it yesterday, and we got to talk about some of the features, but now he's going to be able to answer any of those questions that you might have about that brand new machine. Super awesome, very exciting, and Brian's going to show that video, and then just make sure you write down your questions about it so we have them ready for Mark later this afternoon.
And then after the video, we're doing a little fabric sale.
Yeah, so we're excited about this because this is a little bit different than something we've done before. We decided that we are going to show you some of the fabrics that, well, unfortunately, they're going to be no longer available. We need to get rid of them, but they are beautiful. We only have a little bit left though, so they're going to go quickly because they're a great price. Adorable fabric. So We will show those afterwards, after the video, and then we'll kind of talk through them. I'll give you some details about that fabric, and then we'll go into the next segment, which will be, I believe, Trevor Conquergood with Quilter Select. So we've got a few more for you today. So stay with us and be prepared to get lots of good information. We'll see you in a bit.
I'm Justice Daniels, the Director of Marketing here at Grace Company. I'm very excited to present to you the Little Rebel. As you saw in the trailer, we believe this machine is going to change the world. We can't wait to get it into your hands and see what you create with it. Pre-orders for the Little Rebel will begin on August 1st and they'll go through September 30th. We have 3 tiers of bundles designed specifically for you. For those of you who are going to want just a little rebellion, our first tier option is going to be perfect for you. It includes the Little Rebel and an exclusive limited edition comfort cutter. You can get all of that for only $24.99. For those of you really about shaking up the system, our second tier is going to be amazing. It's going to have the Little Rebel, our exclusive limited edition My Comfort Cutter, a merch bundle exclusive to the Little Rebel launch that has a home-based Quilter fabric bag, a Change the World Little Rebel mug, a 4-pack of finesse thread, a 9.5-inch square ruler and true grips, HBQ stickers, and on top of all that, free shipping to get it to your door. You can get all that for only $27.50. Our final tier is full-on anarchy. It includes the Little Rebel, an exclusive limited edition My Comfort Cutter, our merch bundle, which has the home-based Quilter fabric bag, a Change the World Little Rebel mug, a 4-pack of finesse thread, a 9.5-inch square ruler and true grips, HBQ stickers, and our new cutie frame, the Cutie Breeze. On top of all that, we'll deliver it to your door with free shipping. You can get all of that for only $31.89. Now, if full-on anarchy is not enough for you, you can add our new QCT quilting automation to the bundle and make the full bundle price only $49.99. So whichever bundle you get, we just can't wait to see how you will be fearlessly creative with the Little Rebel. See you soon.
To go into showing you this beautiful fabric. I've got my bucket over here. So I've got a camera over on this side and I'll try to show you a close-up. If you have any questions about any particular one, I can try to show you all different strips of what I'm showing you. So let's start out. I'm going to go with this one here first. And I've already taken off the little label because I want you to be able to see really well. Okay. So we've got it there. Okay, this one is the Riley Blake Daybreak, and it is a jelly roll. Can we see that okay, guys? I want to see what the best way to show this. This is a jelly roll, so it's going to be 2.5-inch strips by 44 inches. It has an MSRP of $55.29, but on a sale for $46.99, but we have an even better price. These are all going to qualify for the special event pricing, so you can give us a call. Also, the nice thing about these jelly rolls is they're all color coordinated already for you, so you don't even have to think about it. You can do some nice stripping quilts or make something really pretty table runner. So many different options. So I've got the descriptions here on these particular fabrics. So this one is a Riley Blake design. It says has partnered with the Quilt Masters Worldwide to bring you charming, fun, and quirky pre-cuts. Pre-cut strips are perfect for beginner or projects that will require small pieces. This is 100% cotton. As I've mentioned, they are 2.5 by 44 inches. And again, they are pre-cut for you, so you don't have to do any cutting. And this is the Daybreak by Riley Blake. Let's see if I can show you this without making a mess. I don't know. There's so many pretty colors in here. Aw, look at the little bumblebees. So I'm going to have Brian keep an eye on the comments. I would absolutely love to hear what you guys would make with these. I want some inspiration. How cute are the little lemons? So pretty. There we go. I hope you could see that. I did have to open them up, like I said, so you can see the colors, but this again is a Daybreak and that is the Riley Blake Designs. Okay, so let's go on to the next jelly roll. And Alex, would you mind if I could hand you these as we complete them? That would be awesome. The next one that I'm going to show you is another Riley Blake design. And this one is called Enchanted Meadow. Let's do that. I'll give you that one, Alex. Thank you. So this one here, it's called Enchanted Meadow. Let me open that up. And we've got all of these beautiful florals. Again, 2.5 inches by 44. Blues and pinks. Very, very cool. Again, you can give us a call for special event pricing and we'll get you a great deal on these. Finish some projects. You can make something gorgeous. There you go. All right, so the next one I want to show you is some homespun fabric. These are going to make some beautiful napkins. I'd say beautiful. I think these would be awesome for some really cute napkins. It also could be really cute doll clothes. I was thinking about that. I love making doll clothes because my little nieces absolutely love their American Girl dolls, but how cute are those?
I would make tea towels and I would embroider chickens on them.
Chickens sound fun. That's awesome. Does anybody else have any ideas in the comments? I want to see what people are thinking. Awesome, awesome. This one is going to be a charm pack. So the charm pack is a 10 by 10. It's a little hard to see on my little camera here, but it's 10 by 10. It's a Riley Blake design as well, and it's She Who Sews. Cute and quirky. So let's take a peek at those. That'd be an easy quilt to make. Sew together these nice charm packs. Very fun. What else are we going to make with these, you guys? How adorable.
Bulk cozies or cozies.
Oh, that would be perfect.
That's what I used mine for the other day.
That would be great. And we're going to be doing that on the social circle. So it's going to be a wonderful time.
10-inch squares for rag quilts. I still have to finish mine, but it was fun.
Nice. Next up, we have the Moda solids. So these are wonderful, you guys. If you need some solids, check out our website for all of the different options. This is just the orange. So many different variants on that. So you can give us a call or you could check our site. There's a drop-down box with all sorts of different colors available. And Brian, I know we had talked about before kind of showing some of the different solids. Do you want to pull that up while I grab the next one?
Sure. Actually, I don't think that we have enough time.
Oh, are we getting close? Oh,
We've
yeah,
got
we
6
are.
minutes left.
Oh, man. Okay. Yeah. Let's show this one really quickly. I've got another solid. I opened this package. It's the Supreme Solids in the Fire Fat Quarter Bundle. How fun is that? These vibrant colors. So awesome. Now, a fat quarter is going to be your 18 by 22 inch piece. And we were talking about before how nice it is with that So Tight magnetic cutting system. You have the option to open these up and be able to cut the whole thing. So 18 by 24. And that again is the Supreme Solids Fire Fat Quarter Fabric Bundle.
Can we just get some compliments in the chat for Trisha's nails?
Thanks, guys. That's awesome. Thanks, Brian. They're a little colorful this time, right? I had to go on theme. They make me happy. The next one is the Moda On The Go Fat Quarter Bundle. This one is so fun, you guys. How cute would this be for a little baby blanket or a toddler? Oh my goodness, it's so fun. You've got the automotive, the fun teals and reds. Look at that. So cute.
Love
That's so
this
fun.
fabric.
I
bought this bundle
one
a while back when we first started carrying it. And I bought it because it reminded me of those carpets that you would sit on in kindergarten.
Exactly.
The ones of the city.
Yep.
But we made our zipper pouches from the social circle with this fabric bundle.
We sure did. Yeah, so if you want to make a zipper pouch and use super cute fabric, if you want to check out our social circle on the YouTubes, I've now turned into Courtney Govro. She always says the beforehand. If you guys don't follow Courtney, she is so excited on TikTok. That's her handle. And she does a bunch of beginner quilting tips and all sorts of fun stuff. But Makes me giggle. How cute is this? I love the grays and greens. Absolutely adorable. Do we have any ideas or suggestions in the comments? I want to know what people would make with all this awesome stuff.
That one would make a good baby quilt.
That's so cute. Okay, that one. And then I've got two more. This one is so cute. Get ready for fall. I mean, talk about adorable. It's called Pumpkins and Blossoms. I'm going to open this one up too because you have to see how adorable these colors are. I love that you don't have to think about it. They're all color coordinated. Just going to go together so nicely. Some cream on cream there.
If you are interested, I see somebody asking, how can I get this bundle? Call customer service at 888-824-1192. And then I'll also put it in the comments.
Thank you, Brian. Ooh, that's a fun color. Excellent. I like this one a lot. I like that it's fallish and, you know, Halloweenish, but yet it's not like harsh. Super cute. Love it.
I think they call that low volume, right? When it's like...
I actually did a TikTok on asking people, hey, what's low volume? And there was like, everybody was going back and forth because there was differences of opinion. So we should look that up and get the actual definition of low volume just to make sure that we give an accurate response. I can hear Brian typing in the background. We'll find out.
Well, I believe it's just, it just means it's like a subtle design. It's subtle in color. It's not too, it doesn't pop too much. But please, if somebody out there knows more about what low volume wovens is, put it in the chat so we all know.
Thank you, thank you. So that again is the Pumpkins and Blossom Fat Quarter Bundle. And then I've got one more to show you. This one is the Happy Days Fat Quarter Bundle. And this is also a Moda design. So I'm going to open this one up. I honestly don't know which one I like more, the pumpkins or the Happy Days. This is cool. I don't even know, what would this be considered? It's not mustard. But the camera does have it pretty accurate,
Turmeric.
So that's nice. Turmeric, oh, that's a good way to describe it. That's a great way. It says includes soft corals, gray, aqua, navy, citrine, and reds. I do have the descriptions here, don't I?
That's the one that I made the Mother's Day quote with.
Aw, which you still need to share the picture. We need to see all the pictures on our Facebook group, you guys.
Well, I need to rebind it because I didn't catch the binding on both sides for a good part of the quilt. So if I throw it in the washer, I feel like the binding is going to start to fall apart.
We can fix that.
Next week.
We got this. Ooh, that's fun too. All right. Again, this is the Happy Days Fat Quarter Bundle. And we said we were just going to show you some fun, quick options. But as I said, these are wonderful. They're a lot of fun. You could have some great projects with them. But if you are interested, go ahead and give us a call and we can help you out. That number again is 888-824-1192. All right, guys. So that was fun. See some new fabrics that we can get you a good price on. So let's go ahead and talk about what's coming up. I think our next guest is just about ready. We are going to have Trevor Conquergood back, and he's going to be with Quilter Select, and he's going to show us some of the Quilter Select. What?
We have a giveaway.
Oh, what would I do without Brian, you guys? Hey, I saw a comment too. Somebody said they want to adopt Brian. I get it. You can't have him. I need him
to be adopted, but that's okay. We can still hang out. I was a Nana's boy growing up, so I'm ready to make all the friends.
Thanks for keeping me on track, Brian. All right, you guys, let's pick the winner. This is going to be the $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card. Let's see who it's going to be. Oh,
Bernadette,
Bernadette,
yay!
Congratulations. Awesome. Well, now that we've done the giveaway, that reminds me I need to announce the next giveaway. So at the end of the next segment, we are going to be giving away this amazing Quilter's tool set. And I think our next guest is going to tell you a little bit about what's in here. So once we are starting the segment, we're going to pop up a summer word at some point during Trevor's segment, and you just have to put that word into the comments. And then at the end, we'll select all those comments and pick a winner. So let's introduce our next guest, and we'll see some awesome Quilter Select tools. Hello, Trevor. How are you today?
I am wonderful. Thank you so very much for having me.
Well, we are excited to have you back. I'm sorry, I'm a little spacey over here, so I hope that you can show us some Quilter Select tools.
Oh, I am all about it. I can't wait to do it. And thank you so much for this opportunity. You know, quilting is something that not everybody thinks of when they think of me, but I've made a lot of quilts and I've learned a lot about quilting. But I want to say thanks because people don't always give me the opportunity to talk about it because, of course, most people want me to talk about embroidery. I do a lot of embroidery. And I will say embroidery does feature in a lot of my quilts. And that's not wrong, right? I like, you know, we all love embroidered quilts. Yeah. Anyhow, thanks for the opportunity. I can't wait. And it'll be fun. So we have like an hour to go through rulers, mats, thread, anything to do with quilting and Quilter Select. So thank you so much, you guys. I really enjoy the show. By the way, does everything sound good? Because I was listening and I heard you had some audio. We're good to go? Okay, perfect.
I think we're all good to go. You sound wonderful. And if we have any questions, we'll let you know. But you enjoy it. We'll see you in a little bit.
I'll probably share my screen at some point, Brian. And so I think that's pretty easy to do. I'll just click on present. And then what I'll do is I'm going to do that now, Brian, and get it steady, but then don't share it until I tell you, okay? Because that'll avoid the rabbit's kind of hole of, if you know what I'm talking about. So I'll just say to share my entire screen and share. And so don't share it now because I'm not ready to go. But if I pop up some pictures, so go ahead now, Brian, and then share my screen so that people can see. I wanted to start with a couple pictures of my friend, Alex Anderson, you guys. Alex is the, I guess, spokesperson or inspiration, if you will, for all of our Quilter Select products. And I'd like to say that everything I know about quilting is from working with Alex, but that's not true because Judy and Ashley and some of the wonderful R&K educators have also kind of educated me on, you know, creating embroidery and quilting at the same time. And so these are just some of my pictures. I really love Alex. She has been such an inspiration to not just me, but like literally hundreds of thousands of embroiders or quilters. I don't know if that's true, hundreds of, maybe tens of thousands. But her show, The Quilt Show, which has been on from, you know, PBS to, you know, today's it's on the internet. She's a really wonderful quilter and knowledgeable person. Anyway, the reason I bring up Alex, and that's, by the way, my daughter, Lorraine, and with Alex at a quilt show, because she's inspired me to be more involved in quilting. And so that's why I'm so excited to talk about quilting today. And one of the things that Alex inspired for our Quilter Select line is the rotary cutters, you guys. And if you've never tried this rotary cutter before, you're because you'll notice other cutters it's actually weighted. It has quite a substantial feeling to it, and there's a reason for that because it makes it much easier to cut with. You don't have to push down so hard, and so I think that's one of the reasons why people love it. You'll definitely know when you pick it up that it's like picking up a quality instrument, and you know it's going to last you for a very long time. And so when I want to cut with this, I need to open it up, and that's what this little button is for here. That's like, because right now it's protected, and I wouldn't, you know, cut myself, or even the, you know, if I put this in my bag, everything in my bag is totally protected because there's a little bit of a plastic shroud that's covering up that blade. And if you want to use it, this is what opens up the shroud, and you can push that button in and simply just tap to open up the blade. And when you're done, you'll tap the other way to lock it again. And so it's a very simple, safe operation. One of the things that I learned about Alex is left-handed. She wants to do everything with her left hand. And so you'll notice that all the products in the Quilter Select product line have been made to keep that in mind, that just as easy as I can pick this blade up with my right hand, push the button and tap, and then cut with it, so could I close it Here, let's put this to the side. Pick it up with my left hand and push the button in and tap to open and cut with it. And just as easy as that, I can cut with it. And so I think that's one of the things that's really cool, is that it goes both ways without really having to change any parts or anything like that. So a lot of people will notice that on the back, there's like a slider. So if I push this button in, I can use the slider to open and close the blade, but that's not really the easy sort of use of it. Normally I just push this button in and tap to open it. And once I've tapped to open, you'll see that the blade is actually, opened, and I could cut with it. And it just opens up that little bit, that little tiny edge, just enough to cut with it, unless I tilt my blade, and I don't know how well this will show on my camera, so let me try and make it a little closer. Sorry if I made you guys seasick doing that there, but so now it's locked. When I push the button in and I tap to open it, notice that if I bring my blade up higher, I can expose more and more of that blade. So if you don't want to have, if you're cutting through multiple layers, you might want to see more of the blade at one time. And remember, my wife taught me that one, always tap to close it when you're done using it. Never tap and then leave it on the table open. That's dangerous, right? So just remember to close it again. So I use this to cut my fabric. I also use this to cut paper. I do a lot of embroidery on paper. I'll use the same blade to cut the paper and the fabric. Now, I'm not going to say it's wrong to have one for paper and one for fabric so that it stays nice and sharp. That said, it's really easy to change the blades, and you can use standard blades that you've already got, but you're going to want to buy the Quilter Select blades because they're very high quality precision blades, and they're no more expensive than the other blades are. But it's so easy to change it, you guys, because this is all magnetic and there's really no parts. And this is like the little sort of switch that'll open it up. So literally, if I just hold on to that with my fingers and then pull this down, I've opened up the blade and it's now outside of my, and there's no other parts. This is a magnet and the blade is held on there. And so you can very carefully just take your blade off and see the two little magnets, and you would get a fresh blade, and you would just simply put it back on there and it magnetics back on. And notice that it kind of has a little bit of a flat spot. It's like mostly round, but there's a flat edge to it. That makes it easy to align the piece to put it back together. And it's that easy to swap out the blades, you guys. So it's the kind of cutter that you'll fall in love with and you'll always want to cut with. And it's in that cool kit that we're going to give away here at the top of the hour. So I know everybody wants to win it because you want to get this beautiful Quilter Select blade. In the kit, it's in this size, the 45 millimeter size, but there is a 60 as well. And so this is the 60. I think the 60 is just as easy to use as the 45. Obviously, the difference here is the blade is larger. And so if you're cutting through multiple layers, it's going to be a better blade to use, or it's just kind of like cuts more efficiently like that. So the other one that I wanted to talk about is the mats, because the mats really go together. You want to have a good mat when you're cutting with your rotary cutter. And so notice the Quilter Select mat. And the mats come in different sizes, and there's two sides to every mat. So this is the dark side and this is the light side. And all you have to do is kind of like turn your mat over to see that it's a two-sided mat. So really it's almost like having two mats in one. And I always say, you know how to choose between the dark side and the light side, right? Now that depends on whether or not you like Darth Vader, or if you like Luke Skywalker, then you're going to choose the light side, right? And I'm just kidding. You know, as a quilter, why you would want to have a dark side and a light side, but it's about the fabrics, right? And when you're cutting darker fabrics, it's easier to see them on a lighter mat. And when you're cutting lighter fabrics, it's going to be easier to see them when you put them on a darker mat, right? And so that's why we have two sides to the mat. Something else you'll notice about the mats is the numbers. So the numbers go in two different directions. So one set starts with number 1 here and ends with 12 over here, or the other way goes the opposite. Number 1 here an ending of a 12 over there. And that's because, once again, Alex is lefty and she wants to make sure that the mat's easy to use. You don't have to like spin the mat any certain direction to use it. Notice that the mats also have different angle lines here. So you've got your 30-degree angle, you've got your 45-degree angle, and your 60-degree angle. So just kind of a nice system to work with. But this mat is almost indestructible. They're what you call a self-healing mat. So when you cut on it, the grooves kind of like fix themselves, if you will. That said, the mat itself is also almost indestructible. And what I mean by that is like literally you can bend it almost right in half and it's just going to go right back to normal again. And I travel with mine with me, you guys. Like I go to sewing stores all across North America. And when I do, I have a crate that I get sent in and my mat's in it. All my tools are in it. All my Quilter Select thread, everything is all in my little crate. Well, sometimes my mat comes in, it's not perfectly flat. It's been in a crate. It's got hot. It was left in Arizona. Now it's in Florida. And, next thing you know, you're in Chicago and your mat feels like it's not perfectly straight. If you leave it in a sunny spot in your house, or like literally, if I'm in Arizona, I'll just leave it in the trunk of the car for 10 seconds. It'll turn into like Salvador Dali painted it. But then when you put it back on a table and you lay it flat, it just goes completely flat again. And so it's a very good mat. What I'm saying is if you take it to your friend's house and you leave it in the back of the car by accident and it gets a little bit warped in the sun, no big deal. Just take it inside and let it warm up in a warm spot, like a sunny spot, and it'll go perfectly flat again. So I love these mats, but really the mats, if you haven't ever tried our rulers, okay, then now you're going to really learn what the magic is. When you put the cutter with the mat and the ruler, there's a little bit of science that goes on. And so I wanted to try and capture that on camera here for you guys. And so what I've got now is my Quilter Select mat, and then I've got my ruler, and I'll just take the smaller mat. I've got the mats come in different sizes. So this one here is like 12 by 18. There's also one that I have on my table, which is more like a 24 by 36. And the rulers also come in different sizes. And so you'll notice that the Quilter Select rulers, just like the mats, they have numbering that goes in two directions, so you can read it left to right or right to left. And I know Alex, just from watching all of Alex's videos, loves the 12-inch ruler. I think she gets it 6 by 12. But we've got a whole bunch of sizes, like from little tiny ones to big ones. Right here's a 12 by 12. There's a 12.5 by 12.5. Once you kind of fall in love with the system, you can decide which rulers matter to you. But the kit's going to have the 3 by 18 in there, and I really love this kind of longer one for cutting fabric. Whichever one you use, I do really like the ruler handles. They kind of go stick on there, and it makes it real easy to pick them up. And then it's got like a little tab you can just pull on, and then I can stick it on another one and make those easy to pick up, so that when you're picking up your rulers, they're really easy to pick up. But here's the thing with the rulers. This is why everybody loves them so much, because as easy as they are to move on the table, when I put the least bit of pressure on it, it's like it sticks. It's a totally stick. So it's a non-slip ruler. I like to call it the stick and slip ruler, which is not the official name, just so you know. It's a non-slip ruler. But notice when I put some fabric underneath that and I put some pressure, how really secure that is to the table, so that, when you're cutting with it, you just have to put a little bit of pressure and there's no worry. I can literally cut I have a 24-inch ruler, and I just put one hand on it and I cut the entire length of my ruler without kind of like having to spider walk my finger down the ruler to keep pressure where I'm cutting. So part of that is because the mat, and part of that is because of the ruler. So the rulers are yellow, And the reason they're yellow is because the yellow makes certain fabrics really easy to see through them. And so it's got sort of a scientific benefit to the color of the yellow. But they're mostly see-through, so it's a very light film. And that film has science in it, because that, when you feel the other side, you can feel those sort of special coating on here. And that's what makes it stick so darn well. And yet, take the pressure off and slip so easily. That's why I like to call it the stick and slip, because if I grab my little square ruler here, I can just put it down and then cut along an edge like that, and then release the pressure and turn it very easily, and then cut another line and release the pressure and turn. And so it's very, very easy to cut yourself out, a square like this. And it comes right out, no problem. And you've cut kind of like a perfect square or whatever shape you're cutting with. But I probably should have ironed my fabric before I cut it, but I just had some kind of scraps laying around. So I really love this whole system you guys have, and the price. Oh my goodness. Like, I went and I found it on the website. I don't know if I'm supposed to show your website or not, but like, when I go on there, you've got this kit on for a very special discount, you guys. So it's better than the regular summer savings. And notice the kit, there's other things in here. I haven't talked about it all yet, right? But you're going to get the large size of the mat. You're going to get that 18-inch ruler. You're going to get the rotary cutter in the 45mm size. There's a USB stick in here with a copy of a lot of our sort of propaganda, or, knowledge, if you will. There's even a pattern disc with all of Alex's quilt patterns from the Quilter Select library. These are the, if I go to Quilter Select website and I go to resources and projects, these are the quilts that you get, all the instructions to make Alex's cool quilts like this. And anyway, I just thought I would show you guys a little bit about kind of what comes in that kit. But so the other thing that came in that kit that was, other than the patterns and the instructions and whatever, was this cool little pen, right? And I love the marker. So it's a self-erase marker. It's got a nice little kind of circle quilt pattern on it. It's got a colored tip on one side. That's your sort of marking side, and another white tip on an eraser side. And so I've got like a small piece of fabric here, and I'll just kind of zoom in a little bit so you can kind of get a sight of that. Sorry, I'll kind of clean my wires up here. So the idea is that when it's got a bit of a chiseled tip to it, so you can make a fatter line or a thinner line if you want to. So if I kind of want my lines to be fatter, I go one way, or thinner, I go the other way. But basically I can draw any kind of marking on my fabric. Now, this will naturally just go away. Within 1 to 2 days, it'll be completely gone. It'll stay highly visible for about 3 hours, so you've got lots of time to work with it. But if you make a mistake, and I think so that's the eraser, is like, oh, shoot, I put the mark down wrong, and now I don't want it to distract me. You've got your eraser, and the eraser, you just kind of go over it again and makes it go away, and you can erase those lines. And so how cool is that, right? You've got a totally erasable fabric marker that you can use to even get rid of, that thick line that I made like that. I just kind of have to, maybe work for a little bit kind of to get it to all go away. But you can see there that I can totally erase it from the fabric if I want to. And so that comes in the kit as well, you guys. So Quilter Select is actually a division of the company that's called R&K. And my actual main role at R&K is our software manager. So I was very instrumental in, if you guys were watching earlier this week, Ashley showed our amazing design and quilt software. I do a lot of the support for that. And I've done over 80 different videos, you guys, for our design and quilt software. So if we leave any time at the end, you have questions about software, I'm happy to do them. But I want to keep going because I have a lot of this. I was amazed. Oh my goodness. When I heard that I was doing Quilter Select, I was just amazed at how many cool little things there were to talk about. And so I want to kind of keep moving, but that kit is easily my favorite. And for the money, it's a great value. You get one of the cutters, you get one of the rulers, and you get one of our mats. And so that's a great way to get started, you guys. So the next thing I want to talk about, and this will be just because it happens to be on this fabric, is the fabric prep. Have you ever used fabric prep? Fabric prep is something that you can fuse. So if I use the word fuse, I mean like use my iron, right? I've got my iron here just in case I want to do some fusing. But fabric prep is a very soft shear, almost like an interfacing. And what it does is it adds more fiber count to your fabrics. The first thing, one of the main reasons why people use this is for fabrics that are going to run. So this will mean that you can cut them and they won't fray. So if you want to use silk dupioni in your quilts and you fuse fabric prep to it, then it's going to be, you can cut it and your silk won't have sort of like that stringy, silk coming apart. And so that is, t-shirt quilts is another reason why we do the fabric prep, because it'll stop your t-shirts from curling when you cut them. And so what this is a permanent webbing that you would adhere to fabric, and it doesn't come off when you're done, but you fuse it on. And so I had actually fused it to my white fabric. And the interesting thing here is it makes the white fabric more suitable for needling. So if you're doing a lot of embroidery or a lot of decorative stitching and you're using, and let's face it, some of those beautiful quilt patterns that we get when you pick them up and you feel them and you're like, oh, it's quite sort of, it doesn't have a lot of fiber. It's certainly not like your, beautiful high quality bed sheets that you buy to sleep on, right? The difference in the feeling. Well, when you add a fabric prep to your fabric, that's what it does. It's like it adds fiber count. And now when you feel it, so if I could take this fabric and fuse like half of it with fabric prep and half of it without, and then you could touch both sides, you'd understand instantly what its benefit was. But if you're doing a lot of embroidery in your quilting and you prep your fabric first, it will make it much more suitable for the receiving of the fabric. It doesn't mean you won't still use one of your same kind of stabilization that you would have normally done, because fabric prep will not take away any of the sort of stretch of your fabric. It does not change the hand of the fabric. So I use a lot of fabric prep, just so you know, it's one of my favorites. So
hey, Trevor.
Yeah, hello.
I'm sorry to interrupt really quickly. I just saw someone in the comments that I wanted to call out because we messed up on one of the days of SewCreative Live, and we ended the live without raffling off the grand prize of that day. And I'm not sure if that person knows that they won. So Mary Jo Carlton, I just saw you comment. Mary Jo Carlton, you won the 16X Elite long arm sewing machine. So please get in contact with us so we can get it to you, okay?
Hey, Joe, you won a long arm sewing machine. That's awesome.
I know, right? All right, I'll let you get back to it. It looks like your device disconnected, but I'll throw it back up for you.
Thank you. I disconnected it actually so that I could go full, because that's how I can take control if I want to come live on. Sorry, I have to throw it back up because I disconnected it, Brian, but that's fine. So how am I doing so far, you guys? I'm not watching the comments. So if you have any comments that you want me to answer about any of these, maybe you guys can watch them for me and just interject like that, because I'm happy to talk about the stuff. The next thing I want to talk about is a thread. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but I really love embroidery thread or sewing thread. If they make it, I probably bought it. I collected a lot of thread over my, I've been doing embroidery and sewing for around 40 years now. And so in our Quilter Select line, because remember I said Quilter Select is a sort of division of our R&K, and we have other threads too, embroidery threads in our Floriani's division. But Quilter Select has two very unique threads, and they kind of look the same when you look at them on the spool. Okay, I know this one's pink and this one's blue, and that makes them different, but that's not the only thing that's different about these two spools of thread. The pink one here is actually the Perfect Cotton Plus, and the blue one here is actually the Para Cotton Poly, and these are Quilter Select threads. Notice at the top there, it's got a QS on the top. Sorry, can I get that on the? See, Para Cotton Poly. Well, to me, Para Cotton means not really cotton. Technically, I think it means that it's a polyester thread that's been made to feel like cotton. and sew like cotton, and you could use it like a cotton, but this is 100% a polyester thread. The benefit of that is it's very strong. The thing that's unique about this thread here is it's 80 weight. Now, I don't know if you know about thread weights, but the higher the number, the finer the thread. So if we say that regular embroidery thread is done with a 40 weight thread, the 80 weight is actually half of the thickness. And our other thread that we have is the Perfect Cotton Plus. And the Perfect Cotton Plus thread is a 60s weight cotton thread, but it's the plus is because it actually has a polyester core. So this is a thread that starts out with a monofilament polyester core, and it has long Egyptian staple cotton that's been wrapped around it. I will say that this cotton thread is very low lint. I cannot say it's lint free because I've embroidered with it and there was a little bit of lint in the bobbin case, but so little, not like, you know, your regular sewing threads, but these are some really cool embroidery designs. And maybe I'll go back on screen again so that I can show things down on the table and I don't have to kind of hold them up like that. But this design here, the reason I chose the cotton thread, here's the thing. The cotton thread is not all shiny like the polyester thread. It has more of that natural finish to it. And so when I use the cotton thread, if you quilt with it, it'll be like everything in the quilt is cotton. So it all, when you touch it, it all feels the same. And when I do my embroideries, if I want them to look more handmade, so these are meant to be like the Italian lace, and I have a bunch of little tiny doilies that I do. And these ones I do in the 80 weight polyester. You know, this was meant to be a much bigger design, and I shrunk it down and used a much finer thread to embroider. So if you're doing stitch in the ditch quilting or applique, then the 80s weight polyester thread is almost invisible. It's very hard to see it, and so it's wonderful. That's why quilters really love the 80s weight para cotton poly. If you're in the store and you're shopping for them, there is a color coding on the top. So the cotton one is the one that has the green stripe across the top, and the polyester has the orange stripe across the top. If you're shopping on the website, it's pretty obvious which one you're getting because, whoa, it's listed in the just about knocked the camera off the table. Got excited about my thread. I put these threads on top of my quilting machine and quilt with them. I also put them on my embroidery machine and embroider with them. So just so you know, these are lace embroidery pieces that were sewn with the super delicate. I shouldn't say delicate because it's quite surprising when you sort of despool the thread, how strong it is, you know, but how hard I have to pull before it'll break. For an 80s weight thread, it's very, very strong. So if you've never tried the Quilter Select threads, they're for sewing with, they're for embroidering with, and they're for quilting with. And they're thinner than your regular embroidering threads. The cotton thread has no sheen, and it's actual cotton fiber wrapped around a polyester core. The cool thing about the polyester thread, the 80 weight polyester, is it's actually bobbin thread. This is bobbin thread that's been wound on a spool. You can get the very same bobbin thread on the packs. And I know on your website that you have like the bobbin packs. They come in 10. You know, if you just got a specific color you need, you get a pack of 10. But my very favorite is the 40 color bobbin ring because there's 40 colors in our para cotton poly line in our 80 weight thread. And this is all 40 colors in one package like that. And what I really love about it here, I have to open this one. This is a brand new one. But what I want you to see about it is, excuse me, the one that it's open is in my trunk that I fly around with one of these everywhere I go. It's ecological packaging. So once you open it, you save your packaging and you use it to keep it. And if you take the red spool out of the thing and you look, it tells you the thread number. It's 700 red. And one of the things I really love about the Quilter Select threads are 700 red in the Quilter Select thread line is the same thread as 700 red in the Floriani line. Same thread, same number in all of the R&K different kinds of thread. And so if you happen to be using, more than one kind of brand of our R&K products, just know that the numbers all kind of go together like that. But I figure with 40 colors of bobbin thread, I can easily closest match to any of the 360 colors, that I carry on my wall sort of thing. So you can sew with it and you can embroider with it. But I really, really think you're going to love the Quilter Select. The 60s weight is the cotton, and there's 60 colors in the cotton. And then the 80s weight is the polyester, and there are 40 colors in that line. So I haven't want to know how many colors are in the line. You want to know why, Brian? Because where the heck on the wall are those 40 colors going to fit? That's all I'm trying to figure out, right? But what you might be figuring out is how many are there to collect, right? Is it when somebody's got a new kind of thread, it's like, are there 10 colors or 20 colors, or is it 400 colors? Because, it's easier to collect 40 colors of anything than it is 400. And the good news is there's only 40 to collect. We better keep moving because I got a whole list that I made up of. I really have used a lot of the Quilter Select products over the years, and I wanted to kind of share some of my stories with them. And the next story is the Free Fuse. You guys, the Free Fuse saved my quilt project. The one unfortunate thing is most of my quilts are in my trunk, and I didn't think to bring them home my suitcase when I came home. But so I don't have a bunch of quilts to show, but I'm going to tell you about one of the quilts I made with this. This product, it's called Free Fuse, and it's actually an adhesive. It's like maybe like talcum powder. You got your little dispenser, and the dispenser has kind of like a lid with holes on it. And when you buy it, the adhesive is going to be in a plastic bag that you're going to empty into the container, and then you're going to put your lid on it, or your little filter on it, and then your lid, so that you can keep it cooked. And so this is my one that's already open and ready to go, right? Well, I don't know if you guys are like me, but I often like to stay up late to do some of my creative stuff, because sometimes during the day I get too many emails and I'm too busy. So I'm quilting at night, and I'm all proud of myself and how my quilt, and I get to work in the morning, and I'm admiring my work, drinking my coffee, and I'm like, the last thing I remember doing was trimming the quilt to the shape. And I think it's time. What am I going to do next? What's my next step? And I'm going, wait a minute. I still have to quilt the top to I have like the back fabrics down. I've got the cotton, I've got I like wool. So I've got Quilter Select wool batting laid down. And then I've got my top on top. And like I said, the last thing I did was trim. And then I'm kind of reviewing in my head my notes from Alex. And I'm like, oh no, you're supposed to quilt it before you trim it, Trevor. Now you've got your quilt all trimmed, and you have to quilt it still. And surely you're going to shift that fabric while you're moving it around. And oh no, what am I going to do now? Right? Trevor moment. So I use a lifeline. I'm just like you guys. I call a friend. I'm like, oh my goodness. And so I called Judy. Judy's one of our national Floriani R&K Quilter Select educators. And she's somebody who's helped me a lot with my quilting. And I'm like, Judy, I think I've cut the quilt too soon. I already trimmed it and I haven't quilted it. Now what do I do? And she says, well, get your Free Fuse. That'll just Free Fuse it, Trevor. And if you can imagine, I had the quilt sitting on the cutting table. And so I just carefully transferred it onto my ironing board. And I sort of folded the top half of the top up. And I shake my little bit of Free Fuse onto the batting. And I close the quilt back on top. Now I like to use some kind of fabric or a pressing cloth or Teflon. Just when you're using literally little pebbles of powder, I like to make sure that I get it on the quilt and not on the carpet. And when I go to the iron, I like to make sure that my iron's not going to get anything like this on it. So I always put the Teflon down to be careful, even though I know that the glue is in between the quilt top and the batting and I shouldn't get glue on anything. I'm just extra careful, get a Teflon and basically shake it. There's enough in here to do an entire quilt, like a king size quilt. But I was just doing a little tiny kind of decorative wall quilt. And so I just shook a little bit on there, fused half of the top down, spun it around, did the other side. And when I was done, the top of the quilt was temporarily fused together with the batting. And I just flipped it over and fused the back fabric to the batting so that when I picked it up to take it to the quilting machine, it was all fused together. And it was actually very easy to quilt. It was easier to quilt than had I not fused it and just not been worried about it because I hadn't trimmed yet. So now I'm like, every time I quilt, I'm going to use the free fuse. I'm going to free fuse the top of the quilt to the batting before I go to the quilting machine so that they don't move on each other. It's a permanent fuse, so it doesn't stay permanently, stuck together or anything. It's just a temporary fuse, so you can get it quilted. Anyway, the free fuse comes in. Once you've got your little sort of shaker bottle, then you can buy the refills just in bags like this. You don't have to get, and then it's less, a little less money if you just, when you're refilling kind of thing. So if you're doing lots of quilting, you'll probably be buying these when you're getting ready to do a new quilt. Okie dokie. So there's a lot of adhesives in the Quilter Select line. I will say I was surprised how many different things we could talk about. Glue sticks, we've got Appley stick, we've got Appley web. We already talked about the free fuse. When I use the word fuse, by the way, we're talking about something that you use heat to adhere. So it's heat activated glue. And usually when you use a heat activated glue, you don't iron it, you press it, right? You press and you hold. So one of the ones that we'll talk about is the Appley stick. And Appley stick comes in rolls. I couldn't find a roll. I did find some of the tape. The Appley stick tape is also very popular, but I usually get it in the big box, because when I quilt, I always use Appley stick. Appley stick is about doing applique. So the story goes, when Alex first discovered, R&K Distributing, we didn't have any Quilter Select products, obviously. We had our Floriani products, and there was a similar product called Applique Wonder, which Alex absolutely loved. It's a repositionable, fusible webbing that you fuse to your fabric, and then you can literally stick it onto another fabric, and that is essentially what this is. I buy it in the bigger roll, kind of like buying saran wrap, in the big box kind of thing, right? But it's essentially kind of like a waxy paper with a bit of a light stabilizer attached to it. And so you might want to try it first on a roll, but I'm telling you, if you decide that you love it and you're going to use it do a lot of, the question is, do you do a lot of applique? Because if not, the roll is plenty for getting started with, but it does come in the bigger box. Just saying, sometimes the bigger boxes kind of represents a savings, but what I've got over here is, and so maybe what I will do, Brian, is kind of go back on camera because I brought up one of Alex's quilts, right? So let me say present and say share my screen again. And so Alex on our website. So go ahead, Brian, if you're hanging there with me. Share my screen again. And this is one of those patterns that you get, like when you buy that kit. Remember I said the kit had all the instructions. This is the instructions to make the Strawberry Delight quilt. Well, part of that quilt is appliquing. See here? And so what we're talking about is you trace, so you're going to fuse your Appley stick to your fabric. And then you're going to trace your applique pattern onto the waxy paper, and then you're going to cut it out. And once you cut it out, you're able to remove this kind of special waxy interlining and then iron it on. And so if I was to switch over to my on-screen camera again, just to kind of show, that's what this is here, right? I've got my cone and I've cut it out. And that cone, the fabric has the Appley web, Appley stick. Get it right, Trevor, because there is an Appley web, but that's different and not the same on the back of these. So once I've kind of like fused that on, notice that that's the waxy paper. So literally you can take your sort of pen or, whatever you want and trace out your shape, of your applique, and then hand cut it out. And this is one of my very favorite scissors, by the way. I don't know how well you'll see this, but it says that they've got the QS logo on there. They're the applique wave scissors. So when I do in the hoop applique, and I do a lot of in the hoop applique, I really like to have a bend in my scissor like this. And the reason I love these ones is their tip. Look how fine that tip is. Now, I will say if you're doing really small appliques, they might be a little bit on the large size. But for stuff like this, they're a really perfect size, but they have a super sharp point for cutting with. Those are called the Quilter Select Wave Scissors. And here's the thing. Anything that's got that QS logo on it, I don't know if you can actually see it, but there it is, the Quilter Select logo on it, it'll come in left and right. So I'm a righty, so I have the right-handed pair, but there's actually a left-handed pair of the scissors that will have the blade going the opposite direction for Alex like that. So once you fuse it on, one of the things that's really cool about Web is it kind of keeps your fabric together. It makes it less likely to start to fray on the edges. If you do digital cutting, so if you want to use a Brother Scan and Cut to cut your fabric, then putting the Web onto the fabric will allow your cutting machine to cut it, and you'll get perfect corners like this. You won't get, I don't know if you've ever tried to cut fabric on a Scan and Cut, but you need to use something to help the fabric stay sort of secure and not move around on the mat. And so this is a perfect product, this Apply Stick, for using for digital cutting or for hand cut appliques. Now that this is on here, obviously it doesn't stick until I remove that waxy paper, right? That waxy paper is just there. And you can try and pick it from the edge, but I usually just kind of make a little bit of an X in the middle of the fabric and then start from there so that I don't have to try and figure out where the edge of the fabric is. And so basically you're just going to remove all of this kind of protective paper from it. And so once I kind of get it started, it's usually pretty easy to get it all off. The scissors work good, but a pin also works really good to make like a little X in it, and just peel it open from the center. And so notice how very sticky this is now. The cool thing is it's repositionable. So I can stick that down and be like, that looks good. Let's try the ice cream with it, and so we, just kind of, I should have got the pin. Didn't quite cut it. There you go. And so just quickly kind of remove your paper and you can stick it down. But the beauty is, if you're like, oh, that doesn't look good, there, I want to try it, some other way. I can just, and I also like the scissors for this because they've got a really pointy, I can use them to lift it off again. So see how I can just kind of get underneath and pick it up with them, that point of that scissor. And then I can, put it somewhere else on my quilt block. So it's not like the old sticker books. Once you stuck it down, Brian, you were stuck. I was like, too bad, you stuck it down, and now that's where it goes. But in this case, I could do anything I want to kind of layer those two together. And so, yeah, that's called Apply Stick, and it's one of our products. So it's fuse, and then it's sticky. So I fused it to the pink fabric, and it adds a very light sort of stabilizer to the backside. And that way, if you're doing any embroidery or just even the decorative stitching on your appliques, it sort of makes that more resilient so that it can accept the needle stitching. Even if you were going to do a satin stitch around this, that way, you don't get any puckering. So it's got a very light stabilizer added to your applique pieces. So Apply Stick is one of the really amazing products that, really was what brought Alex to R&K Distributing. And then from there, it was a match made in heaven. And every time Alex thought of something new that the quilters in the world needed, we got busy and made it for her. And so there's quite a few things that we could talk about. I know I don't have all day, and I only have another 15 or so. One of the ones that Alex, you may have heard that we have a software called Design and Quilt, right? And Alex really was excited about the foundational paper piecing. So literally, if I open up a quilt block and there's like no limit to kind of the quilt blocks, because of course there's tools to make your own and everything else, but there's all kinds of different I guess, categories, if you want to call it that, of blocks, but whatever kind of one that you want to make. So I don't know if there's like a specific kind that you want to make using foundational piecing, but let's just pick one, and so here's a block, and it's going to just open up. To piece it with foundational piecing, I've got a tool, and it'll auto assign the foundational piecing for me, so it kind of tells you how to do it. And not only that, I can now use that to do like printed templates that show me, if I'm doing foundational piecing, then it will make all of the templates to do that foundational piecing for me. And so I'm not going to go too deep into like software today with you guys, but just know that this is how you can make your own kind of like printed templates for doing foundational piecing. And so if you're doing foundational piecing, then you're going to want to know about select print and piece, right? Because select print and piece this is not paper. This is actually made up of 100% made up of fiber. But it feels like paper, and it goes through your printer like paper, or you can trace on it with a pencil. But it feels very fibrous. And I don't know if you can kind of hear what it's sounding like when I'm touching it, but it sounds like a stiffened piece of fabric in a way. But one of the things that's amazing about this is if you get it wet, it almost entirely disintegrates. And so you can quilt it in and leave it in, or you can quilt it in and remove it. But what we're talking about is where you would actually create or print your foundational piecing template onto this product. And then you would literally sew a piece of fabric along one of these lines and fold it. And so another piece of fabric on one of those lines and fold it. And so there will be a step, there are steps to doing foundational piecing. But I think the beauty of it is even a novice like me can get really good points. Like this was my very first one. And I learned this so that I could, and kind of develop it into the software. I needed to fully get the purpose of it. And so can you see there how the paper is actually sewn into this block like that? And so that is a really cool product called Select Print and Piece. And that's what I use to do my foundational piecing. Now, I know there's another product that's called Print and Piece Fuse Light. This one is similar. So it's basically that same kind of print and piece product, but it's been made fusible so that you could fuse it to fabric. This is more like if you're going to do the English paper piecing, where you would fuse it to the fabric and then trim it and wrap your fabric around it. So you would cut out your hexie, fuse it to a piece of cut out the hexie out of this, fuse this to your fabric, and then wrap your fabric around. And I'm sorry, I don't have any English paper piecing samples that I could show you guys. So if that didn't make any sense to you, I'm very sorry, but I can't visualize it any better than that. That's kind of funny. But anyway, there's another adhesive that I think is also very, very interesting, and it's called the Quilter Select Aptly Web. And Aptly Web comes kind of two ways, Aptly Web and Aptly Web Plus. Now, I have open rolls over here, but I just dropped one off the table, so I'm getting up to grab it here. Sorry. Here's the thing. This is the most, if you want to fuse two pieces of fabric together, you would use Aptly Web. And the benefit is, so this is the Aptly Web. And now I'm going to unroll a little bit of it so that you can see what it looks like. It's so very interesting. It feels like I literally feel like I'm holding a spider web, you guys. It's so very elasticy. It won't cause any sort of stiffening. If you're going to fuse two pieces of fabric together, because you're making a label and you want to attach the label to the quilt, or if you're doing like an S for a Superman cape, you could fuse this to one fabric. Now, here's the thing. if it's just the Apply Web by itself, this is glue on both sides. This is just the adhesive by itself. But Apply Web Plus is the same adhesive with a waxy paper on one side. So now that waxy adhesive is attached to my, I don't know if I can separate it with just trying to pull it off, but not really. But that same webby stuff is attached to the paper. So if you're using it to put fabric to fabric, you might like to have the plus, because what you could then do is cut a piece, fuse it onto a piece of fabric. Then when you remove this waxy paper, you've made fusible fabric, and you can fuse one fabric to another fabric. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense, but let's try it if we could. So I thought I would give it a try, right? So first of all, here's just a small piece of fabric. And so if I put a small bit of the Apply Web inside of there, right? So why don't we just kind of like use our rotary cutter to cut off a strip of it, and then I'm going to make sure that it fits inside of this piece of fabric and that there's none kind of showing outside of it. And so what I'll do is I'll just trim it here, like really close, and then move it. I left a little edge on the other side so I could just move it in and make sure that there's no, I just don't want to get adhesive on anything else, right? But what I could do now is close this fabric. So what I have done is I've put Apply Web in between the two pieces of fabric. And notice that I put an iron beside me. It's not where my iron normally lives, but I'm just trying to make it work for today. I'm going to use the Teflon kind of like above and below. And now I've got a high temperature on my iron, so it's set for like cotton and linen. And I don't iron it like I'm ironing. I just press. And I'm going to count like in my head while I'm talking to like 10. And then I'm going to pick it up and I'm going to move it over and I'm going to press again. And so you want to kind of hold your iron down, not too hard, just a little bit of pressure sort of thing. And once you kind of get to around 10, you can lift off. And so now if we open this up and we look, we've got fabric that's fused, totally fused together front to back. It doesn't separate. Here, where my camera goes, sorry. It doesn't separate in any way. It's nicely fused together, but it still has all of the hand. So if you're doing, I do like appliques where I do a lace edge, but then there's fabric. It's like two-sided. So that's how you get the fabric front to back without changing. And so that's kind of cool. So if you get it just Apply Web, you have to put fabric on both sides. If you get it Apply Web Plus, well, then you have it with that waxy paper on one side. Well, now you've got something to protect it, when you're doing it. So the one thing that's kind of neat, and you could do this with either one. I'm just going to cut a strip of it out. So here's a piece of the Apply Web. Now, I don't know if you guys are like me, but every time I do an embroidery, that little thread gets like put into a box, right? Those are all my little threads. So imagine making these threads into something unique. So I'm just going to try and pull out a bunch. Here, maybe I need my wave scissors to like cut them apart from each other. That's fun. And this may not be for everyone, but this is kind of unique, right? So what I'm doing, and you could lay anything you want into this little sandwich here, right? You could lay some cording in here, or some little bits of embroidery, or even little bits of fabric, kind of whatever you want. But my idea was that I would, put them inside of this and then fuse it all together and see if I couldn't turn it into something. And so basically, I'm just experimenting with the product. I'm really not sure that this is what it was ever meant for. In fact, I promise you guys, this is not what it was meant for. But it's kind of cool when you get these interesting products and you give them into the hands of kind of the creative types. You never know what they might do. So basically, I'm using the Apply Web Plus, but I folded it in half. So I know that I have waxy paper kind of like protecting my Teflon on both sides. And I'm just, same thing, hold it down for about 10 seconds with a hot iron, just long enough to kind of like get all that glue activated. And then I'm going to, sort of stop using it. And now I need to let this cool. before I try and remove. So this is the same no matter which one you're using, whether it's the Apply Web or whether it's the Apply Stick or any of the ones that come with the waxy paper that you kind of remove at the end. What you want to do is you want to wait until it's cool to the touch before you try and remove it like that. And so at this point, I'll just try and open it up and see what it kind of turned into. And see, not enough glue. It's a fail. So I'm going to try again because I know what my mistake was. This is where I don't use the Apply Web because I've made this before and I've had good success. And I think the point is I need to use the web without to make this. Let's try one more time because it's kind of fun. And then I'll come back on screen because I know you guys probably want to get back to on camera. So this was the last kind of product I was going to show you guys. But so I'm taking the Apply Web by itself and I'm actually just going to lay that directly onto the pressing cloth like that. And that way we'll do one more time with some sort of like hairy threads out of my box like this. And I'll just trim them to get them out of the box. Oh boy. All right. You're not seeing any of that because my camera's not put into the right place. But now I've got the threads and I'm kind of laying them out. And I want to make sure that the glue is on both sides of it, basically, so that when I close it all up, I know that there's an area in there that has all glue on both sides. Well, you know, this is one of those ones that I would probably be in a different bit of a body position so I could kind of see a little bit better what I'm doing. But all right, let's give it a try. And then I'll come back on screen and I'll tell you guys how it turned out. I'll hold it up. But you know what, you guys, Quilter Select has a lot of really amazing products. And I would say the most strong product that we have is this mat and this ruler. If you don't own it and you buy that new starter kit, I promise you, you will be absolutely thrilled that you got it. It is our #1 seller that we make from the Quilter Select brand. So now I need to let this fully cool because I've got that adhesive in there. And so maybe I'll come on camera and I'll wait and I'll try and talk to you guys for a minute while we do, because I'm running out of time and that is fine. But how's it going there?
It is going wonderfully. You have done such a great job showcasing so many awesome Quilter Select products. I'm just going to be 100% honest. I know we have a ton of products on our website, but several of those I had not heard of. So I am very intrigued by what you're doing right there.
I know.
Very cool.
Do a tutorial for you guys because I made them. It's not. I'm trying to pull it apart before it's cool enough. Is the problem? You have to let it fully cool.
You're trying though. That's what's so cool. Like you're trying something new, and I'm sure you can get really creative and do some amazing things with those products. But I do have to ask one question. Yolanda's sitting here asking, how many colors of thread do you have on your wall?
Oh my goodness! You know what, you guys? There's 1,000 in the box that don't fit on the wall. I have more than I can find spaces for at the moment, but I have all 360 of the Floriani polyester line, kind of like in one section, and then I've got another section that's got our kind of like rayon thread from the Jenny Haskins line, and then I've got all of the Quilter Select threads. There's in excess of 2,000 spools up on the wall. They're not all Floriani and R&K, that's true, because I love all the kinds, you know, and I think that as an embroiderer and a quilter, having more types of products is like the spice cabinet of your sewing and, you know, of your quilt. When you're cooking, you need spices and you need specialty products when you're quilting.
That's amazing. I love it so much. Speaking of loving, we love giveaways, right? Should we give away this awesome kit?
Yes, there's somebody's going to be really loving it.
Yeah, that was awesome. Let's see who it is. And thank you very much to R&K for donating this wonderful kit too. So thank you guys.
Yay!
Sabrina, congratulations.
You won. Right. Congratulations. Oh, you guys, thank you so much for bringing me onto your show. I'm just honored to be here and I would come anytime. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you, Trevor. Have a good one.
Thank you.
So fun. I love it so much. That was awesome. Congratulations on the prize. And you can check out any of those Quilter Select products on our website. So to claim your prize, if you just go to our link tree, it'll be linktree/sewing parts online. There's a claim your button. Just click that and there's a form to fill out. You can go ahead and fill out your information and click submit. And it takes about 1 to 2 weeks to get your prize. Speaking of prizes, guys, on every segment, at the beginning of each segment, we like to go over what we're going to be giving away at the end of the next one. So the next one that we'll be giving away is going to be this beautiful True Cut travel kit along with 4 spools of the finesse thread. Oh, the pretty color went away. Bye, pretty color. The blue. There we go. So that's going to be given away at the end of the Grace segment. And thank you, Grace, for donating these wonderful prizes. And to get entered into this giveaway, just watch out for the surprise summer word. It's going to pop up on the screen sometime during Mark's segment. So why don't we get Mark pulled up? Because you all know we are super excited for this because we are not only going to see the 21X and the automation, but we're going to see that little rebel. So let's pull up Mark and say hello.
How's it going? Oh, there I am right there. Yes.
There he is.
Yeah,
Hi, Mark. How are you today?
Good. How are you doing today?
I am doing excellent. We are super excited and we have questions going to be ready for you on that little rebel.
Well, good. Yeah, little rebel questions and hopefully 21X Elite automation questions. Just questions, bring them. That's why we like to do these lives, right, Trish? Because we can just answer questions as we do live. So just keep bringing them in and they'll be right on my screen.
Sounds like a plan. Mark, would you like to start with the 21X first and then talk about the little rebel, or how would you like to go about doing it?
Yeah, we'll talk about the 21X and the automation, and then we'll save what the saying is, save the best for last. But this is also really good. But yeah, we'll bring in the hyped up machine that you guys now, with the, let's do the little rebel last, and we'll do the Qnique 21 and automation right now.
Okay, sounds good. If you need me, I'll be in the background.
Fantastic. Well, thank you everybody for joining in. I'm curious to see where people are joining from. So put in the comments where you're joining from. This is fantastic. Sewing Parts Online do this event, and it's such a great event with wonderful vendors coming on, be able to look at the product. And today we're talking about the 21X Elite and the automation. Something that I really love to talk about. The automation is something that, it's exciting. There's a lot of emotions that come from the automation. Excitement, maybe fear, don't know what I'm doing, scared, not going to touch it, whatever emotion that is. Hopefully by the end of this segment, you'll be looking at it thinking, you know what, I can do the automation. It's very, very easy. And as we demonstrate this, any questions that you have, please feel free to bring it up. I'm going to try to go over all the 21X Elite features. We'll get it sewing. We'll get it up and going. We'll talk about the automation and talk about all the features. There's a lot that comes in with the automation. So any questions that you have, bring them forward. So excited. So a lot of comments coming in Illinois, New Jersey, Alaska. Ooh, very nice. Washington, Oklahoma. Yeah, keep them coming. It's so fun. New York, Iowa. Just a wide variety of the customer base all around the nation coming in, which is really, really nice. Tennessee, Kansas City, again, Illinois. So yeah, keep them coming. Okay. Now I have a question for you guys. 21X Elite automation. And I know they're going to have, their own price point. That's why we do this, for the special prices. Don't let the long arm turn you away or scare you from your hobby. Put a 1 in the comment when you think of the word long arm or automation. Does that scare you a little bit? And that's okay that it does, because I've been to enough shows that I know that those 2 words can scare you from wanting to buy, or maybe even the cost of these 2 things can scare you from wanting to buy. Put a 1 in the comment if that's you. Yeah, ones are coming in. You're like, yeah, the word long arm. You're like, I don't know what to do with the word. It's scary, it's big. hopefully by the end of this segment, you're going to see how actually easy, fun, and unintimidating it is to use a long arm machine. And that's, I mean, right here to my left here, just this machine itself is super easy, and we'll go over all the features, the screen, how fun it is to control. Yeah, a lot of ones coming in. And that doesn't surprise me because, like I said, I've asked enough customers that say, hey, if you're going to get a long arm, what is it? And they're like, oh, it's scary. So I know kind of the feeling when you think of the word long arm that it is going to be that way. All right, so let's dive in to the 21X Elite and talk about all the wonderful features and glory that this machine has. First off, the name 21, that is the throw size. So you already have a large 21-inch throw, which is really nice. It comes with a 7-inch screen that we'll talk about and all the features. It comes with adjustable handles and buttons, and so just a lot of wonderful features about the machine. As you're listening to this, think about a couple things. One is how easy is it to navigate? You know, how fun is it going to be? We don't want to have a system that takes a lot of time for you to think about what you're doing, right? Quilting is fun. It's a fun hobby, and we don't want you to think about or stress about what you're going to do next because of what product you're using. So we just want you to have fun with it. So as you're listening, come up with some questions you may have. I know there's a lot of questions, what it can and cannot do, and what machine or what frame. So bring those questions in, and I'll be happy to answer them. All right. So as we look at the 21X Elite, it is stitch regulated with 4 different stitch modes with this beautiful 7-inch screen. And that's what I'm going to talk about right now, is this screen and what the features or how many features that it comes with. So as we look at the screen, it has right now on the home screen, precise, 11 stitches per inch, and then we have these other features. Let me tilt this back up here so we can there we go, perfect. All right, so we have precise, 11 stitches per inch, and then we have these other features. Precise is a regulated mode. If you tap on that, it'll bring up a selection of them, and the top one is precise, cruise, manual, and based. Over here on the right, we have jog backward and jog forward. I love those features. That actually moves the needle. So when you are wanting to get a perfect placement or have the needle go up a little bit or down a little bit, just to make sure that you are in the right spot, you can hit this jog forward and jog backwards. And just like the word jog, you know, you're kind of moving a little slower. So you can tap that button and the needle will go up and down, whether you go forward or backwards. It has a single stitch and also has a needle down. So you can actually keep it to where the needle will stay up or down in the positioning when you're done quilting. All right. This hamburger up here, these 3 little lines, as we select on that, you're going to see it has settings and help. I love the help because it brings in pretty much like our manuals that come with the machine. So preparing to quilt, quilting, maintenance, troubleshooting, using the touchscreen. You can dive in now and have the instruction booklet pretty much with you. As we know, the instruction booklet can walk away or you misplace it, and now you have it with you on the screen. So as you prepare to quilt, it will say threading your machine, choosing your needle, winding the bobbin. So these are wonderful tips. And as you go in deeper and deeper, it will show you and illustrate you how to thread your machine, which is really nice. Okay, same with choosing your needle. It'll talk about why and what needle and the size and what it can do. So it gives you kind of a training on what needles to pick. And we all can use some training on the needles because that's a lot of questions we get, is what size the needles and why. And then again, winding the bobbin, and it'll bring up the illustration of the machine on how to wind the bobbin. And so we have these right built into the screen. All right, quilting, as we bring up quilt, same thing. As we dive in, and the further you go, the more you have, the more information that we provide, from setting the tension, winding the bobbin, pulling the bobbin thread, pulling the bobbin thread after you tie off. Okay, these are all key things needed as you quilt, and they're very necessary, and makes your process a lot easier and more fun when you end up having these things available for you. Okay, maintenance. I love the maintenance one because it's super easy to maintain the machine. Cleaning guide, and oiling guide. These are right down the bottom. So cleaning guide and oiling guide. If I don't know where the oiling guide is, it will tell you what you got to do. Move the hand wheel for your safety, oil the machine, make sure the power is off. So this walks you through oiling the machine, which is really, really nice. And as we go back, troubleshooting. Troubleshooting talks about the different types of stitches and what happens if you have this types of stitch, and troubleshooting long stitches and just the general troubleshooting. Do we have those features, which is really, really nice. Again, these features that we have built in are just very small and subtle, but they go a long way with the manual and the expectations of what you're doing with the machine. And then using the touchscreen. And so using the touchscreen, welcome to the tutorial, and then it will walk you through, which is really nice. You keep hitting the top button here, it'll go different settings on walking through the touchscreen. And as you touch different ones, it will talk about those different modes. So like I mentioned, the jog forward and backwards, it will tell you the jogging moves the needle in increments. So this is really nice to have as you have the touchscreen built in. And every single one of the icons on the touchscreen, it'll walk you through those settings, which is really, really nice. Okay. The toolbox, which is perfect. And all of these as it goes through. Okay. And the calculator, which is really nice. The bobbin estimator, the measuring tool, and edge warning, which we'll talk about edge warning. Edge warning, it sets you a parameter around your edge of your quilt. This is one that I really, really, really love, especially as a new beginner. You can set a parameter around your quilt. And as we demonstrate that here in a minute, you can see what this has to offer, which is really nice. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get out of this. I got to go through all the steps here. Okay.
Mark, I like your bracelet.
Oh yeah, thank you. My 11-year-old daughter made this for me, so I'm like, you know what? Yeah, there it is up close. So my 11-year-old daughter, will kind of, I'm a cool dad. I have to wear the bracelet that she makes. So thanks, Trish, for
Tell her she did a wonderful job.
I will let her know. In fact, she made a separate one for her, so we can match. And so thanks for noticing.
Oh, that's precious. I love that so much.
Yes. Okay. So the touchscreen, 7-inch touchscreen that has all those features built into it. Okay. As we look at the machine and all the features, I'm going to go ahead and turn it on, and we can see how smooth this machine is as we move it around. I want you to notice the smoothness, how easy it is, how fun it is. I'm going to adjust the handles. I'm going to do everything on the handlebars to get you all comfortable and ready, so that the word long arm doesn't scare you away. So I like all the comments. Yeah, good. Yeah. So the bracelet, funny. I'm glad you brought that up. Not all the attention. Let's bring the attention back to the to the machine. You can look at the bracelet too. I'll hold it up every now and then and say, there it is, and we'll get a close up. Okay, so as we are on precise, there's several ways when you start doing long arming. Is you want to pull the bobbin up, and you can pull the bobbin up on the handlebars. We have a needle down. I'm going to simply just press that button, and the needle is going to go down. Pull the bobbin up, and there we go. And with the lighting on here, I can, should I probably dim that light a little bit? I'm going to go ahead and dim that light on the screen. We have the ability to dim the needle brightness. And so as you notice, I'm just going to dim that a little just for our cameras to pick up a lot more. There we go. So I just dim that. As you can see how simple that is. You never have too much lighting, but in this case, we might have a little much as we have our big lights around us. And so, okay, so we pulled the bobbin up. Now by doing that, you would want to tie it off, and normally you would turn it on just a little bit to have that tie off, and go back and forth. And now I'm going to go ahead and hit it and have it go and quilt, which is really nice, quiet, And you can see just moving it with a couple of fingers on the one side. I can go ahead and move that and circle to get the quilting. I don't have to death grip it. I don't need to death grip this machine. Just with a couple fingers, it is very smooth and very easy, and it's regulated. So on precise, as you notice, as I move slower, the needle moves slower, and as I go faster, it speeds up. And if I stop, it stops. Very precise on the regulation. That's how, I mean, super easy, and it has a safety. If I don't move it, you notice that it went back down and up again. That is a safety. So if you just kind of walk away with your machine or walk away from the machine, after so many seconds, it will just go ahead and shut off on you. So now if I move it around, it is not not quilting. So go ahead and get that going again. And right now I'm just doing kind of some stippling. A star. All right, that is on precise. Now let's go ahead and change that to cruise. And on cruise, I love cruise for many reasons. One in particular, if I were to stipple or do intricate designs or fill any design, I want the machine to continue to go. Like on precise, if I stop to move the machine, that needle stopped. Well, cruise, if I hit cruise, it's going to cruise up at 15%. So you can see it's already moving. Now, if I speed up, you can hear it. Okay, as it's regulating. Okay, and if I stop it, it stops. So you can see and hear it rev up as you go faster. Now that's at 15%, and I can go down to 5%. So as I start the machine at 5%, let's bring that down to 5. You notice that it's going to go up 5%. So much slower. And when I speed up, it's going to go ahead and speed up as well. Okay, so that is cruise. So both precise and cruise have the automation, or not automation, that has the stitch regulation to it. Then we have based and manual, and base is just basing along, and manual is turning off the regulation and getting full power of the machine, machine speed. Let's talk about the machine speed now that I brought that up. It stitches at 2,600 stitches per minute. Really fast, really nice, and we like it that fast because of if you're going smaller, or once you start the machine, you want to be able to have all the stitches the same length and keep up with you no matter how fast or how slow you go. So 2,600 stitches per minute with this machine, so it's really fast. All right. Now on manual, like I said, manual turns off the automation, and right now you can pick anywhere from 5% up to 100% of the machine speed. You can do that by sliding this, or you can go ahead and hit the plus button. So if I were to go ahead and hit the plus button, you can see that it will go up in increments. So you can go all the way to 100% of the machine speed, all the way as low as you want, down to 5% of the machine speed. So that is manual, so it's non-regulated. If you are that type of quilter that likes to use the manual instead of regulation, you have that option. I'm going to go back up to precise. All right, I talked about the toolbox. In here, we have our measuring, our calculator, a bobbin estimator, edge warning, and project keeper, so you can keep the projects you're working on. I love all of these, especially the bobbin winder and the edge warning. Bobbin winder, once you go in there, you fill out the parameter. Typically on our bobbins, there's about 80 yards of thread on there. So you want to go ahead and fill that in there, how much bobbin you have. And once you fill that in and you hit the on button, you'll see that the icon comes over here. And this icon will go red when it is running low. It won't tell you when it's out, but it'll tell you when it's low. So you can go ahead and change that. So that's a nice feature to know when your bobbin's running out. All right, edge warning. Now this is where you, as a new beginner, when we are quilting along, you tend to focus on the needle. So as I'm moving the machine around here, what tends to happen is on the back side, the back of the throat will come up and hit the back of the bar. So I'm crashing right there. Depending on how far you have your frame pulled out, you have a little more room, especially to the side of the frame. As I come over to the side of the frame, the carriage, like all machines, is going to bottom out. So as I keep going, it's going to hit the side and bottom out. So right there's bottoming out. So I have all this extra, if I have fabric hanging over, that I feel like I can quilt. And actually I can't because of where the carriage is hitting the side of the frame. And that's just normal for all machines on a frame. So what we did is we built in edge warning to overcome where you're thinking, because when you're going and you're doing circles and you come up, nothing's worse than when you're doing a circle and you come and hit the back of that throw and your circle becomes a half moon, right? We don't want these. We don't want to be able to have and come crashing into the back of the throw. And that's just standard too, because your machine back here will hit this buildup, and so you're going to crash into that. So let's go ahead and set the edge warning. So on the screen, it tells you we're going to go to the top left of our quilt. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And for this purpose, I'm going to go ahead and just go right there. That's my top left of the quilt. And I'm going to go ahead and hit set. Let's turn that on. Okay. Now bottom right. And so for the demonstration purposes, I'm going to go down here to the bottom right and not all the way. Typically, you want to go all the way to the side of your quilt, okay, where you can, where that is. So for this demonstration purposes, I'm going to stop about right there. So you can see that I can go all of this if I wanted to, but I'm going to show you what the edge warning will do. So I'm going to go ahead and stop right there and hit set. Okay, and then on the screen, you see that nice big check mark that came in. Now I'm doing a 1/2 inch margin. So I can do 1/2 inch or 1 inch. So if I get within 1 inch of my parameter, it will start letting me know. So let's go ahead and turn that on. So it is set. And right here on the side of the screen, you now see we have the edge warning icon along with the bobbin estimator icon. All right, so as we go ahead and get this set up and start quilting, as I'm going along, I'm going to go over to the left, right there, okay, to let you know. And then right here, there is a red light that you can make brighter. So a red light, and you can see it up here too on the needle light. There's red. Okay, so that's letting me know I have basically a 1/2 inch left over before I bottom out. Same thing with coming forward. As I come forward, and there it is on the front. You see the red light, and it will stop. So that is really nice as I'm quilting along that I have that edge warning. So how many of you feel like the edge warning is going to be a wow factor as you're new beginning, new quilting, new quilter, as you're making your projects? You know, a lot of us, when you do free motion quilting, that also scares us. Like, I can't do free motion quilting. It's not easy. How many of you now, knowing that there's an edge warning to help you with that, is going to be really nice? I love it. I love it because I get so focused on my project at hand that I'm not thinking about how much further I have on the distance on the back of my throw or on the side of my quilt. I'm just going to town on whatever I'm looking at. So if I can see that I'm coming up and then that machine lets me know that I'm approaching that, I love that feature. So yeah, a lot of, me, wow. So absolutely, if you want a free motion quilt, that edge warning is really nice. And it's in the 21X Elite series, which is awesome. So that is the edge warning. Okay, going, yeah.
We do have a question about the edge warning. Kayla's wondering, do I still get the edge warning without the automation?
Yes. Yep. So without it. So right now we're not even running the automation system, which we'll talk here just in a minute. We're running just free motion quilting. I am just controlling the machine myself. Great question. Yes, without automation, you do have the edge warning. The edge warning is really nice for free motion. You don't need edge warning when it comes to automation, and I'll show you why here in a minute. But edge warning is for that free motion process, because when you free motion quilting, that's you controlling the machine, and we don't want to go out of bounds or coming up and crashing. And so for automation, it has its own way of having an edge warning, which we'll dive here in a minute. So great question. If there's any other question too, Trish, pop them up. I try to keep track on those questions, but yes, any of them, just go ahead and pop them up on the screen. All right. So that is most of the features on the screen. Coming back here under settings, this is where, again, you can tune up or turn down. So the screen brightness, the needle brightness, needle down, overspeed, light, overspeed sound, edge warning sound, edge warning light, the click sound, and the stitch length units. You can turn them on to inches or have them off. And so you have these in there. So you can customize your quilting. Okay, so beautiful screen with wonderful features that you get with the 21X Elite. Now let's talk about the handlebars that it comes with. I love these because you can adjust them. Right here on each side, you have this lever that you can open up, and now you can move the handlebars down. If you want a micro stippling, you can hold them up. You can even extend. Back here, you can notice I'm going to extend it out a little further. There you go. So you have another 2 more inches of length. That is really nice with the 21 because it's such a large throat. If you're vertically challenged, you don't want to have to stretch all the way back to your quilting and then come forward again. That's uncomfortable. So if you extend your handlebars out, you can have the extra 2 inches of space to work with, which is, again, really nice. So you have adjustable handles, both left and right. 21 inches of throw space, built-in bobbin winder, which is on top of the machine. You have that. Dual cone, one for your bobbin winder and one for your threading of the machine. But the machine overall, there's not a lot to it. I don't have to really maintain it by taking it in and getting a service. It is maintained. It is a sealed ball bearing machine. The oiling is the only part that you have to maintain, is make sure you oil it. Outside of that, it maintains itself on the inside. You don't have to take it in and get it blown out. I know we keep hearing too that when the bobbin, you don't want to blow any air into the bobbin, just because you can blow all that thread and all that lint, everything inside your machine. Not with the Qnique machine. It has a sealed plate. So you can actually, if you wanted to blow air in there, you can, and it'll just blow all that out. Just make sure your face isn't so close to that, because you will probably just get a mouthful of the lint that's down there. So it is really easy to maintain. And that's one thing I love about the Qnique machine. If you're looking at buying a machine, one is also affordability, right? How easy it's to maintain, customer service. And I know with Sewing Parts Online, really great customer service that you can just give them a call. They'll take care of you. We support them. So if you end up wanting to call a Grace Company, we support them by helping their customers out. So you're supported in many ways when you buy the Qnique machine. Okay. I know Tammy right there says, I will love the machine. Well, Tammy, after you hear the price and what they have to offer, you're probably want to buy one. You can see the back. It's Christmas, right? Christmas in July. So we're already Christmas here. This could be a great Christmas gift in July. Julie says, I'm looking on SPO, the choice is Elite Evolution frame, not a continuum frame. Are they different? Great question. They are different in build, but the same concept, same process. All of them, you can get 8-foot, 10-foot frame, both steel construction. I love the Evolution Elite, which is our new frame. Some of the changes we made from this frame to the Continuum are the metal ratchets. On the side where the ratchet systems are is a metal ratchet instead of a plastic ratchet. The Continuum has a nice, solid plastic ratchet. Don't get me wrong. I just love that we changed to the Evolution to make it a little step up. You know, as we build new product, we always want to make what's the next step up from the previous one. And this one has several new features that the Continuum does not have. But all in all, they quilt the same size of quilt, made out of this the steel frame. So they're very solid, very easy to use. Okay. All right, so that's on the 21X Elite. Very easy to maintain, very easy to thread, very easy to troubleshoot, very easy to take care of, very easy to use. It's just very easy, and you have the large throw space. So if this is the machine you're looking for and it checks up all the boxes, then you're good. If all the boxes you're having was the comfort, the price, the maintenance, anything else I was talked about, if those check off your boxes, then this is the machine for you. Now let's talk about the automation. All right. The automation, I love, easy to use. If you're kind of getting what I'm throwing down here, we're talking about easy. It's all easy, 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 easy. And this is no exception on the automation, on the automation. So we have 2 versions of the automation. We have beginnings and we have pro. And I believe, Trish, correct me if I'm wrong, is it the pro software that's with this, or does it matter which one?
They can get either one, but if you want to show the pro, that would be perfect.
All right. So the pro, I love the pro because you get to design your patterns. And if you have the creativity mind, if you like to draw and doodle on paper, well, you can do that here and you can save your pattern. So the pro software comes with the design element already built in. So here is the screen that you're going to see right out of the gate. Select and sew pattern, pantograph, and then these other features where you can do pattern CAD, quilt CAD, and record. And these other features are where you can design your patterns from scratch. We have user manuals, which is really nice. All of them come in PDF form. So you can see I can pull up the user manuals. It also has, under help, tutorials, help, videos, and tips. So these all come with the automation so that your journey with automation is an easy one. Okay, as we open up with the Pro, you can do many, many things. And what is nice is the ability to be as you can take this as slow as you want. It is customizable. You can take what you want with it and run. You can grow. You don't have to get and start doing things right out of the gate that you're not comfortable with. With being Pro, don't let the name Pro throw you off as well. Pro just gives you these other features, which allows you to create more and to broaden your horizon of quilting. So select and sew pattern. As I go in there, it comes up with, this is where I was telling about the edge warning in a way. So this is the automation version of the edge warning where it sets the safety area. So what we're going to do is set the maximum quilt area. And it tells you right here, to the safety area, move to the top left, and here's a button. So what we'll do is move the machine to the top left. And this is where you want to go all the way to the top left of your quilt. Very, very top left. And sometimes I even like to hang over a little bit so I can quilt all the way the edge. You have a little batting left over on the sides. You can quilt all the way to the edge. So this, I like to go all the way to the top. I'm going to hit that top left. Then it tells you move to the bottom right. So we're going to go ahead and move that all the way down to the bottom right. Okay. There we go. So the automation has its own safety area. Now, when I'm done, it brings up the library. It comes with over 250 patterns in the library, and then you can grow your library by importing the patterns that takes these file types, which are standard quilting file types, and or you can design your own patterns. So I'm going to go ahead and pick a pattern and quilt it. But remember the 3 steps. So this automation, it's going to be easy, and you can make it as advanced as you want it to be and as easy as you want it to be, as long as you keep these 3 steps in your mind. You pick the pattern, we place the pattern, and we quilt it. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and pick the pattern, and I'm going to choose a block pattern. I'm in the block file. I'm going to go ahead and choose any one of these. Let's just go ahead and do this beach ball. So I picked the pattern. Now I'm going to place the pattern. And then you could also rotate. So as we place the pattern, there it is on the screen. And then you also have these other features. You can rotate the pattern. And that's what I love about a system is these other nice features is where you can manipulate your pattern. So you can flip it, you can reverse it, you can rotate it, and you can add margins. Once we pick the pattern, we're going to place it. So remember, again, we pick it, we got to place it. And if I go right to quilt, there's a quilt button. If I were to go right to quilt, it will come up and saying, hey, this pattern isn't placed. And so we build that in there to keep it simple and easy for all of us. Right here are my placement methods. So it says 2 points, block, 4 points, tilt a block, and so forth. So there's many. You can see the icon changes to what pattern I'm looking to create. So it's really simple. And right now I'm going to do a block. And what the block is to create my own little square. So the top left and bottom right. If my square wasn't perfect, I'll just do 4 points. Right? So I can go top, right and left, and bottom right and left to get the 4 points. So now I'm going to choose a block. And so now if we can come down here to the fabric, I'm just going to come down to a block. Actually, let's go back up to the screen here. Right Right here, you can also see it says stretch and fit. You can now stretch it or fit it within that block as we go. Let's go ahead and keep that here for a minute. I'm going to talk about a couple other things as I look at doing, as we go to quilt. One of the things I want you to look for is how easy is this going to do for you on the quilting side. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going, just give me a minute here. The thread just got caught, so I'm just going to unconnect or unstop the thread here. Add a little knot in the thread, so I'm just going to re-thread the machine here real quick. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So now as we go ahead and quilt this beach ball, I'm going to go ahead and do a block point. So I'm going to go in this little square right down here. I have a nice little about 4-inch square that I'm going to go ahead and do it in. And it's this one right here. So I'm going to go to the top left and hit that button and then down to the bottom right and hit right there. So that is my ball. And you see that it shrunk down to the exact same size as my square. And now within there, you can see I can either fit it or stretch it. And you can't really see, but the ball is shrinking in size on when I fit it. So now I'm going to go ahead. I picked it. I placed it. And then there's processes to pull the bobbin up, and you can do that. Our system walks you through the pull bobbin process. I'm going to go ahead and hit quilt. I'm just going to connect. And let's go ahead and hit sew. It's going to engage. Then it's going to move over to the starting point of the pattern. And there it is. And I'm just going to swoop underneath here. Okay. So it is sewing that, and you can see on the screen itself the what's it doing. And if we back out, you can see the machine right perfectly inside that block is where that is stitching. And you can see the progress of where that ball is. And so now it's going to come right down the middle. Okay. And that is done. And it's going to do its own little tie off. Perfect. I'm just going to go ahead and pull that bobbin back up. And let's go ahead and talk about the pantographs. So with this, I love the edge-to-edge process of doing the pantograph. I'm going to go out of it, and now we're going to look at pantograph. There's a lot that can be on the pantograph. I'm going to just show you one program. But with pantograph, I can come in here, and now I can select from our modes, Power Panto, Easy, and Basic. I love the Power Panto one because it will do the entire work for you. So as I choose Power Panto, and now there's a lot that's going to go on here. So again, you could change and flip your patterns. But here's edge to edge. Pantograph is edge to edge. I'm going to go from one side to the other side. I'm going to go ahead and do Power Panto. I'm going to go to the continuous line folder, and I'm going to choose the duck because what I'm about to show really shows this process. So there are my ducks. Down here is my total width and height. I'm going to go ahead and my total width is my safety area, so I can't go any bigger than my 43 inches, but my total height, I'm going to go ahead and do 50. And you can see that it would change the layout. There you go. Okay. And I can size, I can make it smaller, I can make it bigger. Then I can also flip it. You notice if I flip it, now it's changed size. If I do it again, every other row is flipped. I can make them where they kiss each other. Then I can change it where they go upside down. So you can change it. You can change your pattern. You can change your rows to customize what you're wanting to do, quick and easy on that same screen. From here, you can be able to quilt your entire quilt. So now my quilt is done. All I did is tell the system how big my total quilt is by 50 high and is 43.129 width. And that is it. So now I can take this right to quilt. And by quilting, the system is smart enough to know what size of frame it's on. So if I'm quilting on a larger frame, or if I'm doing a hoop frame, the system will know exactly which one it is on, and so it'll tell you how to place these patterns. So that is pantograph. And so pantograph, you can do, again, easy, basic, power panto, and then on the advanced side, advanced is a yearly subscription with the gold card that's only available for the pro software. Okay, and then as we look at the last features of the automation, like I said, there's a lot about it. I'm not trying to rush through this process. I'm going to go back out here real quick. I'm not trying to rush through this process. There is so much that can be done with the automation, from picking patterns to do pantographs and then designing the software. Very easy, very fun to do. Don't let the word automation scare you from getting computerized automation. And in fact, I'm seeing a lot more the quilters going to that route of being computerized on their quilting. So these other features where you can design your patterns. So on Quilt Pattern CAD, I can come in here and I can design my patterns, and you have the illustrations and you have the icons to help you do so. But simply I can come in here and I can write my name. I'm gonna go ahead and write Mark. Well, I forgot the R in there, so that says like Mac. So Mark, let's go ahead and it says continuous line. So if I were to write Mark, there you guys wanted to show I did not forget how to write my name. So Mark, and what this line is, continuous line. Right over here, you can see I have continuous line checked. So no matter where I touch the screen, it'll be continuous line. So you can design your patterns from scratch. You could also record. So if you're quilting, I can hit start recording, and I can move my machine around, and you notice on the screen that it is bringing up a black line. And that right there is me recording that movement, and I can save that pattern. So you can record and trace over and hit the record button, so you don't have to redo that again, which is, again, really, really nice. Okay, so the automation with the 21X Elite, fantastic combo with the frame of your choosing. And Trish, before we get into the little Rebel, did you have any questions or any pricing that you wanted to add on this package?
I can definitely go on pricing while we switch over to the Rebel, but we do have two questions. One is the tablet included?
The tablet is not included. Great question, by the way. It is a Windows tablet as well. So any Windows operating tablet. We like to use the Microsoft tablets, and you can get them very inexpensive, but it is a Windows-based program on the automation.
Perfect. And then the other one is, how do we take care of the updates?
Wonderful. On the updates. So under Help, when we go into Help, there's actually a software management. And as we click the software management, manage systems, and then right here, check for updates. And so you can actually come in here and check for updates to see. So anytime we find bugs, anytime we add new features to it, when you do that check for updates right there, you can go ahead and do that. So you can do that right on the screen by under the help feature.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Mark. I will go over pricing on the 21X Elite if you want to switch over to the Rebel. And guys, have your questions ready. We're so excited about this.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to go over the pricing on the 21X Elite. That was an amazing machine. So as Mark had mentioned, it has 2,600 stitches per minute, that 21-inch throat space. You're going to get more done quicker. That's so cool. You've got the 7-inch screen. I love the stitch regulation. I know there was a question in there on the 4 modes. So that's going to be the precise, the cruise, the manual, and the based. Rachel had thrown in there too, our product specialist, that there's a repositioning hopping foot. So that's really cool as well. And I love that that has the help button where the manual is essentially right in your machine. But I do have to tell you guys, Grace also includes an awesome instruction manual. We were talking about that for the 16X that we have here, that everything is so well written and so easy to use. But I do also want to let you know that any Qnique machine that you purchase right now, you do get the free 10-foot light bar. Just remember that we also have 15% off on the software. He had shown us the pro version, but we also have the beginnings. So if you are looking for either one, you can give us a call and we can get you some special event pricing. But we got the thumbs up, so we are ready to see about the brand new little Rebel. And I can't wait to see this, Mark. Let's let you take it away.
Thank you, Trish. I just have to comment on those prices, though. Fantastic. $84.99 on the long arm automation. Real quick, if you want to start with beginnings, you can upgrade to the pro by just simply paying just a small price to go to the pro. So you can start beginnings and go pro, or just get the pro right out of the gate. But fantastic prices. Take advantage of that. Christmas in July. Reach out to Sewing Parts Online to get that taken care of. Okay. Little Rebel, here it is. This has been in the works for a while, and we are, oh my gosh, we are so excited for this machine for many, many reasons. I'm going to do this. Put a 2 in the comment if you already have sewing machines, 5 or more sewing machines. Go ahead and put a 2 in the comment if you own 5 or more sewing machines. And that can be just straight stitch. I know a lot of them just come straight stitch, and that's what the majority of them use when you do your piecing, straight stitch. Now, sure, there could be the higher ends where you have the decorative stitching or different types of stitching, but put a 2 in the comment if you own 5 or more. A lot of 2s coming in, yes. So there are many of you that have 5 or more sewing machines. Little Rebel is our newest sewing machine / quilting machine. Now, if you think about the sewing machines that you have, how many of you take that same sewing machine to go from your sewing to quilting, and it's a little 9-inch throat machine that you want to do your quilting on? Whether you push quilt or if you own a cutie frame or some of our smaller frames, a lot of the domestic machines go on those frames really, really well. How many of you guys already pushed through your quilting on a 9-inch machine and you're doing a king-size quilt? I'm sure a lot of you, if I can have a raise of hands, I'm sure a lot of you guys are raising your hands. Yeah, that's me, that's me. I think that's a lot of us. So the Little Rebel 13-inch sewing machine. Let's talk about the sewing machine first. As I mentioned, 5 or more machines. This is a straight stitch, 1,600 stitches per minute. Let that sink in a little bit. 1,600 stitches per minute on a straight stitch machine. So again, we have these types of machines in our homes already, and you're taking your same machine to do your quilting, right? Now you have a larger throat machine from the sewing side. From the sewing side, this has built-in stitch regulation, which I'll get to here in a minute. But from the sewing side, it comes with a 7-foot long cable foot pedal cord. So you can go ahead and plug that in there and quilt anywhere you want. 7-foot cable. Here on the side, you can see these lights illuminated. What these are is your stitches, your speed, and your stitch length. Just like on some machines, you have the slider on some machines. Here, we have the little icon where you can increase. I don't know if you see that. Yep, you can see a couple of them are dark. Okay, you can increase and decrease the speed of your machine. This is what's awesome. Throat lights and an 8.5-inch harp, 13 inches from the back of the throat. What I love about that is, again, going back to the sewing, when you're done sewing and you want more space, and when you're ready to take that to quilting, this is what's going to really help you, especially if you push quilt. If you don't have a frame and you have it on a table, having this larger throat allows you to roll your fabric up easier. You have more room back up in here. This is the largest throat straight stitch machine you're going to find on the market, and at a phenomenal price that Trish will bring that up here in a minute. But 13 inches. I talk to so many quilters, and if I were to ask you guys the same question if we were live, you know, as you're quilting, you know, what are some of the things that you want in a maybe faster machine, right, or bigger machine? One is speed. You know, the other one is a larger throat. And this machine brings both those on the sewing side. So as you're piecing your fabric, as you're quilting, 1,600 stitches per minute, super, super fast. The color of it is really nice. I love the design. It comes with a lot of the features that our long arms have, okay? So stitch regulation, let's talk about that. When you're ready to take your sewing machine to quilting, you simply put a new plate on here, and it's magnetic. You put the plate on top of this throw machine here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to tilt this a little bit down here so you can see that right there. So as we put our plate on top of this, you see this little icon right here, or this, that is our sensor. Thank you for that. So this is the sensor where it's going to tell the machine that your stitch regulation, and that is just movement underneath the machine. And then as we do that, right up here on the side of the machine, there's a Q button. This Q button is our quilt button. And once you put that plate on, this will illuminate to go blue as well, and you're ready to quilt. So you have a sewing / quilting machine ready to go, built-in stitch regulation already right out of the gate. And this comes with so many wonderful things. I'm going to go ahead and tell you what this comes with. There's a lot. So I brought my cheat sheet out here. So out of the box, it comes with the handle box control. And what that does is give you the handle box for your start-stop. I know like on the side of the machine, your ability to start-stop the machine, it comes with a control box. So you can hit start and hit stop without needing to touch any of the sides. It comes with an 18 by 24 sewing base, a large one. It comes with that 7-foot pedal I told you about. It comes with your hopping foot for your quilting. So you have a quilting hopping foot that it comes with. It comes with your presser foot. And it has a 1/4-inch seam allowance already installed with the sensor. Or sorry, the sensor is with the needle plate. 3 M-class bobbins. That's right. This sewing machine, it uses an M-class bobbin. So the larger bobbin, and it has a built-in bobbin winder at the top. So we have our built-in bobbin winder, M-class bobbin, which is obviously the large bobbin we all know about. So very, very fun. 12 packs of needles, 18 pack of needles, 16 pack of needles, and 14. So you get 4 packs of needles that comes with it. The quilting panel instruction booklet, tools, the thread net, reference card, oiling, the tension book, 3 sizes of a spool cap, so you can put the caps on top of the spools, 3 sizes, Teflon frictions for the frictionless mat, needle threader and inserter. So this doesn't have an automatic threader to it. You can add the threader that comes with, so it helps you thread the machine. So it does come with a needle threader, but it is manual. The walking foot they have on there, and the open toe for quilting. So the quilting foot will have an open toe on there. So M-class bobbin, 8.5-inch throat, needle lights, and the bobbin is in front here. I'm going to move this around. The bobbin placement is in front of the machine. So you can see, and it has a nice light illuminating that area too. So the bobbin is right in front with a nice light as well. So you have the larger bobbin sit right out front. The speed, some of the questions we get is what can it quilt? Obviously it quilt all the stuff. Whatever you're quilting now, this machine will do it at a faster pace, being 1,600 stitches per minute. It has a bigger motor. So if people are wanting to stitch some, I lost my word, leather. There it is. Some leather, if they're doing some piecing on leather, or they're doing some stitching around leather, canvas, anything thicker, this machine will do it. And with the faster motor, it's not going to, some of the questions that got brought up is when you have a smaller machine and you're doing that type of stuff, you know that the motor isn't big enough to stand that job. This one, it has a bigger motor, so you can withstand those types of projects. So again, leather, canvas, just standard quilting. You can go ahead and go through this as well. So it has the threading guides on the side. Anything that you're already doing with your straight stitch machine, you can do. So we got a question: does the machine have a ruler foot? Yep, it will have the ruler foot that you can use. Especially, it does come with that sewing base of 18 by 24, so you can use it for your ruler work. So you have the ability to have the ruler implications on that. Now, think about this as we went over this, I'm sure this machine is just sitting here. Trish, I don't know, do you have those videos that we sent to you that you can play?
We do. It'll just take Brian a second to get that pulled up.
Okay.
I do have a question. Now,
Yeah.
I know this is great for sewing, quilting. Is it sufficient for bag making as well?
For bed making, I would say yeah. If those customers are doing the bed making already with their straight stitch machine that they're using. Now remember, this is a straight stitch machine, so I mean, I would think that's the majority of those. And the thickness of the material it's not much thicker than, I would say, canvas or leather, right? So absolutely.
Awesome. And then also, my understanding is that there's going to be like different packages available. I know that video we're going to show here in just a moment, but we do have a question regarding the QCT6. Sandy's asking, is it the Pro or the Beginnings?
So the QCT6, Sandy, and for everybody else, that is our new versions. We're going to come out with QCT6 and then QCT6, QT6 Plus, and then QCT6 Pro. And so the QCT6 is just like our QCT5 Beginnings, and then the QCT6 Pro is like our Pro version that we just talked about. QCT6 is a new lower cost software that you can only do edge-to-edge quilting. So placement like block patterns won't be on there. It will have just the edge-to-edge quilting with other features kind of taken out, making this a very easy package that's affordable. Then they can upgrade to the QCT6 Plus or the QCT6 Pro. But QCT6 is a very, very basic, get to know your software, easy to use, edge-to-edge program.
That's amazing. Brian has that video ready, so we'll get that pulled up here in just a quick second.
Okay, great.
I'm Justice Daniels, the Director of Marketing here at Grace Company. I'm very excited to present to you the Little Rebel. As you saw in the trailer, we believe this machine is going to change the world. We can't wait to get it into your hands and see what you create with it. Pre-orders for the Little Rebel will begin on August 1st and they'll go through September 30th. We have 3 tiers of bundles designed specifically for you. For those of you who are going to want just a little rebellion, our first tier option is going to be perfect for you. It includes the Little Rebel and an exclusive limited edition comfort cutter. You can get all of that for only $24.99. For those of you really about shaking up the system, our second tier is going to be amazing. It's going to have the Little Rebel, our exclusive limited edition My Comfort Cutter, a merch bundle exclusive to the Little Rebel launch that has a home-based Quilter fabric bag, a Change the World Little Rebel mug, a 4-pack of finesse thread, a 9.5-inch square ruler and true grips, HBQ stickers, and on top of all that, free shipping to get it to your door. You can get all that for only $27.50. Our final tier is full-on anarchy. It includes the Little Rebel, an exclusive limited edition My Comfort Cutter, our merch bundle, which has the home-based Quilter fabric bag, a Change the World Little Rebel mug, a 4-pack of finesse thread, a 9.5-inch square ruler and true grips, HBQ stickers, and our new cutie frame, the Cutie Breeze. On top of all that, we'll deliver it to your door with free shipping. You can get all of that for only $31.89. Now, if full-on anarchy is not enough for you, you can add our new QCT quilting automation to the bundle and make the full bundle price only $49.99. So whichever bundle you get, we just can't wait to see how you will be fearlessly creative with the Little Rebel. See you soon.
So amazing.
Yeah, it is so amazing. And those are the 3 bundles you're talking about. And I know it says August 1st, but what we are doing, that's from us. We are allowing you, Sewing Parts Online, right now, for those who are watching, to take pre-orders right now, to get it in, to get these bundles. You got the 3 package bundles. We're not even doing any pre-orders ourselves. So if someone were to call Grace Company, we're like, nope. Go to Sewing Parts Online to get that exclusive pre-order right now. You can get that pre-order. And those bundles, Trish, that Justice talked about, what I love about those bundles is it still the price is super low, $24.99, $27.50, and $31.89. And if you think about the prices real quick, Trish, I know you have a lot to say, but if you're looking at a straight stitch machine that has stitch regulation built into it, that has an 8.5-inch harp, that has a 13-inch throat, 1,600 stitches per minute, the price should be way more than what we are allowing to go to the market. Like that is that's a long arm quilting machine that costs anywhere from like $5,000 to $6,000 to $7,000 to have all those features that they can get for $31.89 at the full Anarchy bundle, or just $24.99 to get the comfort cutter with it. Amazing.
They're really incredible. And I do have to ask, can you clarify the Cutie Breeze? Just tell us a little bit about that.
Yes. So the Cutie Breeze is our new updated Cutie frame. So those who have been looking at the Cutie or already own the Cutie, or Sewing Parts Online, who carries a lot of our Cutie frames, we just made some changes on it. It has just a couple ways of adjusting the front rail. It goes from 26 steps of building assembly to only 6. So we simplified, only 6 steps to build the Cutie Breeze, where before it took 26 steps to build the Cutie frame. So just small changes to make the experience for you even better. So the Cutie Breeze has, not only does it take less steps to build, it comes in a smaller box. It has pretty much the same features of the Cutie. We just updated the plastics. So up top where the rails used to be, we have different plastics. We have knobs on them. So we just updated from our Cutie to our Cutie Breeze with these significant, wonderful features that made the experience easier for the customer as they open up the box to set it up.
That's really cool. Well, Brian and I were sitting here looking at the Little Rebel, and it just looks like an incredible option, whether or not you get just the machine or you do the full-on Anarchy. I mean, there's an amazing machine in there. So it's just so cool to see that you guys thought of so much with this model. Like, and I'm all about the throat space too. That 13 inches is just incredible. But I gotta say, my favorite part, the stitch regulation is just amazing. So
it is. That's what we're excited about too. That just with no encoders, you can take it, and all you gotta do is put the plate on. The plate is magnetic. When you want to go from quilting, you don't have to add anything other than you just put it right on the plate, and it's for the frame. And so the stitch regulation is meant to go on the frame if you have moving around. We don't want stitch regulation as you're piecing the fabric, especially when it goes slower or faster. You want that full pedal control. You want to be able to control a lot easier. So it is meant to go on a frame. So again, the Cutie Breeze, any of our other frames that you can get from Sewing Parts Online. But yeah, the throat, the speed, everything about it. M-class bobbin too, Trish. The M-class bobbin, that is really big.
Now, I do want to clarify, you had mentioned the 18 by 24 inch base. Is that like an extension table, or what exactly is that?
Yeah, so that it's a base. And so, I mean, to me, so what it's going to be, I'm going to see if I can lift this up here. Yep. So the side of that, let's see where am I going to go right there. So the base is going to come off the throat of the space here. If we can move the camera down just a little bit. So what it will end up doing is hooking onto the side. And so that would come and it'll go all the way to the back of the throat. It'll come from the side here out. And so it is just, I would probably say an extension, I guess is what they would use it for, right, Trish? I think it would be more of an extension that is used as a ruler part where they can put stuff on there, as well as having more extension for their quilting. And so if they have it underneath while they're doing their quilting, then it just gives them more of an extension for that ruler template on top of it. So I think it would work both ways.
So you just said ruler. So you're looking at, you can piece, you can push quilt, you can ruler quilt, you can pair it with the frame and do long arming essentially. I mean,
yep. Yeah, exactly. Mind blowing. All of that is normally when you have to go buy different types of machines for that process. And so if you want an all-in-one, and I know this is just a straight stitch machine, but if you're already using your straight stitch machine right now for your sewing, for your quilting, this is a huge upgrade from that because it's already doing what you're doing. You just get the larger throat, harp, length, M-class bobbin, stitch regulation, and the speed, 1,600 per minute.
I love it. Well, I am definitely going to go over those packages, but I just want to say thank you so much for the wonderful demonstration. That was awesome for both the 21X Elite as well as the Little Rebel. So thank you,
Well,
thank you. But you guys
Thank you.
were
Thank you for
amazing.
having us on. Yeah.
Well, you're very welcome. But if you want to just stay for one quick second, I want you to stick around while we give away this awesome
Yes.
two-cut travel kit that you guys donated, which again, thank you so much for everything that you donated for SewCreative Live. We really, really appreciate you all at Grace. So
Well, thank
let's
you.
see who that winner is. Bonita, congratulations. That's awesome. So I will tell you how to claim your prize here in just a moment. But again, thank you, Mark. And we can't wait to have you guys all back for SewCreative Live.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too. Okay, I hope that everybody else is just as excited as we are. I said this yesterday when we were talking about it. I'm like, I'm getting shaky about it because it really is a phenomenal machine. So I'm going to go over the different options here. But before we do that, I want to just let you know how you claim your prize. Go to our link tree, which is linktree/sewing parts online. There is a button that says claim your prize. You can fill out that form and hit submit, and then you will be able to claim your prize. So let's talk a little bit about the bundles. Before I show you the overlays, I just want to stress that as that little video had said, it was available for pre-order on August 1st, but that is not the case. As Mark said, we are able to take pre-orders right now. It is on our website. We've got some different packages that I'm going to show you here, but it is really important to note that because this is a very obviously brand new machine, they only have a limited line of them. So in order to get your machine before the end of this year, correct? Because it's supposed to be shipping in the fall, but if you want to be in on that, you have to get your pre-order in right now. Because if you order later on, it's not going to, you won't get it until 2024. So I just want to stress that to you. Be one of the first to get a Little Rebel. What did you say, Brian?
I said there's not a lot for shipment.
Yeah,
they're going to go
very quickly. Yes. Awesome. So let's take a look at the overlays on a little bit of the differences here. So Mark had mentioned that we have the several different options. We've got just a Little Rebellion. I love the names that they chose. It's so cool. You've got the Little Rebel sewing machine that he just showed us, and then the My Comfort Cutter. So if you followed Grace, you've seen the True Cut My Comfort Cutter. Very fun. You've got that pre-order price of $2,499. Then we also are offering the shaking up the system. You're going to get the Little Rebel sewing machine, that My Comfort Cutter, but you're going to also build on some other fun stuff as well. You're going to have the HBQ fabric bag, the Change the World mug. How cute is that? A 4-pack of the finesse thread, the 9.5 ruler, the square ruler, of course, the good True Grips, and some stickers. So you can do the shaking up the system one for the fabulous pre-order price of $2,750. And we broke this down here for the next two. We're calling it the Light Anarchy because this one does not have the automation, but you can get this one where it is the same stuff that I had just mentioned, but you're going to add in that Cutie Breeze frame. As Mark had said, you've got the 6 steps to assemble, super easy, and now you have that convenient handle up above the machine. Awesome pre-order price of the $3,189. Now I'm just going to say we should all just get this one. Let's all just do the full-on anarchy where you get the Little Rebel sewing machine, the My Comfort Cutter, the HBQ fabric bag, the Change the World mug with the Little Rebel logo, your 4-pack of finesse thread, your square ruler, your True Grips. Whew, I got to take a breath. The HBQ stickers and that Cutie Breeze frame and that QCT6, that simplified automation. What a fabulous setup. You can easily take it off the frame if you're needing to do your piecing, or you can do your push quilting, but you can pair it with your frame and do free motion as well. And having that stitch regulation, oh my goodness gracious, I am very, very excited about this. So our customer service is ready to help you place that pre-order. We have that pre-order price of $4,999. And again, you're going to see it, maybe advertised elsewhere where it's going to say not available for pre-order until the beginning of August, but that's not the case here, you guys. We can help you out and get you on that list. It's supposed to be shipping in the fall, so you can get it before Christmas as long as you get it ordered right now. All right. Well, guys, we're going to start wrapping it up here and telling you what we covered over this week. I'm just going to say I had a fabulous time. We have taken some surveys on Instagram and on our YouTube, and we've been talking on our Facebook. We want to know what you guys want to see. We've had some wonderful comments and great feedback where you guys are just letting us know some awesome ideas of what you'd like to see. But I'm just pumped that we've had so many talented people joining us. We've been seeing such awesome product, machine demonstrations, tutorials. I'm inspired. I hope you're inspired. There's just a lot to do. What? Am I talking too much?
No, guess what?
Am I talking too much?
No, guess what?
What?
Somebody bought the first one.
Somebody bought the little rebel. Who is it? I'm so excited.
I don't know yet, but I do know that we only, so our first shipment's only going to be for 12.
Oh,
So
we have 12.
so
Okay.
there's 11 left now.
Oh,
I thought that was really cool. So
that's so fun. I told you, goosebumps. Can you see them all the way over there? I'm so excited about this machine. That makes me so happy. Okay, you guys, that's awesome. All right. Well, what I was going to say is we are going to have our giveaway at the end, right? But you have to have the summer word. So we are going to share that summer word so you guys can start putting in the comments. And then I'm going to back up and I'm going to give you a little recap of what we've gone over. That way, you know that you can get your orders placed. The special event pricing is only good until today at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. So make sure you give a call and get that order placed. Also, just a note about the side giveaway. I know we had a question about that. So originally we were going to cut off the time at noon and then pick our winner right at the end of the day for SewCreative Live. But we had some concerns about people wondering, like, what if I'm in the queue and they can't get through in order to place their order in time to be entered into that side giveaway? Well, we decided what we're going to do is we are ending SewCreative Live at 2:30 or a little bit longer after we recap. But then we're going to give you guys until 4:30 Central Standard Time to get your orders in, so you're included in that side giveaway. And then we're going to pop back on at 4:45 Central Standard Time and tell you who the winner is of that side giveaway. And the side giveaway that we're going to be doing is for anybody that calls to place that order, you are going to win or be entered in to win the Juki TL 2000 QI. So that is actually a machine, that machine right behind us. So super awesome prize. And that is the side giveaway. But again, our grand finale after we recap all the products that we went over is the Baby Lock Triumph. So we're going to be giving away that Baby Lock Triumph worth $7,500. The lucky winner. It is. Yeah, because we're going to, that's right. We just love giving stuff away. So periodically we are going to be doing 2 other prizes as I'm recapping. Brian, you're just going to interrupt me and let me know when. Just tell me.
Starting with a $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card.
Awesome.
Then we're doing a $150, and then we're doing the Triumph.
Okay. Let me write this down. You said a 100,
150,
150, and then Triumph.
and there will be a different word for each one.
Oh, sweet. Okay. So I neglected to remember that. So we're going to do 3 giveaways during the recap. So Brian will give us the first word here in a little bit with the $100 gift Sewing Parts Online gift card. And then we'll do the 150 and then we'll do the Triumph. So everybody, I hope you're ready to go. We all know how my recap goes. I talk a lot, I talk fast, and I have to every once in a while. And then I can't talk for a week because that's what happens. Although, like I said earlier, I'm surprised with this being our longest one so far, our longest SewCreative Live, I'm holding up pretty darn well. I can feel it, but it's not gone yet. So that makes me happy.
Are you ready to do the recap? Because I'll put the word up.
Yep.
If you're ready.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm going to back up to day 1 here on our overlay so we can take a look. And let's see here.
Oh, no, because I gotta go today.
Oh, okay. Just let me know when I can start on day 1, and then we'll recap. Okay. You betcha.
Surprise word for the $100 sewing parts online gift card.
Okay, there it is. Okay, and now, as I had mentioned, Brian, just let me know when I need to stop and we can pick, and then we'll keep on going. All right, so now I'm going to go back. Let's do this. Okay, so we're going to start on what we had on Monday. So Monday, Sam joined us and we looked at the Memory Craft 400E embroidery machine. It has an MSRP of $2,499, has a sale price of $1,399. Just remember, you guys, everything that I'm showing you here has special event pricing, so give our customer service a call and we will beat what is displayed on the screen. So this particular machine is an embroidery only. It has 160 embroidery designs, 6 monogramming fonts, a generous embroidery field of 7.9 by 7.9, so you can accommodate a bunch of different designs. Also, in addition to the great price, you get the free accessory bundle worth $144. The next one I want to show you is the Janome MB4S. That's a 4-needle embroidery machine. It has an MSRP of $7,999, on sale for $4,999. We have affordable financing available if that is the route that you'd like to go. This is a great machine for business, for a craft fair, personalized gifts. It comes with 3 hoops. It also has an extra large M-style bobbin, so you are not changing out that bobbin thread as frequently, so you get more work done, right? 10 monogramming fonts, tons of built-in designs. Great way to make some money or just have a whole lot of fun. Such a great machine. We also had Jessica and her mom Amy join us, and she is from Sew Tights. They did the whole tight folio hardware kit and made that cute little project. By getting this hardware kit, you get that free pattern so you can make your hold tight folio. That's on sale for $19.99. They also did a launch for their brand new system. It's called the Sew Magnetic Cutting System. It is on sale for $374.99. This is available for pre-order. They just launched this. It is also going to be shipping in the fall, but you can get yours ordered right now. Also, it is available for lefties. So just make sure that when you do place your order, you do specify whether or not you need the one that's for lefties. This contains the 20 by 24 magnetic cutting mat, which is dual-sided, so you have both a light side and a dark side. I love that the mat is large enough to accommodate a fat quarter, so you can easily do some cutting without it falling over the edge. It's awesome. Also, you've got the 6.5 by 24 magnetic ruler. This is going to help hold your fabric in place. And also the 12 Sew Tight boosters, which are those teal little boosters holding on the ruler down. That's going to be super beneficial if you are maybe working with a leather or a vinyl or something that wants to slip on you. Great option. It's going to hold that down and make your cutting easier and be a lot nicer on your wrists and everything else. So it also works really well as pattern weights, which I think is phenomenal. Like, you can cut your patterns out easily by placing those little boosters on top of your pattern. Very, very cool. After that, we had Richard join us from Baby Lock. He is a Baby Lock educator. He does such a great job showcasing these wonderful machines. The Accomplish is a straight stitch quilting machine. It is on sale for $9.99, but as I've mentioned, that is not the best price that we can do. Just give us a call and we can get you our special event pricing. This has 1,500 stitches per minute. It has a thread cutter. It has the pressure foot pressure dial. So if you do it a lighter fabric, you can increase that pressure to hold that down a little bit more. If you're working with heavy fabric, you can lighten that pressure up. Also, it has the pin feed system, so that is going to help guide your fabric as it comes off the feed dogs. This is really, really helpful if you're working with velvet or suede, anything like that. Also, it has the 4 adjustable feed dogs, so you're able to set it to different heights depending on what type of fabric you're using. And it has a knee lifter. It also comes with a free bonus bundle worth $153. So you're going to get that 60 days of the Sew Ed, which has great education, comes with extra needles, 50 extra bobbins, and you're going to get a ruler and a template. So great option for that. Next one I want to show you is the Baby Lock Meridian. This is another embroidery only. Talk about having such a great setup for a designated embroidery section. Love it. And speaking of love, I love that LCD screen. It's so big, so easy to use, and there's just so many great features on the Meridian that make embroidery really, really fun. It has an MSRP of $7,999 and it is on sale for $6,599. The Meridian has 1,050 stitches per minute. It has 494 embroidery designs. Think about all the things that you can make with that. That's so awesome. The other thing that's awesome is the embroidery field. It is 9.5 by 14 inches. So you have a huge embroidery field. It also has the IQ Intuition positioning app. So you're able to use your smartphone to help position your design perfectly, unless you're Brian and have a flip phone. And you also have wireless capability with this machine, 21 different fonts, and again, that huge LCD screen. Let's see what else we looked at on Monday. We were talking about the Wish 2.0 table. I have the varying prices because there are two different Wish tables available. You can do the 22.5 by 25.5, or you can do the giant, which is the 24 by 32. But with the purchase of a Wish table, you can get the two-piece suspension system for just $10. So that's going to help alleviate any bulk or stress on your project as you're sewing those big projects. Also, the Wish table has that compartmentalized little drawer so you can keep all your goodies right next to you. Another thing that I love about the Wish table is that it has a beveled edge, so you're not going to have any catching of your fabric or anything like that as you're putting that fabric through. Also, it comes with the circles and straights tool and the polish kit. So super awesome for the Sew Steady tables. Speaking of Sew Steady, let's look at a few of the accessories that you can add to your Sew Steady table. You could do a spinner tray that attaches to one of the feet of your table. That gives you an extra 6 by 8 inches of storage. You can also do a polish kit, but with the Wish table, it does come with. The grid glider is great to avoid friction as you're putting that fabric through your machine. We talked about this quite a few times during the event, but you can do a light stick, and that's going to give you that option to have like a light box. So you can transfer patterns, or you can do the foundation paper piecing like Chris did. It's a great, awesome addition. And then you can do your circles and straights tool, but this does come with the Wish table. And then you can do the add a drawer, but that's actually going to be for one of the basic tables, but it is an added accessory that you can get with one of the Sew Steady tables. One thing to note about the Sew Steady tables is they are custom cut. So once you order it, it normally takes about 2 to 4 weeks to arrive. Then we had Sheila Christensen back, and that was wonderful. She gave us a bunch of quilting tips and tricks, but she is also an author, and she has the Quilts with an Angle book as well as the Triangle Block Tool book, and she has more tips in there. She also used her half 60 triangle ruler that she designed with creative grids. So you can get a bunch of those tools on our website as well, and call us and get special event pricing. So I think that wraps up day one. So Brian, are we going to go to day 2 before we do the giveaway, or should we do the $100?
I think we should go ahead and do the 100.
I think we should too. All right. So let's go ahead and pick the winner of the $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card. You can get some goodies, right? Let's see who it is. Who's it going to be?
Cheryl Squirrel!
Cheryl Squirrel!
Yay.
Cheryl, I just have to say thank you so much for always attending our events. We love seeing your name, and it makes us happy when you are winning something too. So congratulations. All right, let me go to day 2. Let's see. We'll start at the beginning of the day.
So the next prize is going to be
150.
150 SPOGC.
Okay. So
GC's gift card. I don't know why I said GC.
he's
go
shortening
ahead.
everything.
Go ahead and start recap for day 2.
Okay.
And then I will give the word after you finish day 2.
All right, guys, keep an eye out for this summer word. It'll be popping up on the screen here shortly. So day 2, Richard was back and he showed us the Baby Lock Ballad quilting and sewing machine. This is such a nice machine, you guys. It has an MSRP of $6,499, on sale for $4,999. But again, you can call for special event pricing and we can beat what's displayed on the screen. Also, we have the affordable financing available if that is the route that you'd like to go. Couple of things that I really want to point out about this machine is it does have the multi-function foot control, and you have the ability to program several different options, or I should say, you have the option of picking from several different options. You can do trimming your thread, you can do sewing in reverse, you can also even have it changing your needle position. Another thing that's so worth mentioning is the auto fabric sensor. So this machine will sense your fabric and automatically adjust the foot pressure for you. You don't have to think about it. Also, it has the 11.5-inch throat space, so you have that large space in order to do any crafting or any big sewing projects or quilting. It's a great option for that. You've got the telescopic thread stand, so if you like to use those large spools of thread, you have that ability. Lots of accessories. It comes with the compact digital dual feed foot, which is really awesome. And it also has the free bonus bundle in addition to the fabulous sale price. And that free bonus bundle is worth $433 by itself. So an awesome option. And I cannot forget to say that it has the Never Miss needle threader, which is phenomenal. If you're not sure what that is, I would highly recommend peeking on our website and seeing. Are you going to show it for me?
It's going to change. Hold on. We have it.
I was going to say, I hope we can
here.
show it because we have a little video of the Never Miss needle threader. It is so wonderful.
That's from National Sewing Machine
That was from a while ago. That was our last event.
Okay. I think this is it. You ready? Isn't that fun? Let's do it again. Let's do it again.
Let's do it again. You have to do is click the button. It's so awesome. All right, so now let me find my day, but thank you for showing that, Brian. I appreciate it. And then after the ballad, we had Bernie and Shelly come on and they both showed their books. We love Bernie and Shelly. They are so talented. Shelly has easy precision piecing, so her book is just jam-packed full of education about quilting, choosing your fabric, prepping your fabric, cutting, and it includes some patterns as well. So her book is on sale for $29.95. And then Bernie, he has You and Your Sewing Machine. This book is jam-packed full of troubleshooting and maintenance tips. And let me tell you, this has been a great seller because it's such an awesome resource to have in your sewing space because you can troubleshoot your issues with your machine. Great, great book. Plus, you can watch those replays on our YouTube because Bernie gave some wonderful tips on just tension and fun stuff. So that book is on sale for $24.95. And they also covered the precision piecing products. So if you're not familiar with the precision piecing products, we have a starter kit on our website. That's wonderful. It comes with the fabric treatment, I believe the seam align glue, and the press pen. So I would take a peek at those, especially if you are at all interested in quilting, but you can use it for other things as well, like applique. It's a great product. And I know a lot of people know and love this product. And because we saw it in the comments, they're like, I've used this so many times. It's so great. So we really appreciate that particular product. Next up, we had Tim Bond come and join us, and he was showing us the TL series. We had the TL 2010Q straight stitch machine that has an MSRP of $1,699. That is on sale for $999. He also showed another TL that I don't have an overlay for, but any of the TL series, we've got actually I've got this one. let's do it that way. We've got the TL 2010 that I just showed you. We also have the TL 15 straight stitch machine. That one is on sale for $1,199. And then you have the TL 18 QVP, and that one is on sale for $1,599. You may be thinking, wow, they look the same, but as you go up in model, you get more accessories. And then also with the 18 QVP, it comes with the micro lift. So there are differences, and you just have to look and see which one best suits you. Then we had Chris join us, and he showed us some foundation paper piecing. This is actually where we started talking about some of the Sew Steady tables, because it would be super convenient to have a light box. So you could have your Sew Steady table, get that optional accessory of the light stick and make it a light box, and then do your foundation paper piecing. But these, the little pineapple quilt block foundation paper, you get 42 pieces of paper, so you can make a bunch of blocks. I like it for the fact that I'm just learning it, and if I make a mistake, it'll be okay, and I can just grab another piece and try again. So I think that's an awesome option. But I also think we're going to be trying that on our social circle. So you guys just check in on Wednesdays at 11:30, and we might do that project. Then we had Carla from Grace come on and show us some great specialized long arming tools. We didn't have enough overlays to be able to show all the goodies and pricing on this, but if there are any Grace Company products that you were interested in or saw this week, anything that you have seen, obviously during the event, it's going to qualify for the special event pricing, but you can also give our customer service a call if you've been looking at something else. Maybe there's a machine that you've been interested in and it wasn't shown. That's okay. Give us a call. We're going to offer special event pricing on it as well. So that recaps day 2. Why don't we go ahead and pick the winner of the 100?
Nope, we haven't given the word yet.
We didn't yet? Look at me go.
There's a new word. Okay, so this one is going to be for the $150 gift card. You ready?
Yep. 150.
SewCreative Live.
There it is. Okay, so then while I'm doing day 3, you'll be able to put that in the comments. All right, so let's go back. I hope you guys have your notebook handy. Okay, let's go to day 3, and I'm going to start with Laura Starr. Let me make sure I have my notes here. Okay, so Emily joined us for the first time, which I loved this segment. This was great. She showed us the Lift Portable Steam Station, and that has the MSRP of $899 on sale for $729. It has a micro steam. With the purchase of the lift, you get the 3-pack of anti-scale cartridges, which has a value of $100. We also have the one up here. You've got the Lift Extra Portable Steam Station that has an MSRP of $1,199 on sale for $999. With the purchase of a Lift Extra, you get the free 1980 Anniversary Edition cover for your iron. The one that I was really super excited about is the Laura Starr Smart U Ironing Station. This has an MSRP of $3,299, but on sale for $2,799. We do have special event pricing for this as well. But with the purchase of the Smart U Ironing Station, you will get a free Iggy handheld steamer. Now, I want to make sure I wrote down a few things. I've got so many notes, you guys. We had so many good things going on. But Emily had mentioned that all of the Laura Starr items are Swiss engineered. You can use regular tap water, so you don't have to worry about getting any special water. It's a dry steam, so even if you move your fabric or anything like that, it's not going to re-wrinkle because it's a dry steam. It had the ideal temperature of the 302 degrees. You get the Teflon plate, which will lower the temperature to 100 degrees less. So it was just amazing. So I would highly recommend going back and watching that segment if you're not familiar with Laura Starr. It's going to be on our YouTube, but it really showcased how amazing this ironing station really is. And that Iggy handheld steamer, that is a $359 value. You can take that when you're traveling and steam your fabric and your outfits and not have any wrinkles when traveling. It's a great, great option. The next one that we had on was Ashley Dell. She did such a great job showing us the design and quilt. This is a quilting software where you're able to design your blocks, know what fabric you're going to be using beforehand. It will give you a piece analysis so you know exactly what you're cutting. You can have so much fun with this. It has an MSRP of $799.99 and it has a sale price of $399.99.
Yeah.
That is crazy, crazy
Trisha.
sale. I'm getting looks from Brian. I don't know what's going on here.
We sold another little rebel.
We sold another little rebel, you guys. I'm so excited that you're excited too. This is incredible. I am so pumped for you. I'm gonna look into our system and see who's ordering it because I'm gonna be like celebrating with you. That's so awesome. Congrats. I can't wait for us to ship them. So cool. Thank you guys. All right, so let's take a look at the Quilter Select Toolkit. Oh my goodness, Trevor did such a great job showing this, but this toolkit is 18 by 24 dual side cutting mat. You get the 2.5 inch by 18 inch ruler, the 45 millimeter rotary cutter, which we love here in our studio, the self-erase marker, the Alex Anderson quilt pattern CD, and then you get the USB with previews of some of the Quilter Select products. That is on sale for $109.99. It's a great, great kit to give you everything you need for rotary cutting. All right, next up, we're going to talk a little bit about some Aero furniture. So we had some new Aero furniture that we were able to showcase this time around. Sadly, Harley was not able to join us, but I hope that we can do it some justice, but if you have any questions about it, we've got lots of details about the new Aero Classic furniture on our website. But this one here is the Alice sewing machine, or the sewing machine cabinet. It has an MSRP of $899, but it'll get you in a cabinet for $699. The way that Harley had explained it to me is the Aero Classic furniture is going to get you into a cabinet. This is going to be something that's more on the smaller side than one of the Kangaroo line one. And it, yeah, so I'm losing my words, guys, but this is a great little cabinet. It has the 4 drawers on the one side, and you also have the leaf on the left-hand side. You can pair it with an acrylic insert if you want that flatbed sewing, just like you can with the larger ones. Now, one thing I do want to note is when you put the machine down into storage, you will have the machine exposed in the front. So this is just what you're looking for, right? The next one that I want to show you is the Harriet, because the Harriet closes up completely. So when it's stored, you're not going to see the machine because you're going to be able to close the door. The Harriet sewing machine cabinet has an MSRP of $1,299 on sale for $999. And now this one has the 4 drawers over on the right-hand side. You also have the little shelf or cubby on the left. You have a few different little hanging racks over on the left as well. So you could hang scissors, or you could maybe do embroidery hoops, anything like that. You also have the 3 positions for the hydraulic lift. You can have it in your free arm position. So it would be up and you would be able to do your free arm sewing if that's an option that you like. You could pair it with the optional acrylic insert, which is going to give you the flat bed sewing. So great if you're a quilter. I am a bag maker and a garment sewer, and honestly, I do it in that position the most. And then you've also got your 3rd storage position, so down into the cabinet. This also is considered an Aero Classic furniture, and so then we are going to now bump it up into the Kangaroo line. We're going to start with the Wallaby. So the Wallaby sewing cabinet has an MSRP of $2,199, and that is on sale for $1,599. This is perfect if you have a serger, or Maybe you don't have quite as much space as if maybe you're getting the Aussie, which I'm going to show you here in just a moment, but you're still looking to have a lot of convenience. You've got the drawer on the bottom. You've got the little cubby there that easily fits a serger. It has the leaf on the back, so you have a cutting station if you would like. You also have thread storage on the right-hand side as well. This also has the 3-position hydraulic lift, so you can do the free arm, the flatbed with the optional insert, or the storage. And also, just a reminder that there is the special event pricing on all of this furniture, so give us a call and we can help you out. Also, with the Wallaby, the Aussie, and the Kangaroo and Joey, these 3 that I'm showing you, if you buy the cabinet, you're going to get the free Slimline 3 daylight clamp light, and that's a $245 value, and you'll be getting that for free. The Wallaby also is, it's going to fit about 95% of machines. Just remember that it is important to look at the dimensions and make sure that your machine is going to fit in that opening. But again, this one fits about 95% of machines. The next one I'm going to show you is the Kangaroo and Joey sewing cabinet set. This one is perfect if you want to be organized. You have lots of big drawers there, and you also have the leaf for space. So the Kangaroo and Joey has an MSRP of $2,499. We've got a sale price of $1,799. You have your 3 positions hydraulic lift. So again, the free arm position, the flatbed position, you can pair it with the optional insert, and then of course the storage position. You also have the leaf on the back and the smaller leaf on the right-hand side of you, again, for convenience. I like to put coffee on mine. The Joey cabinet is the 3 large drawers. It's actually removable, so you can move that wherever you need it to be. You could even have it on the right-hand side, or you could have it across the room, whatever works best for your organization. It also has the 3 soft close drawers, and it does lock. All right, let's take a look at the Aussie. If you've tuned in before, you know I love, love, love the Aussie. This is the one that my husband surprised me with, so I can talk about it for hours. But anyway, it has an MSRP of $2,499 and has a sale price of $1,799. But let's just take a look at the Aussie. On the left-hand side, you have that caddy. Now you can detach it from the door and be over to the right a little bit more, so it is directly on your left. And then you've got those 2 little shelves right next to you. There's some books in the picture. I personally like to have a little container filled with my presser feet, so they're readily available. You also have the 3-position hydraulic lift, so you've got the free arm option, or you can pair it with the optional insert and have the flatbed sewing. And you can also store it down below just for storage. You also have the 3 shelves on the right-hand side. Mine is not as neat as in this picture. I have a lot of goodies stuck in there. And as I mentioned, I like to put all my stuff on the right-hand side on that leaf. You can put your coffee or anything like that. It's not showing in the picture, but there's a huge extendable leaf on the back. So you're able to even put another machine, a pressing station, or you could put a cutting mat, anything that works well for you. It is a really, really wonderful cabinet. If you get an Aussie sewing cabinet, you also get that free Slimline 3 daylight clamp light. It is a value of $245. Any one of these cabinets are going to pair beautifully with the Aero hydraulic sewing chair. There's 9 different options available. The big one, the Sew Now, Sew Wow, I have to put that one big because that's the one that I love. But you can open the seat and have extra storage. You've got great lumbar support. You can adjust the height from 18 to 22 inches, so works well for whatever you need it to be at. It also has heavy-duty casters that move easily on carpet or hardwood floor. It doesn't matter, it glides nicely. It has an MSRP of $449, but on a sale price of $329. And of course, give us a call and we could get you an even better price. We're also going to just touch on the 16X machines because I want to just let you know that Any of the Qnique machines, with the purchase of one of them, you can get the free 10-foot light bar. Now, we didn't do a feature on the 16X, but if you've maybe been looking at it, here's a comparison for you so you can peek and see what those differences are. We did showcase the 19X as well as the 21X. So you can do a little screenshot here if you want to see some comparison, but I'll go over some pricing on those in a little bit. But I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that with the purchase of any of the Qnique machines, you can get that 10-foot light station for free. Also, I'll repeat it a couple of times because it's pretty awesome. If you're looking at automation, it is on sale right now. It's 15% off. So we currently have a sale price on the beginning software of the $4,249.96. On the Pro version, it is $6,374.96. But of course, give us a call and we can get you a better price than what's displayed on the screen. We also have a quilting frame sale going on. So if you're in the market for a frame, now is the time to do that. The QD tabletop frame normally is $1,199.95. We have a sale price of $589. That is a hoop style tabletop frame. We also have another hoop style frame. It's the Q Zone hoop frame. That one normally is $1,699.95, on sale for $989. Right below that, you've got the Evolution hoop frame, and that's normally $2,699.95, on sale for $1,999. I love how they explained the Evolution frame, that it can evolve with you. It starts out as the 5.5 foot hoop frame, but it can evolve with you. You can turn it into the Evolution Elite frame by continuing to add to it and turn it into a rolling rail system. And our product specialists have done a fabulous job putting details on the website about these frames. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to pop over there and see which one will suit you best. But the Q Zone Queen frame, that normally is $1,899.95. That has a sale price of $1,199. You also have the Continuum 2 frame. We still do have some of these available. However, I believe our product specialist had mentioned that those are going to be discontinued. So they will still have support on them, but we're not going to have those pretty soon. But right now, they are on a great sale. They're normally $2,999.95, on sale for $2,199. And then, of course, you can do the Evolution Elite frame, which normally is $4,299.95, and that's on sale for $2,999. You can do the 8-foot, 10-foot, or 12-foot. So I think that finishes day 3. Are we? Yeesh. I haven't lost my voice. It's starting to crackle. Herbal tea, or what do you guys call it? The throat coat? I haven't even had to have a cup of that.
It's with slippery elm.
Yeah. That does feel nice though. All right.
Okay,
Let's
so
see.
$150 Sewing Parts Online gift card. Ready?
All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Samantha, congratulations. That is awesome. Okay, so Brian, are we going to be giving the word?
Well, you still have to go through day 4.
4 and 5, yep.
4 and 5. So let's go through day 4, and then we'll give the word for the Baby Lock Triumph after day 4, and people can put it in while you're doing day 5.
Okay. Everybody got that? Here we go. Okay, let me pull up my overlays for day 4, and we will get started. Okay, here we go. So we started the day with Tim Bond back with us, showing the Juki HZL DX7. This is a computerized sewing machine. It has an MSRP of $1,699, has a sale price of $1,399. This machine has a 1-step buttonhole. You can use the heel of your foot control to cut your thread. It has a generous 8-inch throat space. It has a straight stitch needle plate conversion that just consists of a handy dandy built-in lever. So I thought that was really cool. And also it has automatic tension. So this one, as I said, it does have the event pricing. You can give us a call and we can get you an even better price. The next one that Tim had shown us is the Juki MO2800 Serger. Has an MSRP of $2,099, on sale for $1,599. And the MO2800 serger has air threading. It has a lever that easily switches the tension to accommodate a rolled hem, so you don't have to think about it at all. And also, it has under 10 millimeters of space from the blade to the needle, which he said makes it easier to serge around curves. So very awesome there. It also has 1,500 stitches per minute.
What a beautiful machine.
It really is a beautiful machine. And I'm just really impressed by that lever that all you have to do is flip it up for the rolled hem. Super cool. All right, I had promised I was going to talk about some of the pricing on the 19 machine. So the 19X long arm quilting machine that has an MSRP of $7,299 has a sale price of $6,499. As Mark had mentioned with the 21, he was saying, what does the number mean, right? Well, the 19 for that name means it has 19 inches of throat space. So you've got that nice throat space in order to work. Also, you have that 2.4-inch LCD screen. You've got the adjustable handles. You've got the built-in bobbin winder, all sorts of good stuff. And then with the purchase of any Qnique machine, you get the free 10-foot light bar. Also, you have the 19X Elite. So you're going to get the nice screen. So that's a 7-inch touch screen. You have the adjustable comfort grip handles. You have 2,600 stitches per minute. There we go. Whereas with the 19X, you have the 2,000 stitches per minute. So depending on what you're looking for. The 19X Elite also has the built-in bobbin winder. It contains the 4 stitch regulation modes, the precise, the cruise, the manual, and the based. It does have the edge warning, and you can pair it with one of our amazing frames. The cool thing about the 19X series, as Jenna had mentioned, it will fit any one of the Grace frames, even the Cutie. So that's pretty cool as well. Next up, we had Stacy with Sew Steady. She came back and she showed us a lot of the Westerly options when it comes to templates and feet. So she had shown different kits. This was one that we really like. You can do the beginner's essential ruler kit that's going to get you really started on ruler work. But our product specialist, I just have to tell you a story. Our product specialist, Rachel, she has added hundreds of Westerly products to our site. So if you are getting into ruler work and wanting to use templates, go on our website, take a peek, and you're going to see a design that's going to work for you. So Rachel, thank you for adding all of those. She does an amazing job. Also, Kim came and she showcased some great Dritz options with, you know, Christmas in July, right? So we have some wonderful sets available that you can get for either Christmas or gifts or for yourself. That Dritz pattern layout tool set was pretty cool. I love that it had the centering ruler. Also, the measuring tool set. The measuring tool set contained the centering ruler, and it has that gauge that I absolutely love. You've got the little sewing tool set. I know a couple people said that they're getting that for their husbands since green and blue are their favorite colors. The fashion pattern weights, we all love those. Tomato pattern weights as well. And then that Dritz hand needle storage and threader kit was really cool as well. And that actually recaps day 4. All right, guys, we're getting close. And I know we're over time, but I do have to ask, I would still love to see in the comments if anybody had a segment that stuck out to you, like you just absolutely loved. I would love to hear what they are because I enjoyed so many of them. But I think, well, they were all wonderful, but I really enjoyed Heidi Ivy's on draping. I thought that was pretty cool. Brian, what was your favorite?
Pixel quilts.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Easily.
yeah, for sure.
I'm super excited. I'm going to sign up for beta testing.
Yeah, nice.
And I just want to mention to everybody, just a shameless, in honor of Bernie Tobish, just a shameless self-promotion. If any of y'all live in the greater Nashville area or within driving distance of it, in October, there is an expo, a sewing expo called the Original Sewing and Quilt Expo, and we will be there. Trisha will only be there one day, I believe, but I'll be there the whole event, and you'll... Uh-oh, I think I just dropped my mic. Well, I'll just talk loud so y'all can hear me. So we will be there. Sewing Parts Online will, along with the Grace Company. So come and meet us. It'd be really cool.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, I have seen quite a few people say that they're from Tennessee, or I had seen a couple from Franklin as well. So that's awesome. Very cool. And I have to ask, Alex, which one was your favorite?
I think that I liked hearing from Sew Tights. And
Sew Tights?
how they make good folio.
Very cool. Yeah, very enjoyable. I think we just had some really knockout great educators this time around. So
are you ready for the final word?
I am ready for the final word.
It's apropos, okay?
You're gonna use big words on me. I'm too tired.
The
Brian.
word
Too tired.
fits the word fits the idea of the grand prize. You ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1.
Paradise.
Because you'll be living in paradise with the Baby Lock Triumph.
I like it.
Dun-duns.
I like it a lot. And I learned a new word. All right. So let's recap day 5, you guys. Everybody start putting paradise in. Oh, actually, before we do that, let's just recap on the side giveaway one more time, just in case anybody is just popping on. So we all know that we were going to be doing the side giveaway at the 3 o'clock, but we were going to cut off. Let's do this.
We were going to cut it off at noon.
Yeah, we were going to cut it off at noon.
We're cutting it off at 4:30.
I'm getting excited. I was getting excited. So let's do, first I'm going to explain what the side giveaway is. So the side giveaway is different from the Triumph. So let's just, as hard as it may be, let's forget about the Triumph for a moment. But the side giveaway is for anybody that calls in to place an order. You were entered into a giveaway. Today's giveaway is going to be this TL2000QI machine. So in order to get in, though, you have to call to place the order. Well, we had some people that were concerned that if they were in the queue and they didn't hit the cutoff time, they weren't going to be entered in. So instead of cutting off at noon, even though we end here in a little bit, what we're going to do is extend it until 4:30, where you can call to place in your order. At 4:30, we are going to cut it off. And then at 4:45, we're going to pop back on and announce the winner of the TL2000QI. Did that make sense?
Yes.
I don't know if my brain's working very well
And
anymore.
the link to the live will be posted at the top of our Sewing Parts Online Facebook community group, and you'll see it on YouTube as well.
Awesome. I hope you guys heard that. It will be in our Facebook group as well as YouTube. So, okay, you guys, start putting that word in the comments. I hope you guys are right in paradise, and we are going to pick that winner for the Triumph here in just a moment. Let's talk about what we looked at today. Sadly, Aurifil was not able to join us, but it is worth mentioning we do have the Aurifil thread on sale right now for the extra 10% off. So you can use coupon code SPO10, and you can grab one of those beautiful SewCreative live kits that we've been showing in our in our giveaways. So you can get a 40 weight and 50 weight thread in that little kit, and it comes in the SPO colors. And by SPO, I mean Sewing Parts Online. Okay. Next up, we had Sam Fung. He showed us the Janome 1600P QC sewing and quilting machine. That has an MSRP of $1,599, on sale for $1,349. This is a straight stitch machine. It is powder coated, has a steel body, has 1,600 stitches per minute, has a knee lift, an independent bobbin winder. It includes a cloth guide. It has a scissors function and a speed control. Again, that has a sale price of $1,349, but you can call for special event pricing to get an even better price than what's displayed. Then we had the Janome MemoryCraft 8200 QCP SE. That is a computerized sewing machine. It has an MSRP of $3,499. It has a sale price of $2,199, and that is also available for financing if you would like to go that route. Give us a call for special event pricing and we can beat that price. There's a few things that I absolutely love about this machine. This one is mine, so I can speak lovingly about it. It has an 11-inch throat space. It has 9mm stitch width. I love the 91 needle position, so you can move that needle exactly where you need it to go. It has 11 buttonholes, 4 fonts, but my favorite is the one-step needle plate conversion. If you remove that extension table, there's an easy button that you push, your needle plate pops up, and you can swap out for the straight stitch needle plate. It also comes with the dual feed foot and a knee lift. One thing that I just realized about this machine not too long ago is up when you're threading the machine, there is a thread path. Well, you can even pop up this plate. So if you were using a really linty thread, you have the ability to pop up that plate and clean the tension discs inside the machine there. So I thought that was really cool and gives you the ability to keep your machine nice and clean. Also, the left-hand side opens up so you have easy access to cleaning it there as well. Pretty cool. Following that, sadly, we weren't able to do the full demonstration on the koala furniture, but I just have to say that the koala furniture is absolutely beautiful. It is top of the line cabinets. They have a beveled edge. They have a really elegant finish. They have soft closed drawers, and they have the high grade engineered wood and steel components as well. And then they also have remote control electric lifts. So there's a few different ones that we have available. So this first one that I'm showing you is the Maker Center. As you notice, it has the nice shelving on it. You have a great space for all of your thread over on the right. You can also pair these with an acrylic insert and have flatbed sewing as well. Now, these particular cabinets will accommodate those larger machines. So if you're looking at maybe having a Solaris or a Janome M7 or maybe one of the Big Brother machines, those are going to fit in these koala cabinets. This particular one, the Maker Center, has an MSRP of $4,999 and it is on sale for $3,999. But if you buy the Maker Center, you're going to get a free caddy. And I'm showing that value ranges because I'm going to show you a few different ones after I show you the other centers. But it has a crazy, crazy value of the free caddy being a $1,199 to a $1,799 value. The next one is for the embroiderer out there. Do you want a beautiful embroidery space? This is awesome because you are able to store your embroidery unit right on that left-hand side. Also, underneath the machine by your feet, there's that little area there that you can store your hoops. Unfortunately, it's not in the picture, but it's really convenient to have them accessible like that. Also, you have the thread storage on the right-hand side. That one too has an MSRP of $4,999 and on sale for $3,999. This one too is eligible for that free caddy. Also, financing is available if needed, and you can call for special event pricing and we'll get you an even better deal. The next one is the Artistry Center. I had the opportunity to use this one. This is fabulous. It's so enjoyable, but it has those 3 soft closed drawers on the left-hand side. And you also have the 3 positions, or excuse me, the positions for the flatbed sewing if you would like. And again, it has that remote control lift. And that one too is on sale for $3,999 and financing is available. So let's take a quick second to look at this caddy special that I'm talking about. If you buy one of those koala centers, you get a free caddy. You can buy either the Embroidery Center, the Artistry Center, or the Maker Center. You get to choose either the one on the left is going to be your 3-drawer caddy. You can do the middle one, which is the slim caddy, or you can do the one on the right, which is considered the Bernina caddy. You do have the option of choosing different colors. So you can do the North American oak. That's going to be your example number 1. And then you've got your English white ash, which is number 2, the beautiful Asian golden teak, which is number 3, and that dark, rich Brazilian cherry, which is the number 4. If you decide you don't need a caddy, that's totally fine. You can substitute the free caddy for a free room of choice delivery, and that is a $399 value. For this, please, please, please call our customer service, again, for special event pricing, but it is very important for them to be able to note if you choose the free room delivery. So give them a call. And then, of course, you want to pair your koala center with the Sew Comfort sewing chair. That has an MSRP of $469, and it's on sale for $399. With the Sew Comfort chair, you have the option of picking different fabric colors. You've got a sapphire, a jade, a wine, or a mocha. And then on the base where you see the white bottom there, you can actually pick the base color too. There's a cherry option, an oak, a teak, or a white. So it can customize to your room. And there is financing available on that. And you can give us a call for special event pricing. We're moving right along. I think we just have to recap on the fabulous Little Rebel. So let's talk about the Little Rebel. So again, the Little Rebel, there, words, guys. The Little Rebel, it's a Whittle Webble.
The Whittle Webble.
The Little Rebel is a brand new machine from the Grace Company. It is the Unique 13 Little Rebel sewing and quilting machine. They have different packages available. We are offering these right now, available for pre-order. They're going to start shipping in the fall. We already have a couple of orders, thank goodness, because we only have a select amount available to us. So if you are wanting to get one before 2024, you're going to need to place it right away because they're very limited on this first run. So there's a few different ways that you can get this set up, right? So you can do the Just a Little Rebellion. That's going to include the Little Rebel sewing machine as well as the My Comfort cutter. Now, let's just talk a little bit about the Little Rebel. That has 1,600 stitches per minute. It's a straight stitch only machine. It has a 13-inch throat space, fabulous lighting, an M-style bobbin. So that's similar to the long arm machines, but you're getting that in this tabletop machine. But it's not just a tabletop machine. It can be a tabletop machine, but you can also pair it with a frame and turn it into a long arm machine.
It's a piecing machine.
It's a piecing
it's
machine.
A
It's a
sit-down
bag
quilter.
making machine.
It's a bag maker. It's a long arm. What
We're so
doesn't this thing do?
excited. And there's more. I love it.
But wait, call in the next 25 seconds and we'll pay off your mortgage. No, we won't do that. Ignore what I just said.
Oh, wouldn't that be fun? I love it. Now, but it also has the 13-inch throat space, which is great. So you will have the 13-inch throat space from the needle to the machine, but you also have the height too. So there's that 8.5 inches of space. So you can do so much with it. But the biggest thing about this, I think, is the stitch regulation. The ability to have stitch regulation on this machine is incredible. And it's so easy to change it out. They've got a needle plate and you just click that Q button to tell the machine that it's going to be quilting. So super, super cool. The next thing that you can do another package up, and that's going to be the Unique 13 Little Rebel sewing machine, but it's going to be called the Shaking Up the System. So you're still going to get the machine, obviously. You're going to get the My Comfort cutter, but you get a bunch of merch as well. So you're going to have the HBQ fabric bag, the Change the World mug, some beautiful finesse thread, a 9.5 square ruler, some true grips, and some stickers. And you get that awesome pre-order price of $2,750. We've got it listed on our site a couple of different ways here. We've got the Light Anarchy, so you're going to get all of those goodies, but then you're also going to get the Cutie Breeze frame. So this is the new Cutie that has the 6 steps to assemble versus I think they said 20 some, and then also the convenient handle. Now that handle is compatible with the old Cutie. I think somebody had asked that as well. But that is going to be the pre-order price of $3,189. But I say, come on, y'all, let's just do the full-on anarchy. We can get all of those goodies. So the Cutie Breeze frame added to it, as well as the QCT6 simplified automation. So you can pre-order that for $4,999. And I think we covered it all.
We did.
I think so.
Everybody, can we give Trisha a round of applause, please?
I didn't mean to round applause myself.
Everybody, please give her clapping emojis in the comments.
Thanks, guys.
You did such a fantastic job.
Oh, so did you, Brian. I don't know what I would do without Brian and Alex. So This is so much fun, but I'm not going to lie, guys. It's quite a bit of work.
Yeah, everybody give Alex a round of applause too, please. Good job,
Hey,
Alex.
she tuned in from her vacation multiple times.
I know,
to tell
in
you what the
Tahiti
prizes
and
were.
Bora Bora.
It was awesome. All right, you guys. So before we pick our prize, let's talk a little bit about claiming your prizes. So I don't know if I still have my overlay here, but you can go to our link tree, which is going to be the linktree/sewing parts online. There's a claim your prize button. Just click on that, and then you can fill out the form and claim your prize. You can also go to our event page, which is sewing parts online /SewCreative Live, and there's a little giveaway section there as well. So it is important to do that as soon as you can. You have up to 7 days, but the sooner that you claim it, the sooner we can get everything shipped out. Because we have 5 days and lots of giveaways, it's probably going to be about 1 to 2 weeks to get your prize. Also, we've talked about the social circle and we've talked about the Sew Inspired podcast. So I just want to talk about that. I know we're over our time that we said, but I just wanted to say that if you guys are interested in joining our sewing community and just having a lot of fun, please join us on Wednesdays at 11:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. We do the social circle, which is a beginner to intermediate project that we sew together. But the best part is we let you know on our Facebook prior to the event what you need to join us, and you can sew along with me. So we have a lot of fun. We've done a lot of cute projects so far. This is relatively new. We've only done it like 6 weeks now. But just a couple of fun projects that we've completed. We have our piped pillowcase cover. We've done this little mushroom block that we then turned into a pot holder. We did this cute little oven mitt. We've done this adorable little muggy rug. And we've also done the corky wallet. But in addition to that, we meet cool people, and Deb Porter being one of them. I know she's in the comments, but I mean, Brian hangs out with her and gets to quilt with her and, you know, sew and just do projects. So it's amazing the relationships that you build through sewing. So just want you to know that you are welcome to join us every Wednesday. The other thing that we're doing is the Sew Inspired podcast. So we've been inviting some amazing people on, and we've just had great conversations. And it's about sewing, but it's also about life, and it's been really enjoyable. So we have that available as a video podcast. You can find it on our YouTube, but you can also follow it on Spotify or Apple Music or any of the platforms where you can get your podcasts. So
or anywhere else where fine podcasts are heard. That's the that's the lingo that podcasters say at the end of their podcast.
Yeah, but we have some really fun ones coming up. I mean, a few of the people that had joined us during SewCreative Live have already been on, but we just released one yesterday, and that was Kate Conquers. She's on, or I should say Kate Trantham, but she is known as Kate Conquers on TikTok. She has more than 1 million followers, but that wasn't even the point. She's just awesome. She was so much fun. But
so if
we
you
also
miss
have
us,
Pat Sloan coming soon. She's going to be.
That's a secret. She didn't say anything. So anyway, if you miss us for the next 2 weeks, you can always tune into the Sew Inspired podcast and watch our recaps of the Social Circle. And we will be back on July 26th with the Social Circle with Trisha Camacho, showing how to make a costume glove. So that's perfect for anybody who's looking to get into costuming or cosplaying or anything like that. But I think we've made everybody wait long enough. So let's go ahead and do our giveaways, and then we will do our wrap up. Okay.
Woohoo, sounds good.
All right, so this is for, I need to come on the screen for this one. By the way, it's freezing back here, so I'm using Trisha's quilt.
That was the only quilt that I have finished.
And it's a beautiful quilt.
Thank
Okay, so this is for the Triumph. So please, everybody, near and far, virtually, it doesn't matter if we can't hear you, please give a big drum roll. You ready? 3, 2, 1.
Here it goes, here it goes. Let's see who it is.
Oh, who is it? Molly Cerrone, yay! Congratulations, Molly.
Congratulations, Molly. That is awesome. I'm so happy for you.
You are going to love that machine.
You are. That will be awesome.
So we have just some thank yous to make really quickly, because Trisha and I are really bad about remembering to thank everybody because we're exhausted by the end of these events. Happy. It's a good exhausted. Okay, so I would like to take a moment to thank our customer service department, who has been answering calls all week long and busting their behinds trying to get all the information to everybody who's calling in for the giveaways and stuff. So thank you so much in the call center. You guys do tireless work, and we really, really appreciate you. We want to thank product specialists for answering all of the questions in chat and helping to put out fires in between each segment. You guys are really amazing. We want to thank IT for keeping us running. Warehouse, who we are going to be relying on to send all these orders and all the giveaways out. We want to thank Darla, Ashlyn, Alex, Jeremy, George, Terry, Dennis, Dina, Steve, everybody at SPO that makes this possible. We are so incredibly thankful for you. And the last people we have to thank are the people that watch us. So thank you so much to everybody who takes valuable time out of their day to sit at their computer or their phone and watch what we're doing. We are so grateful for it, and we just thank you for spending time with us. That's it.
I was going to say, I can't add to that. That was perfect.
Did I miss anything?
No, I think that was perfect. So thank you guys. We appreciate you so very much. And thank you for taking time and for spending it with us.
Yes, we will see you. When is the next SewCreative Live, Trisha?
What month is it right now? Whew,
Oh gosh, I don't even know. We'll see you in September.
We'll see you in September, guys.
Oh no, we will see you at 4:45 p.m. today to announce the Juki.
Yeah, of course.
And then we'll see you in September. All right. See you in a few, guys. Bye. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.